Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Let me get my chats up here. We have from the website chat, Arrow102, Socialist Potato 123, Hostile Sanchez, Cotton D-Pad, Windleby, Allocade, Gayfesh, Keenox, Martini Peterson, Bagwife, Merrick DeVille, Castrix, Windleby, Lilith Lovelace. And from the Twitch chat, we have Mop Moppy, Aggressive Fruit, Electric Meal, Aloshiko, May, Spitfire, and of course, not to be forgotten, the YouTube chat, where we have I Am High and a Little Pog Champ, Pumpkin, Impo Cozy, Cat Gay, Uwu, Emma Moonlight, Taro, Comrade Cat Pernicus, Eddie Spencer, Furcifer, and Dragon Slayer, and don't forget to MVM. Hopefully, today, we will have none of the issues that we had yesterday. I have spent a lot of time this morning, literal hours, trying to iron out the differences. Hopefully, I am audible. The video is crisp and cool, hopefully. And hopefully I look okay. I'm actually going to put down my hair because I think I look like a goofball with my hair up. So forget that. Let's do something. Come on, let's sex it up in here a little bit. It's fucking Pride Month. Oh no, is it getting choppy? Is there choppy things? Is it choppy? I hope it's not choppy. It is choppy. I don't like that. I have no idea what's going on. I'm desperately trying to fix everything, and it is just so having trouble. Yeah, this is weird. This wasn't an issue before, and I don't know why. I hope that it stops. I don't know exactly what's happening. Anyway. Yeah, I'm hoping my computer won't explode when I try to go on the panel, and I'm hoping it won't stay choppy, but we'll do our best, I guess. Oh, hi.
Look and see if it's actually connected to the Ethernet.
It is.
Okay. Because on mine, it's...
No, I'm connected to the Ethernet for sure. The problem that I'm having is something to do with the graphics, getting the graphics to... getting it to use the CPU as opposed to the GPU, because all of a sudden, out of nowhere, OBS is just devouring the hell out of the GPU, the integrated GPU, and I don't know why. So, yeah, it's weird. I wonder if it's something like this. We can move this one. I wonder if it's something like this. Apologies, this is a very boring start of stream. By the way, what frame rate do I have my camera set to? 60 FPS, I believe. Check NVIDIA control panel. It's not NVIDIA. I'm using an integrated graphics card. Please hit the like button. If you are here and you are ready for some fun-ass content and a little bit of jank, please click through to the YouTube video. It takes but 1 second for you to click the like button and, of course, the subscribe button. You will not regret it. First of all, we will get more imps to come hang out with us, which means the chat will be more fun because likes literally always, and I mean it, you can literally look at this on a graph, getting likes objectively increases the number of people in chat. There you go. It's not an NVIDIA card though, Val9000. This is the integrated on the streaming computer. Yeah, y'all got to see some fun, right? Smack that like button. Now, hold on. I'm going to try one more thing here real quick, because I think I might have figured out what could be going wrong here. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to get rid of that. Give me 1 second. Ah, how strange. Why, though? But why? What is this? And why is it doing that? This is confusing. Oh, wait a second. I know why it's doing this. Ha 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 ha! Oh, that makes so much sense. That should lower the requirements by quite a bit. I had doubled that. Oh, that is really important. See, this is why you never know until it's time to go live, which sucks, but that's just life, isn't it? Isn't that just life? Isn't that just how life goes? Look at that. All right, now the performance should be significantly better. I know Firefox is a resource hog, but I have no choice in using Firefox, okay? Listen, I have no choice, okay? It's just the way the world works. And then it's good to go. All right, let's see here. Sorry, I'm communicating with the host. Okay, we got the StreamYard. In 30 minutes, we will be going on against BigPapaFascist. Okay? I know. What a name. What a name, right? Well, let me tell you the story, everybody. Let me tell you the story. Because today, we will be showing you what it looks like to fight a clown. And we know that all fascists are a bit clownish in general. We know that. We know this to be the truth. However, this morning, I was invited to fill in for another streamer on the politically provocative podcast, which does very intense blood sportsy debates. And I was offered to go up against BigPapaFascist. And I'm going to tell you, this is going to be an interesting show because this guy, he literally just is a transphobe, like just openly, like that's what he says. Like he's just like, trans women aren't women. I don't like them. And so we're going to have a really fun time exposing these people for exactly what they are. Now, before you feel bad for me, before you feel too bad for me, don't worry. This guy is not going to hurt my feelings. Although, if you want to make me feel better in general, donos, likes, subscribes, that sort of thing is always very nice. Just to know, there is absolutely going to be some transphobia in this debate, and ideally, we will be able to explain why this person's transphobia is wrong to a new audience. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, he's also a white supremacist. Yeah, of course they are. Of course. You don't get to being... Listen, fascists and white supremacists, that, like, goes hand in hand. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. True. Oh, yeah, I got to turn off member-only mode. Yeah, hold on. Let me switch off member-only mode. Let me make this, let me make that official. We can bring back the non-member only mode. All right, there we go. Bada boom. Bada boom. Oh yeah, I can do this while I'm at it too. Ha 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 ha. What a day, everybody. Listen, I'm very excited. Look, I woke up this morning. I tuned in to catch Denim's live. Then I tuned in to catch CharlMarx live. I got to watch like 2 solid hours of Denim's show, which was cool as hell. Then I got to catch almost all of CharlMarx's show, or at least a few hours at the beginning of it. I'm sure he's probably still streaming right now. And it was super awesome. It was super, super great. Yeah, and so I've had a good day today. Let's be, if I'm completely honest, minus the hours that I've been fiddling with this goddamn fucking camera setup, which has been horrible. Besides that, it's been a good day. It's been quite a good day. And I'm rather excited for us to get everything worked out. When am I changing my hair? I mean, Mike Marshall, that's up to you. I'm going to be changing it on the 14th. So if you think you can wait to the 14th. Oh, yeah. I heard that Hanz of Harkir had some things to say about me. So we're going to watch what Hanz has to say real quick here. Cuz I want to see what Hanz of Harkir has to say about me, okay? Let's bring it up. Let's find out. What's old Hanz got to say? Hanz. This is Hanz. Hanz wears an apron and, well, let's just say he swoons many people. Many people find Hanz to be a hottie. Let's find out. I know what the problem is. Here we go. Let's bring the video up, shall we? Let's see. Let's see what Hanz has to say. Can you all see it or no? We've encountered yet another issue, it seems. Hold on. One moment. That's a bit odd. Aha! I've found another problem. Yes, life is good. Life is good when you fuck up your entire setup, and definitely are a pro streamer. Wow! Okay, hold on a second here. Oh boy. All right, here we go. This one. we're gonna need, okay, hold on. Oh boy, here we go. How do I do this? Okay. 3. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. Give me one moment. Ah! Everything's blowing up. This is such a bad idea. This has been such a mess. What have I done? Let's test. Here we're going to test us with a Deempo, okay? Prepare. Prepare yourselves. Yes, it works. It works. All right, we got it. All right. We're good. We're good, everybody. We're good. Okay? We're good. Here we go. Hold on. One more thing to test.
DemonMama was a great panelist. I absolutely adored having her on. She brought a lot of energy, a lot of facts, a lot of great rhetoric, a lot of great dunks and stuff. She was an absolute joy to have, and I would love to have her back at some.
Damn, Hans. Thank you. Oh my God. What a sweetheart. What a fucking sweetheart. You know, I don't mean to, toot my own horn, but there's a reason why panel hosts like me, okay? What can I say? I respect my panel hosts. What can I say? Based Hans. Listen, I really do like Hans. Like, honestly, Hans, it runs a fucking clean show. Yeah? A clean as fuck show. Yeah. I don't know. I actually don't know about that, Drenoa. Is that something that Hans does? That's interesting. Yeah, I like Hans a lot. We gotta do, oh yeah, that's right. I gotta get, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah. I'm gonna get some more lights at some point soon. And we're gonna have a rainbow in the background for Pride Month. I just need to do the order. I haven't put the order together. That's gonna be exciting. The other thing I need to do, I need to do is I do need to rework this audio setup. So there might be a couple more issues we're gonna bump into. I have had a hard time with this, but by the time I'm done, it's gonna be amazing. And then my hair is getting done on the 14th, which is going to be exciting. We've got a whole bunch of History Mama sections coming up. And who knows what kind of debates we're going to find ourselves in this month. Because I can tell you right now that the, as you could tell from last night's stream and today's stream, we've been getting up to some no good. And the thing is, I'm getting name dropped all over the place. I don't know if you know this, but I got name dropped in the Serfs debate with Destiny. Did you know that? Did you know that? Well, thank you, Prime. I appreciate that. But I won't make you make many sacrifices except for pressing the like button. If you haven't pressed the like button, click through to the YouTube and press the like button. We have over 200 viewers and we have under 200 likes. In fact, we have about 60 likes that we could get. And if we could get those, that would be very helpful. Yeah, I did. Yep, I got name dropped in there as like one of the worst people. Again. And you know what? I was watching that with Chud this morning. Holy shit. That debate was egregious on Destiny's part. Like, just fucking egregious. It was actually egregious. In fact, it was so egregious that I actually kind of want to do a video about it. I don't know. Like, like, holy shit, it was so bad. Maybe I'll do it after. Maybe if this Nazi debate is invigorating enough, I'll do a segment on it afterwards. Did I see the hot meme? I don't care about any further memes. It's just, it's so, the whole thing was so unbelievably garbage. And like, it's not even just, it's not even like a little thing. It's not even a petty, like, Destiny is an asshole thing. Destiny, like, actively caused pain, difficulty, and impeded an actual charity effort in the name of a grudge. And it is so unbelievably annoying. And I recognize, oh, I know Destiny being egregious is nothing new. But I mean, seriously, it's absurd. The levels was just out of, and I saw so many people being like, Lance did bad in this debate. And I'm like, how on earth do you come to that conclusion? That is just absolutely unreasonable. Like, I mean, just straight up lies that are, in my opinion, borderline defamatory. Of course he refuses to apologize. He always refuses to apologize. It's not being an asshole, though. People say he's being an asshole. That's not being an asshole. When you go out of your way to spread damaging misinformation about somebody, something that could actually severely damage your career, that's not just being an asshole. That's lying to harm somebody that you don't like. Like, it would be one thing if the Surfs was like, if Destiny was like, oh, Lance from the Surfs is a bitch, okay? But no, it's oh God, it makes me so mad. I get so fucking angry at this shit. Yeah, violation of the streamer code constantly. That's all he does. But that's because I think Destiny gets the idea that he wants to be the big king of the little mountain. Oh, I don't know about JF and Lance. I didn't see that. JF is a fucking literal skull-measuring racist. Dweeb Chan says, I'm designated female at birth, agender, I think. A hormonal imbalance is starting to give me a mustache, and I never thought I'd like facial hair, but I kind of dig it. So now I don't know if I'm agender or a gender I just don't realize. Hey, guess what? That's for you to decide. You can explore as much as you want. You like that shit? Stick with it. Fuck yeah. You know what's awesome? Euphoria. That's what's awesome. Yep. I should reach out to Lance and see if it's possible to coach him. Yeah, I might. But the thing is, Lance doesn't do poorly in most of his debates. I think people are really harsh to Lance because he usually goes up against people like Destiny, and Destiny is a fucking is not just an asshole, but like unbelievably manipulative to his audience. Just what a Weasley liar, dude. What a prophetic statement. What a Weasley little liar, dude. Just still lying to his audience constantly. Lance is really nice, and Lance and Destiny have gone back and forth at various times, but Lance has not done damage to Destiny's career yes, it is. That was about Destiny. Yes, it was. Has never done damage, like measurable damage to Destiny's career. Lance has never done like measurable damage in any way or even intended to Destiny's career. Destiny has absolutely contributed to that and is doing it right now. That's what made me mad about today. It's not like, look, I don't know. Like, I'm not interested in fucking stupid drama with Destiny because it's pointless and stressful and I don't get anything from it. But there is something that really pisses me off about a supposedly respected streamer in this space just absolutely dumping on somebody who's nothing but kind and a boon to this space in every single way. Like, you might not personally like Lance, but Lance has done so much fucking charity. He consistently treats other content creators with an unbelievable amount of respect. It's just very frustrating. Very, very frustrating to me. Also, can I show you all something? Look, let's enjoy a little meme, shall we? Can we enjoy a little meme? I've shown this before, but we're going to watch it again. I don't care. Here we go.
I'm not going
Here you go. Enjoy. Enjoy.
to talk to a black person like Trihex and say, hey, the N-word, it's always... do you think black people
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Can someone at least fucking enlighten Destiny that he's literally lying to his audience? What a fucking piece of shit, dude.
Anyway, listen, I'd be willing, Merrick, I'd be willing to offer. Oh, hey, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see another debate. Merrick, I'd be willing to consider that Lance, like, was out of line with regard to the SDL thing. I don't know all of the details, but I'm sorry, but, like, even regardless of that, if we set that aside for 1 second, there is no way that I genuinely think that you would have to be deluding yourself to come to the conclusion that Destiny was being reasonable in this current conflict with Lance. Destiny literally accused the serfs of giving money directly to terrorists, which is a blatant lie, which could ruin your career. That is like horrible. That is a horrible accusation to make. And he's doubled down so hard, almost with the only purpose, never being like, oh, it was a joke. He just claims that it's true. He's actually trying to defame the serfs. So I understand if, like, I don't know, maybe I'm completely open to the idea that Lance fucked up with regard or did something wrong with regard to SDL, but with regard to this, anyway. Okay, give me a second here. Just gotta work everything out. Fancy Talking Soup, I'm a new subscriber and just want to say I really like your content. Fancy Talking Soup, welcome, new imp. Very, very happy to have you. Happy to have you here on the site. I'm sure you'll get lots of hugs from everybody now. We are a very warm community. I do a lot of fun debate and all that silliness and whatnot. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we are 60 likes short. Look at that. Remember? Wait a second. Remember before when I asked for likes and then we got 50 more likes? There are now 50 more people watching than before. So if we could get 50 more likes, we would probably get back up to 300 people watching, which is pretty incredible. I'm not kidding you the reason why I bother you all so much about the likes is because it actually, like, literally almost 1-to-1 for each like, we will get more viewers. Obviously it peaks out eventually, but, like, it's super cool. I think Lance has done some good things, but I wouldn't say he's exclusively a good influence. Okay, well, I don't think anybody's exclusively a good influence, like, not even myself. But I do think that Lance does a lot of good stuff. And I think that most of the time, Lance does do his homework. But I'm willing to be convinced of him not doing a good job covering the SDL stuff. To be fair, I didn't see much of what Lance was doing because I was doing my own thing, and I think I had a pretty fair take on the entire situation. I mean, I did a 3.5-hour video on it where I outlined everything, etc., etc. You don't think he's good at research? I think he's fine at research. Do they show up as YouTube viewers? Yes, site viewers do show up as YouTube viewers. It's just hard not to be a little salty. I thought your coverage was good. Well, thank you. I understand. I understand, Merrick. That's understandable. But I hope that we can both agree that in this particular instance, this is so far above and beyond incorrect on Destiny's part. And you know what? Actually, you know, fuck it. We'll do that. Oh, this is my new shirt. I didn't even show you. I didn't even show you all. Look at this. It says Satanic Panic, and it has a devil goat on it. I got this today. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. It's very comfy. I figured wearing a Satanic Panic shirt when we're about to go deal with moral panics from right-wingers would be very fitting. He really should have researched more about the IBM case. He would have mopped the absolute floor with him if he'd done his research. It seemed like he did. I actually don't know what Destiny said or did here. Oh, Merrick, Destiny literally, I'm not kidding you. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. Destiny literally accused Lance of raising money for Hamas. He said that he was donating money directly to terrorists because Lance raised a bunch of money for a fundraiser that goes to Islamic Relief Canada, which is a organization that is firmly liberal. He's so fractally wrong. I literally had to take notes on this morning. I have a notepad document, and by notepad I mean Sublime Text. I have a Sublime Text document that was just me typing down these fucking things because it was making me so mad. Oh, it's unbelievable, Merrick. Yeah, you want the link? Here, I can give you all the link. Enjoy. Yeah, he deletes everything all the time. So guess what? Here you go. Is it the same charity? No, it's not. Go ahead, click through. You'll see it for yourself. Go ahead. Yeah, thank God for archiving, because people who delete their tweets all the time. Oh, and he didn't walk it back though. When confronted with the archive of his deleted tweet. Oh, linky to the shirt? Yeah, hold on a second. Here, hold on. Here you go. It's this goth website. Here, how do I add command? Can somebody add, how do I do add command? Hold on a second. Let me add a command real quick. Growing up around Mormons? What? Because he's like polite or something? That's just Canadians in general. I really try to be, Vorbuddy. I really, really do. People say that I don't, but I actually really do. I really do try to be as charitable and accurate as possible. Oh, no. Oh, no. The page blew up. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Here it goes. Hold on. Ah! It's blowing up. It's blowing up. Okay, hold on a second. Bam. Okay, we should have a new command. Hold on, let me save it. And then we should have a new command. Let's see. Hey, Hulk. There you go. Satan shirt. You can get the Satan shirt here. Bam. It's command Satan shirt. Yep. I'm gonna get commands for most of the stuff I do. About to get ready for a Prime Royale panel. I can't believe how far I've gone, but I still want to say good luck with the fascists. Hey, good luck. Good luck on the Prime Royale. Good luck. Only 20 bucks. Yep. Yep, that's why I got it. Listen, told ya, Mama's thrifty. Mama uses the money well. Sorry that your YouTube got raided last night. It happened to another girl I was watching on YouTube as well. Yeah, it was pretty messy. By the way, thank you, actually, a fungus, for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that at all. A lot. I mean, I really appreciate that a lot. So what is this debate with a fascist? Well, you're about to find out because we're going on right now. Hold on. Just give me 1 second here. Hold on. Here we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Are we using audio through StreamYard as well, or is it only going to be? Are we going to use audio through Discord?
We're not doing Discord.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, this is all we
Just good
need.
to know.
All right, so we're not live yet. I'm going to put you guys down backstage, do the intro, and bring you guys on. All right? Alrighty.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
This will be fun, I think. Hoping everything is all
Hey
right.
guys, welcome to Politically Provoked, an interactive podcast where we host debates, panels, and interviews. If this is your first time joining us, don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell to keep up to date with all our future debates and panels. We are primarily on YouTube, but you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Discord, BitChute, TikTok, and Instagram. All the information is in the banner below. We also have a link tree you can find in the description, or you can just search Politically Provoked and we should pop right up. We are a neutral ground where people from across the political spectrum can either duke it out in a debate or just have a casual discussion in one of our panels. Either way, we try to represent both left and right-wing views on every episode. I'm your left-wing host, Brittany, and this is your right-wing host, Todd. How are you, Todd?
Good, Britt. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm a little nervous, but I'm ready for a fun day. All right, so we got a back-to-back debate night for you guys. It's gonna be
Accidental.
It's gonna be an exciting one for sure. So, we got a surprise debate from someone that has never been on Politically Provoked. So I'm really excited about that. Our first debate, we will be doing transgender issues, and then at 9 p.m., we are going to be debating infrared on tanky communism. So let's bring on our debaters. First up is the owner of liberalforum.org. He also debates right-wing positions on behalf of Politically Provoked. We do not necessarily condone or agree with his positions, but feel it's important to have representation of the far right, far left, and everywhere in between. So let's bring on Andrew Wilson, aka BigPapaFascist. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing good, yeah. So you want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, also known as BigPapaFascist. I debate right-wing issues on behalf of Politically Provoked, and I'm here to do a two for tonight and kick a couple people over the rail.
All right, thank you. All right, so next up is somebody brand new to Politically Provoked. Let's bring on DemonMama. How are you tonight?
Hello, I'm doing very well. Can you hear me now? I just
Yes,
wanted to make sure that I wasn't bleeding over any audio. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm very happy to be on for the first time on this show. I have heard of you around. My name is DemonMama. You can find everything, all of my links at demonmama.com, M-A-M-A. Super easy to find. All my links are right there, so you can go hang out with all of my lovely fans. We have an incredibly awesome community. We talk about all kinds of issues, including trans issues all the time. For I am trans. I represent a leftist perspective in general, though I don't really hold tight to any specific label. I believe in a world that is better for the thriving of all of us equally. So that's my position, and I'm very happy to be here today.
Great, thank you so much. And you can find both of our guests, all their social media links in the description. So if you want to go check out their content, it is there. All right, so here is what we will do. Each person can give an opening statement, can be as little as 1 minute, no longer than 5, about the topic and what your stance is. After that, we will open up the floor for open conversation. At the end of the debate, we will do a Q&A. So everybody in the audience, you can ask questions, tag Politically Provoked, who your question is addressed to, and we should be able to get to them all. We'll do closing statements and final thoughts after the Q&A. I'm not going to bring up the rules, but let's just try to limit the interruptions and no personal attacks, Andrew. Okay, so, all right, so why don't we get started with opening statements? Andrew, why don't you get us going?
Yeah, so DemonMama, I know that this was all kind of put together last minute. So it's not unreasonable to think you probably don't have an opening statement. That would probably be fair to think, right? The reason I was bringing that up is because just for the purposes of fairness, as I go through mine, if you have any points of contention or you want me to reread it or anything like that, just let me know.
Oh, that's fine. I'll be taking notes. I'm very, very comfortable doing open statements on the fly. So thank you.
Okay. So from my perspective, transgenderism in and of itself is a paradox. Advocates for transgenderism make the base claim that gender is socially constructed, then also make the claim they were born in the wrong body and need to change their body so it fits better with the gender they claim they want to be. This is an absolute paradox. If gender is socially constructed, and I agree it is, then the only thing we have as a determination of sex would be biological markers. To say you feel like the opposite sex is a physical impossibility, thus creating yet another paradox. To go more down the paradoxical nature of what you on the left call transgenders, let's also not forget that transgenders who enter opposite sex relationships often refer to themselves as being homosexuals, even though homosexuality, as we all know, is a same-sex relationship. It has nothing to do with gender whatsoever. To claim you are a biological male, but change your gender to a woman's, for instance, and then enter a relationship with a woman, that isn't a homosexual relationship. To claim it is logically inconsistent. The paradoxes are actually never ending in this entire trans theory. I've heard, for instance, that men can have periods. This is, of course, absurd unless your definition of a man has something to do with gender roles. Men can't have periods. This is an absurd postulation made possible with the advent of a term called IMS. It's a total fraud and in no way represents the menstrual cycle of a biological female, which, by the way, is completely obvious to everybody. The list actually goes on forever in regards to all the paradoxes actually involved with what you leftists call transgenders. In essence, as a fast summary, my overarching position here is that what you consider transgenders aren't actually objectively real, instead a simple social construction, in essence, a concept that logically fails on the merits of consistency. Transgenders can only exist within the paradigm of feeling like one. So they can be equally dismissed as not being real with no actual logical penalty. If you claim you feel like a woman and therefore you are, it's just as meritorious for me to claim I feel you are not a woman, therefore you're not. So we end up with the dubious claim of it doesn't hurt you in any way to accept me as a woman, but hurts me not to be accepted. This is yet another in a long string of paradoxes, since hurt, in this case, can only be measured in terms that are emotional. I can equally claim to be just as hurt by accepting you, again, with no logical penalty. The paradoxes are unlimited. This debate, like those in the past, will likely devolve quickly into an appeal to authority, and this is because the trans phenomenon cannot be logically consistently explained.
All right, so DemonMama.
Damn, that was quite an opening statement. I'll give you credit. It was you had a lot of points in there. So let's try and go. I'm going to try and address these point by point in my opening statement. So first of all, the idea that as you use the word transgenderism, a term that nobody really uses, is a paradox, really is based on some weird assumptions. I heard that you brought up the sort of wrong body argument, that you're born into the wrong body. And, you know, it's really funny. If you actually knew anything about the subject that you're talking about, you would realize that the wrong body argument was a chosen path of political advocacy, that very few people truly believe they are born in the wrong body. But because most of America is, and in the past, this is less so these days, is a dualist, meaning that they believe that there is both a body and a soul, transgender activists, usually around the time of the 80s and 90s, began to explain things as being born into the wrong body so that they could make sense to people who didn't necessarily understand the exact same terminology as them. In my opinion, that is ideal and an attempt to build a bridge, a diplomatic approach that shows a genuine need to be recognized and be treated as an equal, whereas you seem to represent this as a paradox. That's not really the case. Gender theorists for a long time have held, and I myself hold, the idea that gender is indeed a social construct, and more importantly, it is an identifier. It is among many other things that we consider identifiers, things like names. There is no such thing as an objective name. You might be able to come up with something like a term like a legal name being this is the name that the state knows you as, but we do not recognize legal names as the only name. For example, I noticed that your name online is BigPapaFascist, and I'm sure many people refer to you by that name. That is not your legal name, but in most online spaces, that is your name. And this also explains why people can have multiple names. Likewise, gender is best understood as a term of self-identity that can be declared and agreed upon and respected in good faith. Now, the idea that you threw in something about homosexuality being not true about trans people, but I guess you're allowed to try and assert that, but that's not really true. And even if you disagree with it, there are many other people who don't disagree with that idea, who would say that, yeah, if you spend your life identifying one way and you date people who identify the same way, that is more than reasonable to consider a homosexual relationship, both for the purposes of society and for the purposes of self-identity. For example, when I go out with my girlfriend, which I have multiple of, when I go out with my girlfriend, people see us as lesbians. They see us as gay women, and that's perfectly fine with me. But it is a reality nonetheless. You say that everything is based on feelings and whatnot, but that's not really true. And even if it were, feelings are a real thing. We recognize this all the time. For example, I'm sure you wouldn't laugh at the idea that men have a high suicide rate in our society, and that is ultimately based off of feelings. But feelings, as it turns out, can be pretty important, and they can factor into a lot of things. Now, that doesn't mean that anything that you feel is automatically 100% true about the world. However, it does indicate that feelings are very important. And as it turns out, most of the time, fascists, but not just fascists, transphobes in general, will pretend and over-exaggerate how much they are actually impacted by the existence of and the rights of trans people in the name of, well, controlling other people. There is no evidence anywhere that you or any of the people that you care about are psychologically damaged by the existence of trans people. However, there is an abundance of evidence that people like you, people who deny trans people validity and basic humanity and medical treatment, do actually cause meaningful social harm to others. And I think to assert otherwise would be absurd and dishonest. So I'm interested to see where this conversation will go, but I think that will wrap it up for my opening statement. I think I touched on everything that you brought up there.
All right.
Okay. DemonMama, are you a woman?
Yes, I am.
What makes you one?
What makes me a woman is that I have declared that I am a woman.
So it's because you feel like a woman?
No, it's because I am a woman.
Okay, but what makes you one?
The fact that I declared that I'm a woman. The same thing that makes you a man. Are you a man, right? You're a man?
Yeah.
Okay, what makes you a man?
I produce small gametes.
Incorrect.
I also have XY chromosomes.
Can you prove that to us? Would you be willing to undergo a chromosomal test right here on the stream?
Well, I don't need to. I have 5 children, so we know I produce small gametes.
That's not true. What if they were adopted? What if you're lying about them?
No, I'm not lying about them.
Well, that's what you're saying, but people lie on the internet all the time. What if I was to say that I thought you were a woman?
But even let's just grant for a second that I was. It still wouldn't make it any less true that if I produce small gametes, I'd be a male.
Well, you would be a male, perhaps, but you would not be a man necessarily. These are
I
different
see.
terms.
Well, I'm looking at
wait,
the
hold on a second. Before you go, excuse me.
Let me finish. I'll take it back to you. When I look at the definition of man, it says a male adult.
Where?
Would you like me to link it to you?
Yeah, is that like Webster's dictionary or something? Wait. Hold on a second. Didn't you say in your opening statement that this would end up being an argument about an appeal to authority? Well, look at who's appealing to an authority immediately.
I'm not appealing to
What's
anything.
appeal to dictionary?
You questioned a definition, so I had to give you the definition if you question it.
No.
Am I?
What I'm questioning
I don't
is
need
the
to.
way that you what I'm questioning is the way that you formulate your definition.
Okay, well let's move back then. What
first of
makes
all-
you a woman?
Oh, what makes me a woman? The fact that I declare that I'm a woman. You already asked this already. Again,
So it's just a feeling.
Excuse me. Let me finish my sentence. I know you're very eager to get in here, but let me explain what I'm saying. I believe that not only do I believe that this is a truthful way of doing things, but I also believe it is a better way to recognize that gender is a social construct and that by and large, the only way that we currently engage with one another in our current timeline, in the status quo, is by a good faith assumption of honesty. When you say you're a man, I assume you're a man. I never ask for you to produce a chromosomal test. I never ask you to do this, except for when I did here to illustrate a point. What I'm pointing out here is that nobody uses chromosomes or sex characteristics or anything like that, except for really small-minded people who don't understand things about the world or how things work. Those types of people might. But most people, they look at someone and they use, as a matter of identity, a number of different traits. And I advocate that we should consider self-identity to be the ideal way of doing this, because that's how we do it most of the time. That's how we identify one another most of the time. You ask someone, hey, who are you? And they tell you their name, and if you're interested in their gender, you ask them about it. And that is separate than sex. Sex and gender have some correlations with regard to how society treats people with certain types of bodies and whatever, but they're not the same thing. And this has been the case for a very long time. Basically,
I agreed in my opening that gender is a social construction.
Yeah,
that's what.
fantastic.
That's actually what.
So
makes
then you
it so
agree with me.
That's actually what makes it so paradoxical, because I ask you what makes. I ask you what makes you a woman.
Yes.
And you say because I say so, right?
Correct. Because that is what I identify as. And
gender.
Gender. Excuse me. Don't interrupt me.
I just let you go.
No.
So let
Excuse
me.
me. Wait, but you asked me.
It's not quantifiable.
You guys.
Yes, but
It's
I mean,
not quantifiable.
I think it's unfair to be asked a question and then have him answer the question that he asked me. I think that's unfair.
Go ahead.
So,
Thank
go
you.
ahead and answer, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As I said, gender is a social construct that is most useful and most commonly used right now as a matter of self-identity. When people tell us they are one thing, it is the best path for us to say, there is literally no reason why anyone would need to lie about this or would lie about it, and there's no way we can reasonably know. If we go by your definition of gender, where you tie gender 100% to sex, that would lead to a world that is absurd. It would be a world where you could never take anybody's word for the gender that they are, even if they looked like what you thought a man was supposed to look like. You wouldn't be able to do that, because for all you know, they might not be a man. They might not produce gametes at all. What if they're intersex? What if they just look externally like a man, but they aren't? Your definition of gender doesn't work. And this is why people like myself and people who have been a part of trans activism have argued that there is a better, more functional, and more accurate definition of gender, which is that gender is a social construct of self-identity and self-perception.
So it's not quantifiable.
Well, many things are not immediately quantifiable.
Well, that's not what I asked. Is it specifically this is not quantifiable?
I mean, I think that it could be quantifiable. It depends on the context, right? Like if you wanted to ask how many people identified.
Well, if you say the only reason that this is true is because I say so, then how can that be quantified?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you asking? Are you asking whether you can quantify anything related to gender? I'm just confused as to what you're saying.
Let's pretend for a second the alphabet is a social construction. You would agree that that's true.
Of course.
Okay, but we have to limit the alphabet in order to make it useful, don't we?
No, not necessarily.
No, so if the alphabet went on infinitely, how useful would it be?
Well, it probably wouldn't be very useful if it went on infinitely.
Yeah,
but
probably wouldn't be very useful.
Hold on a second. Wait, don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah,
look, you really love to do this. You really like to ask a question or pose a hypothetical and then not let me answer or address it.
Oh, no, I just like to
I think that's very
follow up.
convenient for you.
Well, you go off on these weird tirades. It just
No, I'm explaining things. Just because you're wait, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, but just because your mind is too small to grasp these ideas doesn't mean that the audience's mind is. You don't need to say that, like, do some weird ad hom attack of like, oh, you're going off on a tangent. No, I'm explaining my ideas that you're asking me about. If you don't want to know these things, don't ask that question, and I'll just talk about what I'm interested in.
So are they quantifiable or not?
They're quantifiable in certain ways, but just like a name, the only way that you can quantify an identity is by asking the person who is doing the identifying. That is how identity works. It is not a. It is not
So can I
directly
be a leprechaun?
No.
Oh, why not?
Well, I mean, I suppose if you wanted to play with the definition of leprechaun, you could probably come up with some interesting way, but generally no. And the reason for that—
Can I be an attack helicopter?
Excuse me. No, you cannot. And the reason for that is, let me explain. An attack helicopter is not an identity. An attack helicopter is an object. We have a thing that is defined as an attack
But you
helicopter.
just said identity is not quantifiable.
Identity is not, but an attack helicopter.
I can be an
hold
attack
on a
helicopter.
second. Hold on. Don't get ahead of yourself. I know you really think that's super funny. You did the one meme, but it's not, and nobody is impressed with this. It's not any sort of logical triumph to say I'm an attack helicopter. An attack helicopter is an object. We decide what an attack helicopter is because it is a machine that has specific parameters, that has blueprints. That is not the same for something like woman or a name. They are
objectively real.
Excuse me, I'm not done. They are both social constructs in a certain way, but they are different types of social constructs. The social construct of an attack helicopter is something that allows us to identify a weapon of war. Nobody identifies as a weapon of war because it is not an identifier. It is an object. This is like linguistics, and maybe you've never studied linguistics. It's possible that you haven't. Maybe you've never looked into linguistics, but our brain has different types of social constructs contained in our mind. One type, an identifier, is like a name, or like woman, or like Christian, or there's all kinds of different things that are identifiers that we decide for ourselves and we tell the world. An attack helicopter is not one of those things. An attack helicopter is a defined object.
Yeah, it's objectively real. That's my whole point.
Well, I mean,
so because
that's not what the wait. That's not what those words mean. That's not what objectively real means.
but
Gender is objectively real. You are literally wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you.
You literally just
When
did.
you're talking,
Okay, you guys, maybe we should have timed back and forth so that
It's
This is
necessary.
fine.
limit
This
the
is fine. We're getting through it. When you're talking
Right.
about an attack helicopter as a social construction and being objectively real, you're right. Both are true. The social construction portion of it might be the identifier that it is an attack helicopter, the conceptualization perhaps. But there is an objectively real thing also called an attack helicopter. We can agree
Yes,
that
and there
both
is an
the
objectively real thing
to
called
say-
woman.
To agree, so we can agree that conceptually, we can conceptually agree that this is a social construction, and we can also agree that it's objectively real. Within your paradigm, you're saying this is a social construction only. There's no way for you to quantify it.
No.
So when I ask you if I can be a
my dear God,
leprechaun
you really don't understand.
or
it,
I can
right?
be a unicorn and you can't quantify it, it becomes paradoxical. You see how that works?
No, I don't. That doesn't follow at all. There is something objectively called a woman, and that thing is that is an identifier. That is what being a woman is. You can identify yourself as a woman. And what you want to talk about, what woman might mean with regard to cultural context, what it might mean is that requires, and that can be analyzed from a historical perspective, which you just refuse to engage with because
So it's subjective.
in your mind, but if you want to go that far, if you're going to say that anything that exists is subjective, I mean, that is true. We can go full solipsistic if you want to here. I didn't know that that's what we were going to be discussing here as to whether how we actually know things and how we observe things about the world. If you're asking
we're
whether,
not.
excuse me, hold
I'm
on.
specifically talking
I
about
was in the
trans-
middle of a
trans
sentence.
people.
My God, you really don't have any respect, do you? I mean, I
You've
guess.
had more time than me.
I feel
Wait,
like
it's
we
not
should
about
do the
time, is it? Is it really
Well, I
about
feel like
time?
we should do like some time back and forth. I mean, it's up to you.
Oh, I mean, I'm
you
fine
guys,
with
but
whatever. Look, I've done all kinds of I've done all kinds of scrappy debates. I just, sometimes when I get asked multiple questions and then when I'm trying to respond to the question, I'm told that I'm talking too much. That seems really bad faith and like childish.
I
to be
didn't
completely
say
honest.
you were talking too much. I just like to cut
I mean,
right
you
to the
literally
chase.
did,
What you're saying is that gender is a social construction, is
Correct.
not quantifiable, and the only identifier that you need for gender is because I said so. Based
How do
on
you quantify?
absolutely
Can you
nothing else.
tell me something?
If
Can you tell
that-
me something
If
real
that's
quick?
the case, then you run into my exact paradoxical argument, and there's actually nothing wrong then with me identifying with the social construction part of being an attack helicopter, even if I don't identify as the objective reality of what an attack helicopter is as an object.
But
Because we've just admitted
you're
that there's a
still
social
struggling with this.
construction in-
You're still struggling with this. These are two different
I'm not
types.
struggling with it.
Yes, you are. You are
No, I'm not.
genuine. I'm like watching you slip over the words that we're using here. There are different types of social constructs. A definition of what is an attack helicopter is definitional. It is not used for identity. An identifier like woman or a name or your religious identity or your racial identity, these are identifiers. And some of these identifiers even have slightly different rules about them. Like, for example, we have different functional rules for gender than we do for race. And there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. But what you're doing is you're basically saying, I refuse to acknowledge that there are different types, or I am selectively refusing to acknowledge that there are different types of identifiers, of social constructs that exist. You refuse to acknowledge that, which means that it's very hard to proceed because you refuse to acknowledge that we use words differently. And what you want to do is you want to impose on this conversation some absurd limitation that nobody behaves under. No one pretends, no person on the planet, besides, I guess, people with a really, really poorly constructed argument because they really don't like trans people or something, or they don't want them to exist. Those types of people maybe will come to this position, but no one else does. Every single day we walk outside and we use all kinds of different social constructs for different reasons. Humans are social animals, obviously. Like, this is not a hard thing to do. You're just refusing to engage with it.
Okay, so can you point out when I said that there wasn't different types of social construction?
Yes, when you
In fact, I pointed out the alphabet as being an example of one type of social construction, and I pointed out gender as being a separate type of social construction.
Correct.
Isn't that so?
Yes.
Okay, well then,
wait, hold on a second. You asked me a question again. You just asked me a question again.
I must know the difference between social constructions.
You did it again. You asked me a question, then you immediately tried to answer
Well, you won't
for
let me follow up to finish anything.
It wasn't a matter of
Before you go
follow-up.
on this long diatribe.
Okay, so I think we're gonna do the time back and forth so we can actually you can get what you're wanting to say out. So
Thank you.
We'll just do like 1 minute back and forth, and you don't have to use it all, but just
Okay,
uninterrupted.
So to my minute, of course I know the difference between different types of social constructions. What I'm talking about here is DemonMama is saying that as far as social constructions go with identifiers, the claim from DemonMama is that as far as an identifier goes, it's not quantifiable when it comes to gender. Literally, that's what DemonMama said. So why is it that the expectation after DemonMama says that this is not quantifiable, why is DemonMama arguing with me about whether or not it's quantifiable by saying there's different types of social constructions? Clearly, there's different types of social constructions, but this particular one is not quantifiable. Since it's not quantifiable, you can basically use almost anything you and I agree on as an identifier to identify something, can't we?
All right.
Sorry, were you finished?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I saw his video still moving. My apologies. Yeah, so again, what you're doing here is while you are saying aloud, like the words that you are saying is, yes, I recognize there are differences, but then your argument demonstrates that you aren't recognizing the difference. There is some conceivable future, perhaps a future in which we broaden the definition of attack helicopter, and people can, I don't know, we recognize that, like, because of cybernetic enhancements or something, that it makes more sense for for people to be able to identify themselves that way. But that's not the world that we live in right now. All social constructs are subject to change. You bring up the alphabet, and that's a great example of one. Like, I'm amazed that, like, you would use it in your argument but not recognize. Do you think the alphabet has always stayed the same? The alphabet isn't even the same between two countries. If you go north to Canada, you will recognize that they have a different alphabet than we do. They have the I can't remember the name of the little C with the S underneath that's present in French. I really can't remember the name of it off there. Germans have a different alphabet. Greeks have a different alphabet. The Cyrillic alphabet exists. There is hiragana and katakana in Japan. There is Chinese. What's it called? A kanji. That's the Japanese term for it. I don't recall the Chinese name for it. This is like what you're showing is that in your actual arguments, they're not actually holding together with what you're saying. So you're contradicting yourself.
They're holding together fine. You're absolutely making my point for me. You are saying that the alphabet is quantifiable, and it needs to change in quantity in order for it to be a useful social construction. It may need to change in quantity as far as less letters, for instance, maybe more letters.
Yes.
Maybe a lot more letters, maybe a lot less letters.
Correct.
Right?
Which
All
means
of
there
these
is no.
things-
Wait,
all
wait.
of these,
Hold
hang on.
on. Yeah, hold on.
These were your rules, remember? So all of these
My
things,
rules.
all of these things are quantifiable, except in your case, what you consider identifiers. Identifiers are not quantifiable, right? And so in your case, within your metrics, you're saying that the only thing that makes you a transgender is that you say so. But when I ask you what makes you a woman, you say, well, nothing more than just me saying that I'm a woman.
Correct.
Of course, that's paradoxical in and of itself.
No, it is not. See, again, this is what's happening. You're almost grasping it, and then you're slipping right off of it. So an alphabet is a social construct that we define in a number of ways. When you say something like an alphabet is quantifiable, that is a meaningless statement. Anything can be quantifiable. I could quantify all kinds of things about gender. It depends on what you're asking. What do you mean when you're asking for quantifiable? If you were to say quantify the alphabet, I would say that is an impossible question. I mean, maybe I would recommend reading some Wittgenstein, who could teach you perhaps a little bit about the meaning, the need for linguistically understandable and logically understandable questions. You might grow from that. But what I'm trying to tell you here is that asking quantify the alphabet is impossible, because then I would have to say which alphabet. I would have to say the alphabet at which point in history, and those all would be different quantities. But the quality of an alphabet, that the alphabet is a constructed set of letters that are commonly used and that change depending on the societal need, is exactly the same. This goes the same for gender as well. A gender, man, woman, whatever other gender you want to come up with, is quantifiable by its context, but it is qualitatively a self-identifier.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
So it sounds like all alphabets can be quantified then.
So you want to give up your time? Give up your time.
That's what you
All
got? All right, cool.
Well, I mean, how do you have a non-quantifiable?
This is the debate equivalent. You
just
gave up your time, and now you're talking during my time. Come on, this is silly. Come on, this is so childish.
I was just clarifying the question.
I mean, I guess it does make sense. You basically did the debate equivalent of crossing your arms and saying no. And I don't know what to tell you about that. If you're going to hear my explanation of this, and then you're going to stand and just say no, I don't think so, but not provide any reasoning for that, that's silly. The concept of an alphabet. The concept of an alphabet cannot be quantified. It is not quantifiable. I mean, it could be if you asked a specific question. Like, for example, if you said
how many letters?
Yeah, you could. Well, how many letters in the English alphabet? Yes, you probably could. And you would also have to add to that in the English alphabet as of this year, because we don't know. We might change it next year. And guess what?
I agree.
Guess what? We have other types of social constructs that have some similar rules and some different rules, like gender. Gender, which is best and most functionally and most ethically understood as a matter of self-identity. We already do this now. You do not have to show every person that you talk to a chromosomal test that proves that you are a man. People just take your word for it, because that's the best way to do it. And as it turns out, with regard to trans people, when trans people have a very genuine understanding of themselves from a gender that is as a gender that they have decided upon, that they have self-identified as, it makes sense to simply say, yes, in good faith, we agree with you, because gender is so complicated. It's such a, has such a historical history. There are societies that have more than one. Sorry, I don't want to go over my time, but I did want to get my idea. Okay. This is hard to do in 1 minute on this topic, but basically what I'm saying is that gender has changed all throughout history with regard to what it does in the world, but what it is has always been an identifier, and that is still true to this day. You just deny that and refuse to engage in it because you want to be able to make stupid jokes about attack helicopters or something.
No stupid joke. I'm trying.
I mean, you did do stupid jokes. It's not my fault.
I'm trying to get you to understand that if you just say that I am something as an identifier, and I disagree that you are that thing, what makes you right?
I'm sorry. What makes you right? I mean,
yes.
Agreement.
Isn't it just as valid? In other words, isn't it just as valid? Yeah, exactly. Agreement. So it's just as valid, in other words, for me to say you're not a woman as it is for you to say you're a woman. Correct?
Well, that depends on how you define valid, right? because when I say valid, I usually use the term valid to mean like socially reasonable, harmless, et cetera, like these sorts of things. But I get the feeling that when you like, if you wanted to define valid as like, can you say that thing? Yes, you can. You can say anything you want. There's nothing stopping
It's just
you.
as I'm talking about logical. It's just as logically valid if you were to say that my identity is woman, and I disagree and say no, it's not. Your identity is man.
See, this is where
right?
you're missing the logical link.
Why is it logically invalid for me to identify you differently than how you identify yourself?
Let me explain this again. I will explain it again. This is like the 4th or 5th time I've explained this to you. Because
use small words.
Excuse me. I will. I know you really need those. Gender is a matter of self-identity. That is why. That is why it is different. Why, if you tell me, that is why it is valid for me to say, yes, my identity is woman. And it is not valid, logically, for you to say you are not a woman, because you don't get to know that. You don't know what people are. Nobody does. Gender only functions, and it does function, by the way. Gender functions great when we treat it as the social construct it is supposed to be. And again, linguists of all stripes, gender theorists have talked about this forever, which I'm sure you have never read anything of, because I'm sure you probably think that they're like degenerates or something like that. And therefore you can easily put them out of sight and out of mind, that little thought terminating cliche thing. But in reality, we recognize that gender functions best as a social construct that is based on self-identity. And therefore, logically, it follows that I can declare my identity just like you can declare your identity, and you can't declare my identity for me. You can't do that. The same way I can't tell you that your name isn't Andrew, you can't tell me that I am not a woman. And I can't tell you that you're not a man. And guess what? That works. That makes our society work. It makes our society better. It makes our world better, and it makes more sense. It using language that way builds a better use for that language. And you have yet to display anything to the opposite.
So to get this right, it's okay for you to identify however you choose based on however you feel, but it's not okay for me to identify you however I choose based on the way that I feel.
Yes, because identity is not determined by you. You don't get to impose identity on other people. In the same way, I don't get to impose identity on you. Now, if you want to make other things, like for example, your so clever attack helicopter meme, you know, you might be able to go, if you were to claim I am the object, an attack helicopter, I could go, well, that's not true. An attack helicopter is a weapon of war that has a rotor blade, blah, 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 whatever specifications you wanted to. However, that is not the case for woman, because if you look at what a woman actually is, woman is a self-identifier. I don't understand how you're not grasping this. Is it that, are you that desperate to hold on to that lame, stale joke? Is that what it is? Is it like you really love saying that you're an attack helicopter?
No, it has to do with logical consistency. So
but I've already displayed that that's not true, that your logic is not consistent here.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
What I was trying to flesh out here was very simple, which is that you want to have your cake and eat it too. You're trying to say that in this particular social construction, when it comes to identifiers, when it comes to people, only people can identify themselves. Other people can't identify them. Right?
Yes.
So
for
only
them.
therefore only your feelings matter, not the feelings of the people who are around you when it comes to identity.
With
and
regard to identity? Wait, you just
when it comes to identity.
Okay. That is correct.
So for instance, I can give you some examples of when you might be identified in ways that you don't want to be identified. For instance, let's say you use a fake name. Mm-hmm. Would it be fair to say that police might identify you with your actual name?
Well, that's not your actual name. That would be perhaps your legal name or your state ID name, but that is not your name. Wait, hold on. No, don't. Let me fucking answer, for God's sake. Like, holy shit, I hate this so much. It's such a double standard. Okay, let me explain this to you. Again, you're on here with a name tag that says Andrew BigPapaFascist. None of us, and no one here, none of the people watching, none of the thousands of people watching my stream right now, none of those people are going to doubt that you are Andrew BigPapaFascist, because that is your name. Now, of course, there are different, I know this is going to be really hard. I know you've been struggling to grasp these sorts of things this entire time, but there are different types of names. Now, if you want to say that somebody was using a fake name to get away with a crime, well, I mean, we all use fake names all the time. And in the case of a crime, what is relevant, no matter what, is not necessarily your monikers. I guess it could become relevant if you did like a cybercrime or something. But what is relevant in that case is your legal name, the name that is kept on record by the state. But a name and a legal name aren't the same thing. They're not even close to the same. And we recognize this all the time. For example, I mean, how many people, I mean, I know every single person out here in the audience probably has a cousin who goes by a different name because their uncle named them Bob Jr., and so they go by the name Robbie or something like that. And everybody knows them as Robbie, and everybody calls them Robbie, and nobody says fucking anything about it. And the reason for that is names are an identifier that get to be determined by the person who is declaring their identity. And yes, if you want to talk about a legal name, that's a very specific type of name. That's the equivalent of saying the English alphabet as of 2021.
Okay, so
It's not hard to understand.
So you and I can agree then that there's plenty of times where it's appropriate for people to put identifiers on you that you don't necessarily want to have.
There probably could be. I think that there are some valid examples of that. Like, for example,
I see.
Like, for example, if I was to commit a crime that harmed another person, people might identify me as like a criminal. And that might be very fair. That might be perfectly just. But it might also not be, keep in mind, because there are people who are innocent who are identified incorrectly as a criminal. But you are also talking about a different form of identification. There is
So who's valid?
What's that?
So who's valid in that case?
it's
Is it
very
the person
complicated,
identifying
right?
themselves or the person who's identifying the other person?
Well, thankfully, we have all kinds of rules for that. We have all kinds of systems that work in various different ways. Some countries have bad justice systems and identification systems, and other ones have good ones. I don't understand what's hard to understand about this. I don't know where your contention is here. You've just pointed out. Wait. I was not finished with my sentence. I just pointed out that you did not actually manage to do anything here other than simply state, oh, there is another type of social construct. I agree. There are all kinds of social constructs that do different things. Some of them are useful. Some of them are not.
Okay, so what I was pointing out is that the merit within your argument that self-identifiers can only be produced by the person is without merit.
No,
and
that's
it's
not
completely
true.
without merit by your own agreement. And you just gave me several examples of it not being meritorious yourself. So
Really?
again, come back to this logical conundrum of why your feelings on what you identify as are more important than what my feelings are about what you identify as. It's not logically consistent.
Yes,
Now,
it is.
you keep
I've
on-
already
you
explained
keep
this
on-
like 4 times.
You keep on going along with this this whole little undertone of the smooth brain and blah 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 ad homs
I
because
didn't
it's
say
all
you
you
were a
got.
smooth brain. Hey, I didn't
It's
say
all
you were a
you-
smooth brain.
It's all you got.
I never said you were a smooth brain. Excuse me, please. Big Papa Fascist. I
You've been
understand.
ad homing the whole time.
No, I haven't. I've been strongly implying that you're struggling with these concepts because it is visibly apparent that you are struggling with a lot of these concepts, and you're getting like actively.
Well, everybody struggles with these concepts because they're paradoxical.
I don't think so. I don't think that's
They're
true.
Paradoxical. So
I have this.
moving on.
Wait. No,
Let me move
not
on.
moving on. Don't you do
You
that. I
want to
wasn't
stay
done.
in this forever?
Yes,
We
I want
can.
to. I want to finish what I was saying because you do this thing where you try to take control of the conversation and answer my questions for me so that it conveniently. It's like arguing with a. I don't know. It's like you want to argue with like a doll instead of a human. You want
Well,
to
you
like
go on these long, boring diatribes. Just get to the point.
I'm so sorry. Is the little fascist mad that it's boring? The ideas,
No, it's the man with the wig mad because
the ideas are too big for him. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. So yeah, finish what we were gonna say, and then
Yeah,
go ahead.
sorry.
I'm
What I was
gonna
gonna say is
try
that
to not do the time things. Just more so if there's a lot of interruption. I want you guys to be able to just have your free flowing conversation, but just
So on to the.
wait a minute. No. Hold on a second. The mod just gave it to me, dude. Jesus Christ, you really are like, wow. You just love hearing your own voice. Like, right? Like, am I wrong? Or did you just not pass it to me?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, it just sounded better
you were gonna finish your sentence. You said. So.
Thank you. I've explained exactly how this logic works. That there are all types of social constructs that we use. Identity is one of those. We do not tell someone that their name isn't X ever. And when you're talking about something
Yes,
like
we do.
no, we do not. That
you
never
just gave
happens.
examples of it happening, literally. in
Okay,
real
Doris. Okay, Doris. I'm going to call you Doris for the rest of this. Is that going to be sensical? No, it'll be very confusing for the audience, and you will be mad that it's not what matches your name tag. So why would I bother forcing you to have some name that's not yours? That's fucking ridiculous. Nobody does this. You're just simply lying because you've realized that your logic doesn't work.
It works fine.
Thanks,
literally
Doris.
conceded it by every metric.
Thank you,
but
Doris.
That aside, what I wanted to move on to was the conundrum of transsexuality and homosexuality. And I am struggling with this concept
maybe I can help you.
That a biological male can engage in other than same-sex activity and still be considered a homosexual.
Well, I mean, that depends very much on your definition of homosexuality, right?
That would be same-sex activity. That's everybody's definition.
No, it is not, actually. Interestingly,
It's not.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Not even close. Once again, like, just because you don't keep up with things doesn't mean that you don't. Let me give you an example of this. Did you know that the term? Are you familiar with the term bisexual?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your, just real quick? This is a quick question. You don't need to go on a big thing. What is your understanding of what the word bisexual means?
Someone has sex with both sexes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, did you know that in the 80s, the word bisexual meant somebody who believes that they are both sexes at once, aka it's very similar to what we now call non-binary. Did you know that?
Sure, makes sense.
Okay, cool. So terminology can change once if people sort of agree that, hey, there's a better definition here. There's a way to be more clear, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure that is going to happen a lot over the course of our lives. Some people, like yourself, just sort of stubbornly refuse when it's convenient for you, mind you, because you don't really do this for other things. Just when it's convenient, just when you want to be able to oppress somebody, you'll pop in and say, no, I don't want to do that one. But in reality, we have not everything from the everyday person to gay people themselves to trans people to gender theorists all across the board have recognized that defining homosexuality by sex because it has the word sex in it is nonsensical. That nobody thinks about the sex of their partner. They think about the gender of their partner. And that's why if you look up most working definitions and most sort of largely agreed upon definitions of homosexuality, you will recognize that most people now use it to refer to being with somebody who's the same gender as you, because it doesn't make sense to sort the world by sex. We don't know people's sex. It's very hard to actually figure out what people's sex is. So
can you by chance show me this widely agreed upon definition of homosexuality that doesn't include same-sex activity, please?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Please take your time to go to any of the you can go to the W path, you can go to the APA. I'm not gonna do your homework for you because you refuse to study for this. There are thousands of organizations, not just organizations, but also groups of people, individuals such as myself who actually live as a gay person and as a trans person. There are cis, there are trans people. This is a widespread thing. Everyone, I'm not kidding you. I'm very, very deeply connected into the queer communities across here in my area and also in the United States. I'm very plugged into this. I promise you that a lot of people, if not the vast majority, no longer, and they never really did. The reason why this term has changed is because people realized actually we don't really use sex. We don't really take genetic tests and find out if that's the person we're attracted to. We identify gendered traits that we like or find attractive, and then we follow those. We follow the social aspects. So
in the private chat, which I just posted up, that's the APA dictionary for psychology, and they define homosexuality: sexual attraction or activity between members of the same sex. APA was one of your
probably haven't updated it yet.
APA was one of your reference points for the authority that you wanted to appeal to.
Oh, I didn't actually. If you hold on a second, did you not listen?
And yet, here we have.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Did
you not
have
listen?
The definition from the APA itself, and it's right
did
there.
I not? Excuse
would
me.
you like the link to it?
Did you not listen? Wait, is private chat on screen? Okay, let's take a look here. Homosexuality, the APA dictionary is sexual attraction or activity between members of the same sex. Oh, interesting. I guess the APA should probably update that, in my opinion.
Yeah, the American Psychological Association,
totally.
your grandest appeal to authority.
Excuse me, that wasn't.
That it's activity between same sex. And
hold
of
on
course
a second.
it is.
Wait, before you grandstand, excuse me, but it's really funny that you literally didn't listen, and now you're desperately trying to rewrite the narrative. Did you not recall when I listed about, 10 different sources from which I would pull
Name
from
more.
this? Yeah,
and I'll
sure.
look it up.
Good.
I'll look them up
I
in
just
real
gave you a
time.
ton. And guess what? Do you want to know what else is important? The self-identity of the people there. Because guess what? Sometimes here's a wild one. And I know you're gonna like this one. Sometimes official sources, those authorities that you are trying to desperately appeal to now, when you interestingly, yes, you literally did. You started this argument.
No,
by,
I just pulled
excuse
up a
me.
definition.
I am
You
talking
are
right
the one
now.
who
I am
appealed to
talking right
authority.
now, Papa. I'm talking right now. Please hold your tongue, okay? What you appealed to at the beginning was a dictionary definition. That is a definitional appeal to authority. I'm not appealing to authority. I am saying that there are a lot of people who have studied this who recognize this. There are enormous swaths of the actual community that uses these identifiers that recognize this. And guess what? Sometimes things don't change very quickly. Sometimes people, there are incorrect things. I mean, fuck, we all know this, right? We know that there's outdated medical textbooks that are used in schools all over the country. Knowledge is never perfectly disseminated. So sure, maybe the APA
I thought
has
you just said this was all widely agreed upon.
Excuse me. Maybe the APA has a listed definition that I personally feel is out of date. And the cool thing that I can do is I can make an argument for why that's the case instead of an appeal to authority, which is what you're doing right now. The reason
You're the one who named them.
Excuse me. The reason why I brought up, I didn't just name one, you'll notice. I named many. And the reason why I named many was to show that there are many sources that believe this. Now, perhaps I was incorrect. And I can admit that the APA, perhaps in this particular definition, but I'd be interested to see how frequently they update their online dictionary versus what their actual materials show. Because as I understood it, they'd change their definition, but I could be wrong. I'd be open to looking into this and saying, okay, the APA, I don't really think that they're on the right level. Maybe they have a different approach to it. But regardless, nonetheless, there are numerous sources we can go to for this. It is you who is insisting that we appeal to authority. It is I who is presenting an argument for why I believe the thing that I believe. You don't have an argument for why you believe the thing that you believe. You have no argument for why we should... Excuse me, I'm not done. I was talking.
Are you ever going to be done?
No, not if you keep interrupting me. I'll just talk forever. If you keep interrupting me like a child, then sure, I'll just keep going. Super, super easy. Because you want to insist that, oh, this is for some reason, and again, this whole point doesn't really make sense. So you're mad. Are you? I forgot to ask. Are you gay?
No.
Okay. All right. So you're mad that maybe some gay people some trans people in your mind might be hypocrites because they say they're gay and their partners are okay with them being gay. Their gay partners are okay with them being gay, and you're mad about it as a straight guy, where it doesn't affect you at all. Like, that's this whole point. But let's say...
Where did anger come in?
Well, I mean, you expressed frustration, I should say. Not
No, I
necessarily
didn't
angry.
express anything. I was just telling you that there's such a thing as a logical fallacy, and what I'm
But that's not a
explaining to you
logical
is-
fallacy, is it, right?
Well,
Like,
I'm going to explain to you now how it is a logical fallacy.
okay.
Homosexuality is always going to be defined by two people of the same sex engaging in
incorrect.
there's no definition that you've provided that's incorrect. That's widely agreed upon. But not only that,
Oh,
the
sorry, you
most-
wanted me to do an appeal to authority?
that's
Or
what
would you
you
like me
said.
to- or would you like
said
me to
it was
construct an
widely
argument?
Agreed upon. Widely
Yeah,
agreed
sure.
upon. But
Yeah,
that
okay,
aside,
fine.
that
Hold on,
aside,
wait,
it would
wait,
have no.
I can tackle this
let
head
me
on.
finish.
Oh, okay, let me
It would
finish.
have no merit if we changed it so drastically as to say it was no longer people of the same sex engaging in sexual activity. You would not be able to quantify who was a homosexual and who wasn't.
Oh,
How
I strongly
could you?
disagree. Oh, I strongly disagree. Here's the thing, because let me tell you this. Let's pretend that there isn't consensus, and I'm going to show you that you can construct a perfectly meaningful definition and more useful definition of homosexuality that does not have to use sex. Watch. Okay, ready? Imagine that all of the gay people in the world, or many of the gay people, realize that they don't actually and never actually did look for sex, but instead they were looking for gender. Because gender is something that is a mixture of, it's a matter of identity that has a whole bunch of ties to aesthetic decisions, presentations, etc. Would it not then make sense if those gay people, the people who you are talking about, the people who are actually gay, which you are not, or at least you claim not to be, maybe you are, I don't know, you can lie about that, I guess, but those gay people who are actively engaging in homosexual relationships say, wait a second, actually, we don't really use sex. People put it this way because, there's been all of this confusion about what these two terms actually mean. And then somebody comes along like myself and says, hey, wait a second, people don't actually choose their partners because of sex. That's very, very rare. Maybe some people do. Maybe some people are like, sorry, I need to do a chromosomal test to make sure that you are who you say you are. No, they use gender. Do you see how I do not need to make a single appeal to authority, but you insisted that we have appeals to authority. So I gave you some sources, but my argument stands on its own because I don't need to appeal to authority. I can lay out the logic like I just did.
Oh, okay. Well, let me lay out much simpler, easier logic. If you engage in same-sex activity, you're a homosexual. Nobody really has trouble defining who's of which sex unless they pretend to be of the opposite sex.
Oh, are you saying sorry. Are you saying I'm pretending?
Well, of course you're pretending.
Do you want to call me a Tiesler?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what the Tiesler is? I think you do.
I have no idea.
Would you like
what
to
that
get
is.
that out of your? Would you like to get that out of your system? No, you've already called me a pretender. You may as well just say it.
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sure you
What
don't.
is it?
Oh yeah. Oh, I can't say it on my stream. I don't want to get my stream taken down.
I didn't say anything about anything. That's
okay,
something that you're.
No, I just wanted to listen. I just wanted
your
to.
weird imposition.
Oh no, I just wanted to. I
what-
just wanted to give you the opportunity if you wanted to, because you're here saying that I'm pretending when I'm very, very open about who I am. I'm not pretending anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're pretending to be a female. You're
pretending to
clearly-
be you're
clearly
pretending
not.
to be you're pretending to be BigPapaFascist on the internet, and you're pretending to be a man.
Well,
too.
that's true. I am pretending to be BigPapaFascist on the
Yeah,
internet.
nice. And you're pretending to be a man, and you're pretending to be intelligent, and you're pretending to be all kinds of things.
The entire point of that is obvious. In this particular case, what we're talking about is same-sex activity, and in regards to same-sex activity, it's very useful to just say the word homosexual.
Quick question.
It's same-sex activity.
Do you want to know
Instead,
the same?
you went on this weird diatribe about how you can mix and match all kinds of different genders and this and that because it's
absolutely.
so complex when it's really quite simple.
Oh no, it is. No, you're right. It is super simple. You're just refusing to engage with it. If I was to talk to the APA right now, do you want to know the argument that I would make?
Sure.
The exact same argument that I'm making to you. I would point out to the APA that no person, I've never met one. I don't think there is one. I don't believe there's a single gay person on the entire planet who has ever sought out a partner based on their chromosomes. They have sought them out based on a combination of expression, self-identity, perhaps secondary sex characteristics, which can often
And
be
a penis.
Yeah, maybe a penis. I mean, there's also gay men who like who don't like penises, actually, believe it or not. Yep, it's funny. It's almost like being gay doesn't have anything to do with your sex, but more has to do with your gender expression.
So would you say that?
Wait, hold on. Before you go off on this, let me present another example. A gay man, two gay men, one who is a cis gay man, and a trans gay man. They will identify as gay. They live a gay life. And when they go outside, people will identify them as gay as well. Simple as that.
What's a trans gay man? You mean a woman who is
I mean a trans
man?
I mean a trans man. I understand you're trying to be funny again or whatever.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just asking you to clarify.
Do you not know what a trans man
is?
Do you not know what a trans man is?
I'm just making sure that we're on the same page.
Okay,
Are you saying that a trans man is somebody who's a woman?
No.
Who is... Or
Incorrect.
biologically, at least, was a woman?
Biologically what? Biologically female? Assigned female at birth? Yes. But not biologically a woman. Because no one is biologically... Excuse me.
Saying...
No, I need to be clear here. No one is biologically a woman. Your claim is ridiculous. We've already settled this.
No, we never settled it.
Yes, we already did. We settled this in the beginning. We settled that there is... So wait, hold on. Let me be clear then. Do you think that there is no difference between gender and sex?
No, there's an absolute difference between gender and sex.
Okay, then what's the difference?
The difference is that gender is a social construction.
Yeah, so is sex.
Sex is an objective reality.
No, it is not. Sex is
yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. Sex is also a social construction. It's just a different.
It's not.
No, yes, it is. It is just a
different.
It's not. It is objectively a social construction. And I will point this out to you because we have different ways of identifying sex. Did you know that the way that doctors even identify sex these days is different? It is a social construct. It is just a different type of social construct. Sex is a social construct that in the current time is identified usually by a chromosomal test that reveals certain indicators. There are now I want to say there's like 13 or 14 sex indicators. There's this really, really amazing poster that I share very frequently that was put together by Scientific American. That
it's actually just determined by if you have testes or not, usually.
Excuse me, I was talking. I know you. I don't know.
you're itching to get those balls out there. But yeah, there is a really, really cool poster that was made by a whole team of scientists in partnership with Scientific American that shows how modern scientists will measure sex in humans. And it's actually a rather complex process because it turns out there's a lot more intersex people than we thought. When we thought that all that sex was whether you had a penis or not, like hundreds of years ago, because we didn't have the science to understand that, we realized that was a flawed definition, and we update the definition. It's a social construct. It's just a different type of social construct. Once again,
that's actually inaccurate.
I wasn't finished with my sentence. I wasn't finished.
The Sterling study, and the Sterling study has been refuted. The Sterling study claims that up to 1.5% of the population is intersex, and it's not. They used the wrong criteria. Would you like me to source the refutation to it?
No, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not citing that. I wasn't citing any Sterling study. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
No, I wasn't.
Go ahead.
The only thing that I cited was a really helpful infographic that helps identify the ways that science now is able to determine, or at least to have come to some sort of understanding of what biological sex is. Sex is a category that will change again in the future. It's changed before, and it is different than gender. And because it is different than gender, we can acknowledge that there are better ways to use these terms. You just refuse. You just have, throughout this entire conversation, what has been demonstrated is that you refuse to engage it because you don't like it. That's what it boils down to. You don't
nothing
like
to do
it.
with like.
Yes, it
or
is.
dislike.
You're not even.
Has
You're not
to do-
even. Wait, hold on a
has
second.
to do with just simply looking at logical conundrums and
That's
pointing
not a
them out as
logical conundrum.
fallacies.
My logic
Yes,
is
it is.
no. My logic is completely unflawed here. The thing that you keep saying is that you don't like it. You're not even a gay man, but for some reason you're bothered by the idea that a gay man could like a gay trans man. That is not logic. That is your feelings. That is your feelings.
It has nothing to do with being bothered
yes, it
by
is. That
Has
is your
to do-
feelings.
Has to do specifically with pointing out that it's paradoxical. Its
That's
very
not
nature is
paradoxical. That's not what
Of course
paradox
it's
means.
paradoxical.
You just keep saying that because you
Yes,
feel
because you keep
want it
running
to
in
be true.
circles.
I'm not
You
running in
keep
circles.
running in
I've been very.
circles.
This is hilarious. Like I've been very clear with
think
mine,
so.
and all you've said is, I don't like it, and then gotten mad when ideas are different than what you want them to be. This is such a weird, this is such a weird control freak way, like a weird control freak way of wanting to control a community and a group of people and words that you don't even use. You're not a gay person. You don't even seem to have interest in being gay or what it means to be gay. So first of all, this is a concern troll from the get-go. You don't give a shit about any of this, or do you? And if you do,
But you don't think it's useful for us to have identifiers for what's gay?
Oh yeah, of course it's useful. But
Okay,
those,
then.
but
So
those
why wouldn't I want to
excuse
know
me.
what the identifier was then?
Yes.
Excuse me. Of course it's useful for us to have certain identifiers, but we have to ask for what purpose and why. And I don't think that your identifier does a particularly good job. Once again, I will state my reasoning for the 6th time. Hey, we're getting some echo here.
Echo. Yeah, I'm hearing that too.
Yeah, maybe test. Okay, it was BigPapaFascist. Okay, fashy audio. But yeah, the what you've refused to acknowledge is that, guess what? Using sex as the basis for defining homosexuality is neither socially useful or scientifically useful. When your doctor asks you, are you gay? They're asking, are you dating somebody who identifies as a man? That is what they're asking about. They don't care. They're not asking about whether your partner has had a chromosomal test to prove that they're a man, so that then you can say officially that, and you have had a chromosomal test and you can prove that your XY chromosome matches up with their XY chromosome. That's not what they're asking. They're just trying to figure out what type of relationship you're in so that they can understand what social risks you might have. That's it.
Well, let's
It's
grant
simple.
it to you then.
It's
You can apply it even across the board to gender. Would you say that 2 biological men who are engaged in sexual activity would be homosexuals?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Would you say that 2 biological men engaged in same-sex activity would be homosexual?
What do they identify as?
So that's not my question.
Well, that's important information for the question.
Well, it's
isn't it?
also important to say that regardless of what they identify as, what would you explain the phenomenon of 2 same-sex people engaged in sexual activity? What would you explain that as?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't
You
know.
don't know.
I don't know because
You
I don't know
don't
anything
know.
about their identity. And what would it
Right.
matter?
You-
Like I don't know
so you
anything.
have to-
I don't know
so you-
anything
so
about
you
their
have to have
biology.
so you have to have social identifiers in order
Yeah.
to what? Identify
yeah.
specific
Uh-huh.
activities?
Yeah, it's super simple.
that right?
Yep. Oh yeah, you do that all the time. Same thing as if I was to say Andrew is fucking Andrew. Or Andrew is fucking, let's use a different name so it's a little clearer. Maybe Andrew is fucking Todd.
Sure.
And if we were to say that, well, I would need to have social context for who those people were and why that matters. Same exact
so let
thing.
me just
You are not stating. Wait.
baseline.
I'm not done yet. I was finishing my sentence. God, you really can't. You really just can't handle me finishing sentences, can you? It's really wild. Anyway, when you ask a question like that, there is context that's required. This is true about anything. This is not a hard concept. You're trying to act like very surprised, like this is a big thing, but this isn't true. If you were to walk up to a random person and you were to say, oh, Andrew is fucking Todd, they would go, I'm sorry, who's Andrew and who the fuck is Todd? Unless they knew who they were.
Okay, so
Same way, it is hard to answer if somebody is gay without knowing what their identity is.
If
Simple.
somebody handed you a note that said, let's say you're in a lab, and somebody handed you a note and it said, 2 biological men are engaged in sexual activity, and you had 2 boxes to check, and one said heterosexual and the other said homosexual, would you go ask them what their identifiers were before you checked one of the boxes?
Fuck yeah, because that's the way that you're accurate. That's the way you do your homework. Absolutely, of course, it makes. Do you think that's you think that? Do you think? Oh, wait a minute. So you are mad. Look at
I can't believe it. It's like, what?
I knew it. I knew you're bothered. You're not even. Wait a second. You're not even. You're not even gay. You're not even gay. But you're. But you're. No, I'm sorry. You're not even gay. But your control freak ass wants to decide how everyone else defines and uses the term gay. This is so sad. Like, I don't know why you care. Why do you care?
Well, I care about the definitions of reality. I care.
No. Let's be real. We know why you care. You want to control other people's actions.
Right, sure.
You want to target people.
Except you seem to be the one who is adamant about controlling who can identify what as what, not me. So I'm just trying to get definitions straight.
That doesn't even make sense.
What's very interesting about this is I just asked you how you would describe a behavior. And you're saying without going and personally asking the people
wait a second.
What they identify as, you can't describe the behavior as heterosexual or homosexual. It's insane.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just recognizing what you're asking here. Are you asking if
did the light bulb go off?
Yeah, a light bulb went off once you explained yourself more clearly. Interesting that adding context and being clear with your language is a thing that helps other people understand you. I know that comes very hard to fashy types like yours. You don't really understand that you have to talk to other people and that, socializing exists. You just kind of want to tell people what they are. But interestingly, that sort of information is super, super important. Let me explain. If I was told that 2 biological men, both of whom have penises, were doing anal sex, then I would be able to go, oh, wow, they're having anal sex. They're having penis in ass sex. Wow, cool for them. And if I found out then that both of them identify as men, that would be a gay relationship. If I found out that one of those people was a woman who identifies as a woman, then that wouldn't be gay sex anymore, would it? See, this is easy.
So
this is very. Wait. Hold on. My logic is consistent here. Your logic is inconsistent.
Okay, well then let's see if we can consistently get you to apply it one more time.
Please, yes.
You're in a lab.
Yes.
You're in a lab. And they bring you a slip. Okay, and they say these are 2 biological men who are engaged in homosexual activity. Right? They're engaged in homosexual activity.
Sure.
Or let's say that you have to be the quantifier of whether or not it's homosexual activity.
Oh, cool.
So they hand you the slip, and there's 2 boxes there to check, and one of them says heterosexual, one of them says homosexual. You don't know anything about these people other than they're engaged in homosexual activity. Which box would you check?
Okay, well, if I've already been told that they are engaging in homosexual activity, and real quick question: are my coworkers incompetent or are they competent? This is really super important. In this hypothetical, are my coworkers competent in data gathering or incompetent in data gathering?
Let's say that they're a mix.
Well, then I would have to go do my own double check, and I would just walk into the other room and ask them and say, "Hi,
Gotcha.
Are you two men?" But other than that, if we assume that I have competent coworkers and they gave me a paper that said these homosexual assigned male at birth men are having sex with each other, yes, that would be homosexual, because guess what? That has the context necessary to identify a homosexual relationship. Wow,
I see.
Really?
But if you were left to
super
your
easy.
own,
Damn,
but if you're
is that
left to your own, but if left to your own devices, and all you saw was that these were 2 biological men engaged in same-sex activity, and that was pertinent for some reason to whatever the test was that you were going to run, and you needed to check a box that said either heterosexual or homosexual, you would what?
I would
not check the homosexual box?
It'd be super simple. There's this really amazing thing that we do in science all the time. I would point out that we have a wrong premise, that there's a problem in our premise. That's what I would point out. And then we would do better science than whatever silly anti-scientific bullshit that you've brought up. Yeah, it's super easy. We do this kind of stuff all the time. We revise the questions that we're asking in an experimental setting to be more accurate all the time. This is not shocking. Like, I think you think this is shocking because my guess is that you've never actually worked with science or anything like that. But as somebody who has worked with science extensively, yeah, it's a pretty simple thing to do. You just need to make sure you have the information necessary to come to the correct conclusions.
So really quick, Andrew, if you want to respond to that, and then we're going to go into the Q&A, and you guys can do final thoughts after that.
I'm good.
Hell yeah.
All right, so let's just jump into the Q&A then.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot. All right, so I'm going to pull up the ones that I can right now, and then I wrote down the other ones. Okay, so from Mayo, question for DemonMama. How was your relationship with your father growing up?
Wait, do you just do all questions?
Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
You don't have to answer all of them.
I mean,
though,
come
but...
on. Wait. Oh, let me just explain this real quick. So, for those who don't know, this is what is called a homophobic dog whistle. There's a joke that's been going around for decades that all gay people were abused by their fathers, and that's what's going on here. But for what it's worth, growing up, my relationship was great. When I came out as trans, it was not so great.
Okay. From Joseph. For Brittany, DemonMama, and Andrew, do you think that trans people are oppressed, and if so, in what ways? Andrew, why don't you go first?
I think it's very difficult to oppress something that we can't even seem to agree we can quantify in any way, shape, or form, except I identify as such. So I don't know, like in every other form of oppression, you would have some type of objective reality, wouldn't you? Like, for instance, if we were oppressing Black people, we would have this cool identifier that's instant and immediate that we could look to categorize that. In this particular case, in this particular identifier, DemonMama says, it's just how we identify. There is no way to quantify it. There's no way to nothing. It's just whatever I say goes.
Let me correct Andrew there. First of all, yes, obviously in our society, trans people are indeed oppressed. And in the ways they are oppressed has been widely studied. First of all, trans people, trans youth especially, have an incredibly high rate of suicide because they have an incredibly high rate of social rejection. Their families will often discriminate against them or throw them out of their house, which is something that happened to me, by the way. They will just throw them out simply based on the identity of them being trans, and this leads to them usually having homelessness and hardship early in their life, which contributes to severe mental health outcomes. This is a form of oppression, absolutely. Trans people are also like 50%, I believe was the latest quote. I might be slightly off on that number. More likely to be oppressed, to be discriminated against when job hiring. This has been studied in double-blind studies, and unfortunately, that's the truth. Also, there is I could go into a whole lot of other things, and one of the greatest ways that I could bring up is the way that I was treated. If you'll notice that the very first question on here was a ages-old, a transphobic and homophobic stereotype that supposedly because I'm trans or gay, it must be because my father abused me. That alone should show you that we are not treated with respect in the society. We're not treated as normal people. I don't see any questions towards Andrew about whether he was beaten by his father or anything like that. This is obviously targeted at me because I am gay and trans. So there's a couple examples. And secondly, with regard to something like race, it's really funny that you bring that up because guess what? There's a lot of questions about how you figure out what race someone is. What happens if somebody has light skin, but one of their parents is Black? Now, I don't know how you feel about race mixing. I hope that won't weigh in here at all. I have some worries about perhaps what your positions might be on that. But I believe that somebody, even if they have light skin and their parent is Black and they're mistreated because their parent is Black and because they are mixed race, they could still consider themselves Black. We have all kinds of complicated ways that we figure this stuff out, and but we can obviously do that. And race is also a social construct. It is a different social construct, but it is a social construct. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. All right. So from Tyler Bluntman, Demon pretended a vaccine to a virus, states it's safe for women, but kills men instantly. If the women don't take, they die by the virus. Should trans women who want to live take the vax?
I mean, this is a silly question, and I can tell it wasn't asked by like a. Hey, Tyler Bluntman, my old friend. Oh yes. What an interesting fella. That guy. By the way, just for some little context. Again, to tie back to the question about like whether trans people are oppressed. After I went on a single debate with Tyler Bluntman in which he repeatedly misgendered me to my face, Tyler Bluntman ordered his literally asked his fan base to harass me. Made multiple videos about me where he called me a fake woman and all kinds of things like that. And his fans, multiple of his fans, who said Tyler Bluntman, and then told me to die or kill myself. Very interesting, super good faith questions. Just wanted to give a little bit of context for that. But let's continue. To do this. What's that?
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. This question was directed
to the question.
Yeah, the question was directed to me. I know you want to talk for me and whatever, but that's fine. Obviously, this question doesn't make any sense because in a medical context, they don't use terms like. I mean, some doctor offices do because not everyone's not all medical systems have actually kept up to date with how current medical definitions are. But any doctor worth their salt would recognize that a vaccine that is dangerous because of your chromosomal or genetic risks, that they would give that to you on or off based on those genetic characteristics. This has nothing to do with gender. What my body, the unique challenges of my body as a trans woman are between me and my doctor, and my doctor knows what my risks are. My doctor talks to me about those risks. Obviously, like having been exposed to testosterone for most of my high school years and most of my puberty, that puts me at higher risk for heart disease, and my doctor takes note of that. It's nobody else's business. That's not gender. That's sex.
Okay.
So to answer that question,
it wasn't to you.
It doesn't matter. Can I answer that question?
Yeah, quickly, because we have a lot of questions, and we.
I'll just do it very quickly. The answer is none of them would take it because they would, it would biologically kill them. That's the answer that DemonMama was actually looking for. But
wait, that's literally what I said, though. Wait, that's literally what I said.
Can't state it.
Wait, that's literally what I said. I literally said that. Yes, I said that in the literal first sentence. Are you for real?
No, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great, actually. Okay.
Oh my God, that's really funny.
From Alan W to Demon. Generally speaking, how does transitioning from one sex to another change one's preferences in dating? As a woman now, do you look to date men or still women?
Oh, cool. That's like a really good faith question. It can change. It can change. Depends a lot on the individual. For me, I have always dated women and mostly dated women since then. But I am, admittedly, as I've grown older, I'm more open to. I consider myself like slightly bisexual, I guess. But it's like it doesn't go that far. I'm mostly attracted to femme people, mostly attracted to women. But some other people are not like that. Some people do find that when they come out as trans, once they transition, that they feel more free, or perhaps they discover things they didn't know about themselves. These are complicated processes. There's no single rule.
Okay. So from Lyceum Podcast to DemonMama, would it be okay if someone in a relationship, even through marriage, never told their partner they were trans?
It would probably depend on the context, right? I don't think that like even in a marriage context that like necessarily marriage partners have a right to all genetic information about anyone else. In the same way that like I would assume that we wouldn't like force a wife to say every single experience that has ever happened to them to their husband, like just because they're married. I generally think that it's a good thing to communicate these things, but I don't think that you have to. I think there's probably some situations like, I don't know. What if you transition when you're 16 and you get married to somebody who just really fucking loves you at age 50 and they've never given a shit about anything, like they just like you. I think that would be perfectly fine to never bring that up. It depends on the context. Once again, these are social contexts. These things have to be worked out peacefully and reasonably among the people involved.
Okay, now I have to do the ones that I jotted down because I can't reach them now. All right, so from Phoenix to BigPapaFascist, what relevance does your genitalia, chromosomes, etc. chromosomes have to you if you're not attracted to someone? I'm gonna try to read
What
that
do
out.
chromosomes have to do with stating what your biological?
I'm guessing that's what I meant, but it says
Yeah.
have
Okay.
to
So what we're talking about is just simply stated biological status, and that's what's objectively real. So what does that have to do with me? I like to know what's real, and I like to know what's not real. It's very simple.
Okay. All right, so from Joseph, for DemonMama and Andrew, do you think trans people, this fucker, he wrote it like 8 times, the same question.
Okay.
Okay, so from Something From Nothing, can you ask both of them to show on a doll? Nope, not doing that one.
Hey, there you go. I told you. It's interesting. It's interesting
could
that
probably
even
get
in the
these.
questions, the obvious prejudice is made plain.
This isn't new. This happens to me in most of my debates.
I'm totally sure it does. Yeah, I'm sure so many people ask you how many guys fucked you when you were a kid. I'm sure that happens all the time, dude.
It does, and
yeah,
usually
totally.
being accused of being gay when I talk about these issues is paramount, like you did.
Damn, I'm sure. I bet everybody buys
Yeah.
that.
So from Crazy Hole, can you ask Demon if she was born this way or it's a product of nurture?
Oh, I have no fucking idea. I don't think there's any way to know that. I mean, there's some evidence that points that like being trans is highly associated with intrautero hormone levels, but unfortunately that technology didn't exist when I was born. So there's no possible way I could ever know that. Whether it's a product of some strange occurrence, some large deterministic, factors of this experience versus that experience versus whether I was born that has no bearing on whether or not I'm valid as a human and should be treated with respect. I believe that about everyone. I believe that about anything. I mean, there's so many things that you could apply this to. We can't always know, like, we don't know if the world is even if the universe is like a deterministic universe, like a mathematically deterministic universe. So I don't really care when I try to think about like ethical prescriptions for the world. When I think about philosophical positions that I hold, I think about the things that we can know and building a world that treats people fairly, regardless of whether they were born that way or they became that way. Like, I don't think that like, I don't know, like there's a whole, but I could come up with some hypotheticals. Like, for example, I mean, what if somebody like randomly, like at some point in their life, they, I don't know, they hit their head or something and the next day they woke up gay. Were they always gay? Was it a product of the thing? Who knows? Maybe they became gay because they got so scared in the moment when they hit their head that they didn't want to live their life as a lie anymore and they just wanted to be gay. Maybe something changed in their head when they hit their head. Nobody can ever know that, and it doesn't matter. We should still treat people with respect, and we shouldn't try and oppress them just because they're different than us.
All right, so from Joseph to Andrew, it doesn't hurt you to address DemonMama and other trans people how they want to be addressed, so why not just do it?
Well, see, we already went through this logical conundrum. If we can't quantify hurt as something other than a feeling, how do you know it doesn't hurt me to not address them that way? Tell me how. What metric are you using?
Oh, I mean, we already talked about this. I already showed that there's nothing.
I mean, you're great at giving non-answers. You just go on these rambling diatribes that you never say anything.
Totally.
Tell me specifically, maybe you can use like 100 words or less.
I mean, I already did this. Do you want me to repeat my answer from before? It's super simple. We know that fascists aren't killing themselves at mass levels because they're not allowed to call trans people
Well, that's harm to you, not to me.
What?
Okay, so we're defining. What the question was to define how it hurts me, right? And you keep on defining how things hurt you.
It doesn't. You're just a pussy.
Right. See what I mean? So from your perspective and your metric, right? Only your feelings on the subject matter, just like everything else in this debate has been.
Wait. Let me be clear about this. By the way, I get disrespected all the time, and I'm still here. I've had people throw in this actual panel. People ask me about whether I was abused by my father as a child. I get transphobic hate and homophobic hate all the time, and I'm tough enough to keep going anyway. You are mad that you can't impose what you think someone's identity is on someone else.
Do you think those are the only forms of hate that you can get? Do you think that I don't get hate mail
No.
constantly?
I'm
Because
sure,
I do.
Yeah, but you probably,
All
but
the
let's be
time.
real. But you probably deserve it. You go around being really wait,
Right,
and
only
let me
your
explain
feelings
why.
matter.
Wait, and let me explain why you deserve it. You probably deserve it because you go around being horrible to people, and those people don't like you for that. If you're horrible to people, if you go around being a cruel bastard, people might treat you like a cruel bastard. I'm very sorry
Maybe that's why you get all your hate mail.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure that all of the hate mail that talks about how I'm a disgusting T-slur, because I don't want to get us banned off of Twitch, and people who ask me about whether I was abused as a child trying to hurt my feelings, I'm sure that definitely has to do with how I engage with the world and not who I am.
So only your
Again,
feelings matter.
Crying.
Yeah.
You are just crying.
All right,
Only
so
your feelings matter.
we're gonna move on. So from Kenneth McLean, how did DemonMama know they were a woman stuck in a man's body? What exactly does it feel like to feel like a woman?
DemonMama can't answer.
Wow, that was very coy. Thanks for trying to answer for me. I didn't know your name was DemonMama, but I guess we can work on that. We can work with that if you want to be DemonMama.
Well, it's
too,
a social construction. If I want it to be, it can be.
Oh yeah, totally. But I will sue you for IP infringement though, because thankfully IP infringement is a different type of social construct, and it would be very
Well, I mean,
it'd be
looking
very
at the
funny
two
if
of
you
our
tried to do
living
that.
conditions, I think I'd win the suit.
Oh,
but
I don't
go
know
ahead.
about I don't know about that. Oh, what's that? Are you trying to? Do you think I'm poor or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
Go ahead.
No, seriously, I want to know. What did you mean by that?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Interesting, because you have a green screen background, so for all we know, you could be living in a pile of monster cans and cigarettes and like used condoms from your wanks. But
That's true.
Yeah, probably do, to be completely honest. A bunch of crusty towels in the background. Yeah. So, how did DemonMama know they were a woman stuck in a man's body? What does it feel like to feel like a woman? I never saw of myself as a woman stuck in a man's body. That's not how I look at it. I don't think that's. I mean, I'm not a dualist. I'm sure there are probably some dualists, but you'd have to ask the dualist. I'm not a dualist. I don't believe that there's like a separate soul. I just believe that gender is a matter of identity, that I identify much stronger with what in our society is understood to be the social expression of woman, and therefore I express myself as a woman and I identify as a woman. It's that simple. And that's the thing. When you approach with the definition that I have proposed, that I have made a logical argument for here, it actually becomes quite simple to determine these things. There is like what it means to feel like a woman is completely different to every single person. And that's always been the case. It will always be the case. Even, in fact, this was a huge part of, I believe it was mostly in second wave feminism, that cis feminists, predominantly cis feminists, argued back and forth about what it means, what it actually is like to feel like a woman. And as it turns out, that's a very difficult question because everybody has a different experience.
So from Lyceum Podcast to Britt, can we turn on Twitch? Okay, we can't turn on the Twitch stream because after this we are having Infrared on, and he has been banned from Twitch, so we can't stream to Twitch. So
Darn.
our 2 viewers are gonna be very upset about it. Okay. So from Intellectual Midget, if we start questioning everything in the world and why is this labeled this way and not this way, it's a rabbit hole that gets us nowhere. If the science doesn't back it, reject it. Is that a question or? I don't know who that was.
I can address that if you'd like. That's simply not true. We do this all the time. In fact, we have multiple professions that are literally devoted to this. Philosophy. You question everything in the world and you figure out why we call things the way that the reason that we do, and we improve it. Interestingly, there are all kinds of ways that we can improve the way that we talk. Humans have to humans don't have like a mental link. We're not like bees. We don't like communicate via like pheromone signals in the air. We only communicate through words. We make words or we make symbols, and then those things we have to figure out what those things actually mean. And if you know anything about translation or localization, stuff like if you're like an anime fan, you might know a little bit about that. There's actually a lot that goes into that question. We have to figure out what we mean with the words that we say and how to make them make sense to other people. This is not a rabbit hole that gets us nowhere. It's the only thing that gets us anywhere.
So to answer that question, if you have endless definitions and you have endless quantification, things become meaningless. This is why we established the alphabet, and my opponent conceded rather quickly, in fact, that it has to be quantifiable for it to be useful. And this is the whole problem when we have endless definitions for everything on planet Earth. is if you endlessly quantify everything, things lose their meaning very quickly.
Okay. So from Jose Campus, wouldn't the needs of the individual supersede the collective? Meaning, what DemonMama wants for herself is more important than what others want for her.
That's a very interesting question. The needs of the individual supersede the collective, meaning what I want for. I don't think this really maps onto that perfectly. We're talking about an inherently individualistic thing. Identity is inherently individualistic. You only an individual can decide their identity. Like I said, I've already pointed this out with BigPapaFascist identifying as BigPapaFascist online. Only an individual can decide their identity. We do this already. I don't think it really maps onto like whether individual needs supersede the collective, but I think that even if we wanted to take it there, we could make a very easy argument that the net cost of the quote unquote collective learning to use a better form, in fact there is no net loss, that the entire collective benefits from a better definition of gender that can also, so you can kill two birds with one stone at the same time as improving the collective's understanding of what gender actually means. You can also improve the quality of life of those people who are gender nonconforming. Bam, you kill two birds with one stone. It's just a better way to do it.
So to answer that question, you saw the paradox that happened.
More salt.
When DemonMama continuously says that only a person can be an identifier for their own identity, and yet gave specific examples of where that's not true multiple times.
Okay, that's very nice story.
This is the run of the paradox.
That's very nice, my friend.
So from Onyx Verse, Andrew, are you hurt when someone assigned female at birth identifies as male? How does it feel?
I don't know. How does a woman feel?
I think that was like a.
How do we quantify it?
Okay.
How come only the feelings of the transgender matter?
Oh wow, is this like, wait, how old are you? Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I do.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say this is a mighty childish way of responding to a chatter. It just seems like unbefitting of someone your age, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so from Alan W. Is it true that the U.S., Brazil, Philippines, and Thailand have the highest transgender demographics? If so, why is that?
I don't know for sure on the numbers. There's a couple of, I do know that Thailand has a particularly high percentage. I don't know about the other examples, but there's a number of potential reasons for that. For one, Thailand is one of the countries that was I wouldn't say like completely accepting, but they were more accepting than we were. Thailand has for a very long time had a concept of a third gender, and many trans people found themselves very comfortable in that definition of third gender, which they've had for a long time. As a result of that, it was normalized in Thailand, and you actually saw a lot of scientific advancement. For example, arguably the most talented sexual reassignment surgeon in the entire world is from Thailand, and that was because the legal freedom was given for him to work with his patients without being oppressed or being targeted or being hated. So I'm sure that has something to do with it. But I mean, also, I don't know for sure about the other countries, but I do happen to know a little bit about Thailand's history with regard to the trans movement. Yep.
Okay, so from Tyler Bluntman for BigPapaFascist, how do you feel knowing that Demon's response to what makes you a woman is just a begging the question fallacy? Rate your level of intellectual frustration from 1 to 10.
I don't have any frustration with it. The entire point of this debate is to point out the paradoxes, not be frustrated with them.
Okay.
Damn, too bad you didn't do that.
So from Onyx, Andrew, I asked if you are personally hurt. Why did you dodge? Okay. Let's see here. From August Morgan to BigPapaFascist, why do you think other people should be able to determine your identity? Why do you seem to disagree with self-determination?
It's not a disagree or agree concept. What I'm explaining very specifically is that there's many times where identity is established where it's not a person establishing their own identity. And this is the conceptualization that I'm trying to get across. It's actually really, really simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, Doris just told it to you now, so you got it.
Okay. I have to get some of the ones that I wrote down now. All right, so from Alan W. for Demon, generally speaking, how does transitioning from one sex to another change one? Did I ask this one already?
Change
one's
what?
preference. Okay, I'm not sure.
Oh,
if
I mean, I can go
asked
in
this already.
further on that, but sure.
Well, no, let me see if I asked it. Okay, generally speaking, how does transitioning from one sex to another change one's preference in dating? As a woman, do you look to date men or still women? Did we ask that one already?
Yeah, I think that was the one,
Okay.
but I can answer it again very quickly. It varies greatly for the individual. For me, my like sexual attraction didn't really change very much. For others, that's not the case. It's very complicated. It's not like there's not one single path. A lot of it has to do with who you are when you start transition. That's like I mean, obviously you don't like, it's not like you be like transform overnight into just a different individual. You're the same individual. You change yourself in the way that you want to express, and you have that agency. And sometimes in that process, you discover more about yourself. Sometimes there's, sometimes you just feel more comfortable. There's a whole bunch of stuff to it. But for me, no. Yeah, that was the quick answer.
Okay. Okay, so for DemonMama, do you think that trans women should be able to play in women's sports?
Yeah, of course. There's a number of reasons for that. So there's been a lot of research into this. As it turns out, many people don't know this, but trans women have already been allowed to perform in women's sports in the Olympics for well over a decade. I think it's closer to 2 decades now. And there has never once been a trans woman medalist, regardless of how long she was on hormones. As it turns out, there's a lot of misinformation about how much of a quote unquote advantage trans people have. As it turns out, after about 6 months to 1 year of hormone treatment, most of what we would consider biological advantages are gone, and the ones that don't disappear don't actually impact the sport enough to be noticeable, to be even a blip on the radar. So yeah, most of it is fear mongering, and if you actually look into a lot of the stories that people talk about of like, oh, this trans woman did this thing, most of them are deeply misinformed or aren't telling the truth. There's been a lot of those going around recently that have been pretty thoroughly debunked. There's also a really, really good video that talks about a recent study that argued that some advantages may be preserved. This was one that was done in December of 2020. This study was super, super interesting, but unfortunately had some actually pretty major flaws. There's a video that was done by a sports medicine graduate, sports medicine, I can't remember the term. What is a sports medicine specialist who graduated a couple of years ago from sports medicine, does really, really good videos about sports medicine. Jangles Science Lad recently did a full analysis of this paper from his professional perspective, with the degree that he has to literally read and analyze these papers, was able to critique it and all kinds of things like that. Super, super interesting. But yes, trans women should be able to perform in women's sports. And if we need to put, if it's necessitated that you need like a rule like 6 months on HRT or something like that, that's perfectly fine. We already do that all over the place. This is like mostly a non-issue that is whipped up by people who want you to be afraid of trans women as some sort of scary thing, when in reality, we're just awesome and sexy and cool.
Okay, for DemonMama, do you support for children to get transition surgery?
Well, okay, this is a complicated question. It is a very, very, very rare occurrence that minors will receive transition-related surgery. It almost never happens. Usually, if it does happen, I was friends with one person who did have. They were at the same surgery center that I was. They were like one of my roommates and or like flatmates, because we had like an apartment. But anyway, this person had been expressing severe gender dysphoria. They'd made attempts on their life. Their family was fully supportive. And so between their doctor, their psychologist, and the surgeon, they decided that it was appropriate for her to get bottom surgery at age 16 instead of waiting until 18. I think those sorts of situations are fine. They rarely ever happen as it is. And when it does happen, it is weighed between usually 3 or 4 medical professionals before any progress is made. So yeah, I think that there are circumstances in which it's correct. Most of the time it's best to wait until 18, but it really depends on the individual. If you're at if there's a trans child who is tortured by their body, which is a well-recognized phenomena, it does happen from time to time. If you're tortured to that degree, it is the only humane path to offer a surgery that alleviates that pain.
Okay. I can pull up some of these that are up here. So from Lyceum Podcast to DemonMama, would it be okay, according to your logic, if I identified the sky as purple?
I mean,
I don't know if it's a
probably.
serious question.
No, that doesn't sound like a serious question. Purple is a social construct that is defined as a wavelength, a certain wavelength of light. So you could, if you really wanted to. Again, there's nothing stopping you from doing that, but you would probably not be using that social construct correctly or in an effective manner. So, I mean, you can if you want to, but I don't think this is a very serious question. And also, sometimes the sky is purple. Have you ever seen a sunset? Go outside.
Yeah, it has,
Touch
actually.
grass. Touch grass, please.
Okay, so from Mayo to DemonMama, do you want to have or adopt children? What age do you think are your views on sexuality should be taught to children?
I don't know. I can't have like biological children. Just can't happen. But I might like to adopt children someday. And the age that I think that like sex and sexuality should be taught to children is probably pretty variable. Like it depends on, like if you have a kid who starts puberty really early, you should probably teach them about sex and sexuality so they don't end up hurting themselves or getting abused by somebody else. We have quite a lot of research that shows that that if you the earlier, like the closest to puberty that you teach kids about sex and sexuality, they tend to be significantly safer, much less likely to be abused, and much more likely to report sexual abuse if they know what they're talking about. So of course, like there are many ethical ways to teach young people about what it means to be sexual, what sex is, and we already do this already. There's already puberty classes and everything and whatnot in schools. I just think that it should be done because it will help those children become better people. Yeah, it's very simple.
You can't have children? How come?
I can't have children because because I don't have any balls anymore. I got rid of them.
Okay. So from Tyler Bluntman for Demon, since race is a social construct, should white men who identify as black men equally qualify for black-only scholarships and race-specific affirmative action?
This is Tyler Bluntman again. Oh my God. Oh, he asked, this was his thing that he was kind of obsessed with. And I had to explain this to him as well. Like, as you can tell, this guy's a little bit obsessed with me. I would be flattered if it wasn't so toxic and whatnot. But since race is a social construct, should white men identify as black men equally qualify? I don't think that that's how that it works right now. I think that most scholarships are like based off of your like socioeconomic background as opposed to your literal race. As far as I know, there is no like college or scholarship that requires you to submit like a genetic test. So that probably wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Race is a social construct, but it is a different social construct than gender. And there's a number of reasons for that. For example, like race can correspond to a lot of different things. And in fact, there have been numerous iterations of how we understand race over time. As of right now, I think that the running consensus among scientists is that like race is most accurately understood as like geographical clines and ancestry from geographical clines. That's really complicated. I think that that most schools don't really use race, like genetic race. They use a good faith understanding of like your background. So if you're like a white guy who grew up in a city somewhere, like, I don't know, whatever, and your parents were white and whatever, they're probably not going to consider you black for the purpose of that scholarship, because that scholarship is designed to help black people who are societally oppressed. Yeah. So there you go.
Could it also just be that there's a really simple metric that we might be able to use to determine if somebody is black or not?
Oh, there isn't.
There's not.
No, there's not.
Oh, okay. Because I'm pretty confident that there's this.
Oh,
thing
sorry. Maybe you would say, maybe you would argue for like the one drop rule or something like that. I don't know how far you go into the fashy thing.
Okay. So from Cal to Demon Mama, would you date a trans woman?
Would I date it? Wait, would I date a trans woman?
Yeah.
I'm dating 4 trans women.
Oh, wow. Busy.
I am indeed,
Okay.
but I'm very open about that. It's I'm very open about them. So
does that make you a lesbian?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that makes me pretty lesbian. I think most people would see me as a lesbian. Yeah, although I mean, I don't know. Is it fair if I sometimes find a guy
date guys
cute?
ever?
I've never dated a guy. I've just never found the right guy. Although I would, if Elliot Page asks me out, I would be DTF 100%. Elliot, I'll give you my number just anytime you want. But again, most of the time I don't meet guys that I find particularly interesting, so I haven't really dated a guy. I've flirted with guys before. I've had some guys treat me really, really nice, but just never really worked into a relationship.
How old were you when you knew you were trans?
How old was I when I knew I was trans? Well, I didn't learn the word trans until I was 19 or 20 because I grew up. I have a video on this on my channel called it's called My Spiritual Deconstruction, DemonMama's Spiritual Deconstruction. I grew up in a cult, so I didn't know those words until I was older. However, the earliest like gender complicated thoughts that I had were as young as 5, but the most salient ones happened around 8 or 9 when I was taught about puberty, and when I realized, like, at that age I didn't have the words for it, but I realized, like, I desperately did not want to have a male puberty. I desperately wanted to have a female typical puberty. Obviously, because of my biology, that wasn't in the cards. Until I turned 20, realized that trans people were a thing and was able to take HRT, and my life has been so much better ever since then. It really does get better.
What do you mean you wanted to have a female puberty?
Female usually refers to sex, so I wanted to have a puberty that is typical to the female sex. Did you think that was a gotcha? That's very consistent to my definition I've been using this entire time.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Good try. Good try.
From John Leox, for Demon Mama, ask if she thinks Destiny is right-wing and transphobic.
Oh, do I think that Destiny is right-wing and transphobic? I don't really know, honestly. I like to think he's not transphobic, that he just has some opinions, but I don't know. He's treated me and many other trans people I know pretty bad. I don't know if that makes him a transphobe. I don't really think you can know those things particularly well. I think that Destiny is not, I wouldn't really think it's fair to categorize Destiny as right-wing, though I will say in some ways he's been, in his community, encouraging some right-wing positions. Mostly, it's complicated as to why I think this. I'd be happy to lay this out at a different format. But no, I don't really think he's right-wing or a transphobe. I do think there's some problems I have with him, but I don't really, I've said this a couple of times, but I don't really think that those are the, I don't really think that he's like a right-winger or a transphobe. I have some critiques of him.
Okay.
Oh, and I definitely think he's an asshole, for the record.
Okay. So from Explosion85 to Andrew, why are you saying that gender identity is not quantifiable when Alden's numbers is clearly used?
It's a troll question.
They do this every fucking time. Enough. Every fucking time.
I wonder who asked that. What a
Assholes in the
goofball.
chat.
Hey, look, see, but that's a funny one. Nothing, nobody was insulted by that. Nobody was called less
I still
than.
don't know what it means. Like, what's the whole thing behind that?
Oh, Alden's number? Alden's number is a reference to, are you familiar with the streamer Vosh?
Yeah.
Okay,
he's been
so
on here.
Vosh was once in a debate with somebody, a fascist dumbfuck, probably not too much unlike PapaFascist over here, and he made up a number on the spot called Alden's number to make himself sound intelligent and smart, and the other guy said, yeah, of course I know Alden's number, which he had just made up on the spot, and it made them look like a total fool, which isn't much of a challenge for fascists, but yeah, so he looked like a total fool, and as a result, it's become a meme across many communities because there's lots of people who like Vosh and who think that's funny.
Yeah, I think they asked that like 4 times when Andrew was debating Vosh. I fucking fell for it every time.
Oh, they love it. It's kind of, honestly, it's kind of a tired meme, but hey, if they like it, at least it's a harmless meme.
Yeah, I don't know all these memes because I'm so new to all this stuff
don't
going
worry.
on, so they
Welcome.
get me every time.
Hey, you're a great host, so thanks for I'm glad we got you on the scene.
So from LRN News, if homosexuality isn't same-sex activity, then heterosexuality isn't opposite-sex activity. Heterosexuality is not necessarily associated with reproduction.
Correct. That is correct. You are absolutely correct about that. I agree with you 100%. We recognize this all the time. There are heterosexual trans relationships. There are heterosexual relationships where the partners are unbeknownst to them. In fact, one of my roommates did not know that they were intersex for most of their life, only to find out later that they were, and that they. If we were using a purely sex-based definition, they'd never been in a heterosexual relationship in their entire life. But that's obviously not true. Heterosexuality, just like homosexuality, is more functionally based off of, gender.
Can you give me an example of a heterosexual trans relationship?
Yeah, super easy. Trans woman and a trans man. Bam. Done. That was easy. Did you think that was a gotcha? Did you think that was a gotcha too? God, you got to go to clown school or something, dude.
They're all paradoxes.
Oh, totally. If you keep saying
Yeah,
that,
totally.
eventually you'll believe it. Maybe you can cry. Maybe you can cry into your pillow at night. It's a paradox. It's a paradox, and not just you being stupid.
So I don't know, did we do this one from August Morin to BigPapaFascist? Why do you think other people should be able to determine your identity? Why do you seem to
We already
did this one?
covered it.
Okay. Somebody say get lost in it. Okay, let's see here. All right, so from Tyler Bluntman to BigPapaFascist, the amount of patience you have had in this debate is next level, despite the incredibly constant disrespect from Demon. Kudos. Okay. Don't think that's a question. Let me see here.
Hey, it's all right. Listen, Tyler, listen. It's not okay for you to just be fucking sucking off BigPapaFascist here in public. That's totally inappropriate.
Okay, so from Intellectual
But
Midget.
if he did, that wouldn't make him gay, right?
Oh, I don't know. Does Tyler Bluntman identify as a man? I don't know.
I appreciate the attempt to exhaust people with these debate tactics, but reality will still be reality, no matter the obnoxious efforts, your delusion. Okay.
Cool story, my man.
Moving
There we go. There's
on.
another one. Hey, we got another one.
Okay. Let's see.
Do you find it interesting that like these things just bounce off of me? I get them so much. It's
Yeah.
literally constant. I have I have like an armored shell.
From Mayo for DemonMama, if your 8-year-old son told you he wanted reassignment surgery, how long would you deny him that?
Oh, I would if I had a child and my 8-year-old son said that they wanted sexual reassignment surgery, I would very simply follow the procedures that we already have in place. I would have them talk to a gender therapist. I would have them talk to their doctor, and obviously it's the part of the thing is that to my knowledge, there has never once been a sexual reassignment surgery done on anyone. Like, I think the earliest that has ever been done was like 15 or 14, and that was somebody who had already passed through puberty at an early age and was suffering greatly. So this is just a silly made-up fantasy situation. I would tell them to go through the exact same process, and I would support them the entire way. I would inform them that, hey, it's like physically not safe for you to get a surgery like this at age 8. However, but we'll work with your doctors, and when the time is right, when it's safe for you, and if you desire it after, talking to your doctors and all of that, then you'll be fine. Of course, it's simple. I mean, you wouldn't deny. How long would you deny your 8-year-old son an appendix removal? My God, this is so silly.
So from Alan W. for DemonMama, as probably the only Scotsman in this chat, I just want to say that real men wear skirts, and when we wear them, we look amazing.
True. Listen, my kilt wearers, I have respect for you. I hope you enjoy the breeze. I'm sure it is very freeing. In fact, I know it is. So there you go.
Okay, let me see if we had any more that we jotted down. Hold on. Do you know that policies have been passed where trans people can be denied care at a hospital or shelter because of their gender identity? How do you feel about those policies?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Sure.
I apologize.
Yeah, no. Do you know that policies have been passed where trans people can be denied care at a hospital or shelter because of their gender identity? How do you feel about those policies?
Oh, policies that deny people from receiving needed care or assistance just because of their identity, in my opinion, are really really bad. There's been a lot of those, and I think that they're horrible. They're discriminatory, and they deny people for completely arbitrary reason. A completely arbitrary reason, care that would otherwise be given to them. So I think those types of things are not good. Sorry, I hope that was a good enough answer. I apologize.
Yeah. Andrew, did you want to answer it too?
What was the question?
Yeah, it says, do you know that policies have been passed where trans people can be denied care at a hospital or shelter because of their gender identity? How do you feel about those policies?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the policies.
Or how do you feel about being able to get rejected at hospitals?
Yeah, I don't even know if that's true. So I would have to look at it.
All right. All right. So why do you think trans people have a high rate of homelessness?
I can answer that pretty consistently. There's a number, we've been able to identify this a lot, and the number one reason why trans people have a lot of homelessness is because they tend to be abandoned by their family. It is very, very common. In fact, it happened to me. I was kicked out by one of my family members who, in fact, threatened to kill me if I continued to pursue living as my genuine and authentic self. That is the harsh truth that a lot of people don't like to hear, is that the reason why the suicide rates, the homelessness rates, the addiction rates for trans youth are so high is because it has become normalized in our society for families to discard their child if their child is trans. And this is also true about gay kids as well, although it is less common now because being gay has become normalized a little bit further in our society and will continue to become normalized. You know, it is the unfortunate truth is exactly that.
Andrew, do you want to answer?
No, I don't really care about it.
Okay.
No, that's interesting. Damn, I wonder why you wouldn't care about kids being suffering. Damn, it's that fucking copyright TM fascist care.
Okay, so from Tyler Bluntman again, your biggest fan, to Demon, why do you get so upset if someone using pronouns you don't like while you continue to insult, curse, and disrespect others?
Wow, Tyler's very, very obsessed. It's very
Big
simple.
fan
I
of
don't.
yours.
Yeah, exactly. She's probably my number one anti-fan. Really interesting. I guess I just kind of live rent-free, my friend. Why am I upset if someone uses pronouns you don't like? Actually, interestingly, I rarely ever am. People misgender me all the time, and I simply point out that that's kind of shitty. It doesn't really make me upset anymore. It's so common. It's so commonly done as an attempt to make me feel bad that I don't feel bad anymore. I used to when I was younger. When I was a younger, baby trans, it used to really bother me because it felt like people were going out of their way to be cruel to me, which is true. They usually are. But I've never really been one who's like reacted really poorly to that sort of thing. Just never really have. It doesn't, there's like, I don't know. I think it's mean. I think it's horrible. I think other people are hurt more of it, but I'm a pretty tough girl. So yeah.
Okay, so we'll ask like 2 more questions, then we'll do closing statements.
Sure.
All right, so from Kevin C to DemonMama, do you see it as a possible future you could transition back to male?
For me or like for other people?
Yeah, probably.
For me, no. I would literally stay like as my identity, as my genuine self. I would fight for that to the death, and I mean that. I am that serious about, and I know this because I know what it felt like to live the way that I did before, to live inauthentically, to not be able to express myself the way that I wish to express myself, the way that feels correct and well to me. and it was miserable. And so, no, I can never imagine anything like that. Do I think that such things should be possible? Oh, I think in the future it will be super easy. Someday we will probably have the technology to allow people to shift gender at will, and that will be so cool. I think that that sort of a future would be really, frankly, very awesome. And I'm sure there'd be a lot of people who are too afraid to explore gender right now because of how horrible in fact, I know this. I've talked to people who are too afraid to explore their gender now because they would be punished socially for it.
So from August Morin, BigPapaFascist, you've seemed to give up on this debate and refuse to engage with facts about the topic. Do you think there may be a flaw in the way you think about this issue?
You didn't give up on the debate at all. After you win a debate, you don't have
Kinda
to keep
did.
engaging.
Oh yeah, nice one.
What happened here
You're such a badass.
was through just a couple of questions, I was able to pull out the paradoxical nature of this thing. Sometimes in a debate, the best thing to do is what we call Operation Let Them Speak. And in this case, the more that DemonMama spoke, the more that DemonMama made my points for me. I don't know how much involvement do you want me to have in that?
We'll see. We'll see. I have a feeling that this hasn't gone as well for you as you think it is.
We'll see.
There are a few more. Hold on, and then we'll finish it. Okay, so from Intellectual Midget, if I, a 24-year-old male, mentally identify with being a 16-year-old teen girl, could sign up to what the fuck is this, wrestling team and body slam them. Who is to decide my identity other than myself? Seems like
yeah, this is a really bad faith and question, and I feel like they were struggling with typing. You might want to put down the bottle and take a nap, sleep off some of that, because this did not come out very well. But I can explain this. It's very simple. I've explained this many times. Being 16 is not an identity. Like it just isn't. Like, that's not how it works. 16 is a measurement of years that you've spent on this earth. So you don't identify by your age. That's silly. Yeah, it just doesn't happen. So, but gender is an identity. So yeah, simple.
All right, so last question, and then we'll do closing. So from Green Host or some progressive, how important is empathy to understanding politics and trans issues? Andrew, why don't you go first?
I don't know. I mean, how important is it to have empathy for people who don't want to call another person by pronouns they know are lies? Do you think that that's important? Or do you only think that it's important for the person who's doing the identifying?
Well, that was an incoherent answer from Andrew. Yeah, that's.
We got Mama and Papa actually.
From Papa over here hasn't been really thinking too hard on this one, but yeah, no, it's pretty. I mean, I think empathy is always important. I think empathy is an important human trait in general. It is what makes it possible for us to like work together. And I don't know about you, but if you know anything about humanity, humanity is a social creature. We are all social. That is how we got to the point that we are now. We evolved our empathy in order to help us get along better. Empathy is very important, and you should try to have empathy with everyone to the best of your ability. But there are some people out there who really abuse the empathy of others. People who say that they're really hurt by having to respect you as another person, when in reality they just don't give a shit and they want to control who you are. Those types of people, you know, you might need to just say, wow, I've given you a lot of empathy, but you're kind of abusing it here. And recognize that they're not engaging in good faith. But I think that empathy in general is a good thing to have. There's a quote from a really, really great socialist influencer online by the name of Michael Brooks that goes, be ruthless with systems and be kind to people. And that is generally the way that I try to go. But there are limits, of course, to this. I don't think that I need to be particularly kind to people who are totally disrespectful and think that you're just a insane liar or something like that. I don't really think that. I think they've used up their kindness.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we can do final thoughts and closing statements.
Hell yeah.
All right, so DemonMama, why don't you go first?
I think that I've done a pretty good job here laying out my logic. I think that it makes sense. I've made the case here for why recognizing the profound difference between sex and gender is valuable and produces a better world, a more clear, a much clearer way of communicating with each other, and also makes you not sound as stupid as fascists, because you're actually able to engage with these topics on a level that is intellectually mature and can recognize that things change over time and that this is actually can be a very good thing for us, can make us stronger. So yeah, respect trans people. Recognize that what is good for trans people is actually often what's good for everybody, and that we are only as free as the least of us. So we should remember that. And yeah, I don't think there was a really particularly convincing argument laid out against this besides I don't like it. When I pointed out that there are different types of social constructs and that a quantification is a matter of what you are trying to quantify, not just a word that you throw out to sound smart, or to think that you sound smart, that was not really engaged with. So yeah, if anybody has any questions or wants to argue with me or whatever, I am always open for questions, answers, and debates after every panel. You can find me at demonmama.com/live if you want to join the chat right away. Come on, I'd be more than happy to sort out any disagreements you have with me. But I think I did, for the purpose of this panel, answer all of the questions and lay that out in a very logical fashion.
Thank you. Andrew?
The best thing that you can do, oftentimes with lunatics who run contrary to their own narratives, is just watch them do it in real time. And you'll find that none of the paradoxes that I brought up were actually addressed in any type of coherent way. It's just a bunch of rambling babble that made absolutely no sense. We're no closer to understanding this phenomenon than we were before. And we never will get close to understanding this phenomenon, because all DemonMama can say is, I'm a woman because I say so. That's it. It's as incoherent as you can possibly get. And when I pointed these paradoxes out, I mean, DemonMama can't even tell you what a homosexual is. I mean, this is the type of insanity that we're dealing with. And yeah, I think sometimes it's okay. Just let them talk.
Okay, well, thank you both. We do, after every debate, have a poll in the community section on our page. So if you guys want to give your opinion on who you think won the debate, you can go vote now. Leave your commenting on your reasoning why. Make sure they're constructive criticism, not asshole comments. But
go vote, everybody.
Yeah, no, thank you so much
vote.
for coming on. DemonMama, it was nice having you on for the first time. Hope to see you back here on Politically Provoked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than that, we are going to be debating infrared next. The debate's running a little bit behind, so it should start in about 20 minutes on tanky communism. So for everybody in the chat, we're just going to keep on going, so you guys can stick around, and we will be getting that going soon. Yeah, so other than that, that's all, folks.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All
absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on. It was a very interesting experience, and I have to say I'm a fan of your layout and your modding style. Yeah. Doris, it was fantastic talking with you. I recognize that you basically crossed your arms and didn't really listen to anything that I was saying, but I did my best to engage with you in good faith. And I'm sorry if you feel a little sulky after this. It wasn't my intention to hurt your feelings.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Bye for now. Oh, how interesting. That was so fascinating. That was so interesting. Oh my God, that was so funny. Oh, all right. Let's take a breather real quick, huh? That was fun, right? Oh my God. What's a homosexual? A homosexual is what I am. There you go. Bam. You didn't see the community tab? Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. We should probably wait. If anybody has the link, does anybody have the link? Can somebody drop the link? I wasn't given the link. Can anybody give the link? Hey, everybody. YouTube privilege. There it is. There it is. It's here. Hold on. I'll link it over in Twitch. Hold on. Yeah, we'll go through everything here. Oh God, there's all the links. Okay, the links are coming up on the screen now. Here you go. Go vote. Go vote, everybody. You're allowed to go vote. This is the point. There you go. Go vote. YouTube people, go vote. Bam, here you go. There's the vote. Go vote. Go vote. This is your opportunity. Yeah. All right, that was interesting. That was certainly very interesting. My goodness, that was interesting. We'll see if anybody wants to come by and talk about things. I owe you like 2 Snickers. Yeah, there you go. Here's a Snickers. Here's a digital Snickers. Hey, that was fun. I did smoke probably more than I should have, but that was fun. That was fun as fuck. Did you all enjoy that? 94%? Damn! Damn! 94%! Oh, I think he burned through like 6 cigarettes. I think that's like better. How do I put up with this shit? Because it's funny. Because it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. By the way, real quick, David Scott Jaffe, are you David Jaffe? Are you still in chat? David Jaffe was in chat, and I wanted to answer your question. I'm sorry I couldn't answer it at the time, but I'll do my best to answer it now. If you're here, sound off in YouTube chat. If not, I'll have people send you a clip with my answer. That way, because you super chatted. I want to make sure that I answer that. Oh my God, wrecking it in the poll. Oh, absolutely. Well, hey, happy to have you here. Yeah, so let me just reread your question for you real quick here. So this was asked by David Jaffe. Yes, that David Jaffe. The David Jaffe of the channel, of the David Jaffe channel. Hey, can you speak to why people who are transphobic at the root? What are they actually worried or upset about? Oh yeah, okay. So this is actually a super interesting question. Thank you for a super, super interesting question. Also, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. And thank you, Brim, for the $6.66 in super chat. Thank you very, very much. Let me answer this question real quick. Okay. So generally, when we look at what transphobia is, we're usually looking for a sort of invalidation or an attempt to frame someone as lesser than. So a lot of transphobia unfolds based on the idea that that trans people are either liars, predators, or insane. One of those things. If you were to say anything like, we can draw parallels to other things. Like, for example, and I'm going to quote here, if you were to say something like, black people are irrationally angry all the time, that would be racist because it implies that black people are less than human, that they can't control themselves. The same goes for trans people. When you tell trans people that they're lying about their identity, when you tell trans people that they are making it all up, when you tell trans people that they're trying to sneak into bathrooms to do horrible acts, that is a transphobic action because it is stereotyping all trans people as being less than, as being infirm, as being bad, as being intrinsically bad. So that's usually what we look at when we're talking about transphobia. I think it's very hard to read intent, but sometimes you can intuit it depending on the arguments and actions that somebody makes. For example, I would be very comfortable saying, like, I could make an argument, a solid argument, for, yes, that's correct, Rush Tenor. I would say that I could make a very solid argument for why I think that, BigPapaFascist is a transphobe. And the reason would be, I mean, he said it at the end, right? He considers me, and by implication of the argument he made, a lunatic because I believe that gender is a matter of identity. So he thinks I'm less than. He thinks I'm crazy for thinking the way that I am. He thinks I'm bad for thinking the way that I am. So I would argue that is explicitly transphobic. Whereas with somebody like Destiny, because somebody did ask about Destiny, I don't really think that I don't really think that he has that type of approach, even though I disagree with some of the ways that he engages with other people. And oh, I didn't see that, but I don't really care. I didn't know that, but I don't really care that he did. So apparently Papa Fash called me a he. I don't care. If he thinks that bothers me, he's up for a big surprise. The other thing that I was going to say is to answer also, like, at the root, what are they actually worried or upset about? Deviancy. That's a lot of what it is. A lot of what makes people mad at or afraid of trans people is that they are different, that they're new, that they're not necessarily fully understood yet. And by the way, thank you, Sayam, for the tier 1 sub, and thank you very, very much for the gifted 2 tier 1 subs, actually a fungus. Sorry to jump around. So at the root, what they're usually worried or upset about is deviancy. And deviancy, degeneracy, all of these things are always very loosely described. They fear something that is new, that challenges their assumptions about the world. And you'll notice that even though Papa Fascist came in and said, oh, you're going to appeal to authority, the first thing he did was attempt to appeal to authority. He wants things to remain, the definitions that he has in his mind, to never change, because in his mind, I am a deviant. I am upsetting the order that he is happy with. And I think that's usually what is the root. The worry is that that the things that they like are going to be destroyed by degenerates, by trans people. And they usually get to this point because they've been either they've subjected themselves to a lot of content that has a lot of fear-mongering in it, they harbor prejudices or whatever, but usually that's the root of it. Yeah, I hope that answers the question, David. If you had further clarifications, feel free to just @ me in the YouTube chat and I'll do my best to respond. I hate that I hate transphobes. Well, I hate them too. And the thing is, David, like some transphobes are just incidental, but those transphobes are usually able to be talked to. Like there are people who are unintentionally transphobic. Like they don't know why, but they just think trans people are kind of icky. And there's that type of homophobe as well. There are people who it was way more common in the 90s and early 2000s of people who just kind of thought that gay people were icky or funny. And that's like the passive type of transphobia or homophobia. Those types of people do exist, and those people you can usually talk to and make them think about it, and they'll change their mind. But people like BigPapaFascist, they're not only convinced, they're unwilling to be unconvinced. They have already decided that trans people are less than. He very much believes that trans people should functionally be socially limited out of existence. We should not be allowed to exist in his mind. I should not be allowed to be a woman in his mind. And those types of people, I'll be completely honest, I think it's okay to hate that type of person. Those types of people are, they might have some complex reason for why they got there, but they're actively doing harm to the world. And as long as they are still doing harm to the world, I think it's okay to be very angry at them, to mock them, to challenge them, etc. And I don't think that we should do that. I would not treat every single transphobe that I encountered with that same level of fire, because I don't think that most transphobes are like super, super committed. I think a lot of transphobic people just don't know anything about trans people, and they just picked up a lot of like passive transphobia. Those types of people, I talked to one of those last night. In my stream that I did last night, I was on a panel with a conservative who just didn't know a lot about trans people. And did he say some things that I think were transphobic? Yes, he did. But it was clearly unintentional, and he was willing to listen and learn. And that was cool. It's very rare, but that's very cool. So yeah, hope that answers it. I'm winning. I'm shifting between 94 and 96% victory in the poll. Hell yeah. Socialist Cat Girl asks, do you ever feel fed up with people like him? I feel like knowing people like him exist makes me lose hope. I feel fed up with people like him, of course, but I don't lose hope in existence because of people like that. I've talked about my many times my dark letter that I keep on the that I keep back there. My dark letter, the letter from my father or my stepfather who threatened to kill me over being trans. I keep that right back on my shelf. And that reminds me, you know, how much worse it can be. People like this guy are desperate and sad. They are relics of a bygone world that are desperately holding on to a worse world. And we're moving on to make a bigger and better one. Yeah. So, yeah. Do you ever reread the letter? I've reread it once, but I don't really need to. Would you be down to talk about one of the 2 points from the debate? Absolutely, of course. Hop on into the Discord. I'll bring you in. Gladly, SondSol. CharlMarx. I'm a nationalist communist visiting the chat. Not to be confused with a Nazbol. I'm not racist. Do you see people who aren't lib left but auth left as an ally? It depends on how far you go with that. I think there are fundamental flaws in some of the approaches to the auth left, but I do believe that, like, I believe that there are bridges that can be made. It depends on how auth you are. If you're like, I would do anything for Stalin level auth, no, I can't. We're not allies. But if you have just a different organizational philosophy and you believe that, like, more centralized structures are better, I think that we can talk about things. I think that we can get along and work together. It's just that, like, I think that extremist authoritarianism is really cringe and also usually results with people like me getting killed. Phobia is fear, and fear is usually due to either not being informed or misinformation. All that's needed is the right education. I don't really like the idea that, like, transphobia or racism or whatever phobia isn't just that those things aren't what was I gonna say? Those things aren't really just fear. And the definitions, I mean, they use the word phobia, but we refer to it as a social phobia. Yes, I mean, do I think that some Nazis are literally afraid of me? Some Nazis are, like, quaking in their boots. But most of them are not really afraid. They're just hateful. And I guess there is a corresponding, like, societal fear that like the gay people are going to undo everything and blow up the entire society and Western civilization will collapse. But that's not really the same thing that we understand when we say phobia. When we say transphobia, that's like it's a little bit of a different meaning. Yeah. As a fellow elder trans, do you also hate that we have had to live in a world where by necessity we've become so callous to intentional misgendering and blatant malice? I hate that the best advice I can give to baby trans is you're going to need a thicker skin to survive. Yes, of course I hate that. I hope that when I die, that the world will be not nearly as cruel as it is right now. And there's a good chance that that's the case. There's a good chance that we'll be able to accomplish that. I am callous to a lot of these things, and it does hurt. I've talked about this on stream before, that it really hurts to build a tough shell. There's a lot of pain you have to go through, you know, in order to build a shell like mine. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Trans people should not have to have a shell. We're humans, not turtles. We shouldn't have to live our entire lives with an emotional shell that makes it hard for us to engage with the rest of the world, that makes us scared and sad. So yes, I do hate that, and I hope that we can make a better world before I die. And maybe not. Maybe I won't make it before I die, but maybe after I die. Maybe I'll contribute to it happening after I die. VM Draco asks, why would they even bring this guy on if he's clearly this extreme? What's accomplished here other than to put you in a super uncomfortable position? It exposes people. This guy is a joke. This guy was a joke. And it was really interesting to talk to him. So yeah. What you are doing is making the world better. Do not forget that. Well, I try. I do try my best. I really do. It exposes the fascist as a clown. It's important for people to be reminded that fascists are clowns, that they are worthy of laughing at. They are pathetic. Their worldviews are sad and not serious, not to be taken truly seriously. That they, because they're violent and angry people, often do harm, but that their ideas are laughably simple-minded. They're hilarious. They don't even try to engage with science. They really, really try not to. Okay, absolutely. No worries. I'll bring you in just a second. I just want to answer all the questions that I have. I think that again, I think that there is value in exposing people to the clownishness of fascists. CharlMarx grew up in isolation watching DPRK made documentaries, and Jason Unruh, so grew up being a tanky, but people like you got me out of it slowly, so thanks. CharlMarx, you're welcome here. As long as you don't start defending like a genocide or anything like that, we are more than happy to engage in all kinds of philosophical and technical debates. Again, I am not an authoritarian. I'm pretty strongly anti-authoritarian, but I do think that bridges can be built between people who simply have a different organizational theory, as long as they are not like willing to look the other way when bad things happen. I hope that makes sense. I don't want to come across as like rude or something. But thank you for the kind comments. And CharlMarx, we're happy to have you here in the chat as an imp. As somewhat of a baby trans living in a very far right home, what's some copium advice that you might have? The more trans and queer people that you meet, the more likely that you will find your way out of that situation. Just remember, there are allies out there, and you might be stuck living in a far-right home right now, but you can build a plan to build your own life. It might be hard, but it's possible. Wolfgar69 with the unbelievably generous $50. Trans rights and trans thriving. Indeed. Trans rights and trans thriving. Okay? Bam. All right, let's bring SondSol on. Hold on, let me bring SondSol on real quick. I'm going to hop into the chatteroo. Wow, y'all are getting some super bonus content tonight. Listen to that. You're going to get conversations and all kinds of stuff. How cool is that? Test. Okay, cool. Let's do it. SondSol, can you hear me? Bring in the SondSol. Whoop. Hello, SondSol. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hold on one moment. I'm getting doubled audio by accident. All right. What are your pronouns? Just checking in.
My pronouns are he, him.
Hell yeah. The classics. Twitch.
Yep, I let my mom pick them out for me.
Oh, that's really nice of you. I mean, that's so kind to trust someone else with that. That's super cool of you. All right. Bam. Well, I'm glad. I hope that your mom was cool about it. All right. Yeah, SondSol, very happy, very, very happy to hear from you again. Welcome to the show. I hope you enjoyed the show, and I want to thank you for reaching out to me, and I had a good time. So, yeah.
Yeah. No. It's been a while. So BigPapaFascist has been hopping into my chat for like the past, I want to say like 2 or 3 weeks, and he says that I'm one of the good ones, and he's trying to save me from my liberalism degeneracy, and he keeps on paying me. So,
hey, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, so, but he reached out to me and said that Marcy had not been able to make it, and he wanted someone to debate him, and so I thought, well, if that's the topic, let's get someone that's knowledgeable about it. I had some quick constructive criticisms, and I wanted to see what you would think about them really quick.
Sure. Give me your constructive criticisms.
Yeah. So
if the first one is optics, you know what I'm going to have to do, right?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
There's no optics on this at all.
I'm kidding. It was a joke. It's just a joke.
Yeah. So linguistics, the argument on linguistics lagged on for a long time.
Yeah.
So this is what I was going to ask you. So my first note is linguistics are hard to grasp, but you can make it easier by explaining to people the marginal utility of changing colloquial or common parlance definitions. So the point that you were making, and you made this point very briefly at one point, but it didn't get expanded upon. The way that I would go about that, curious to see how you think about this, is if we look at language constantly shifts, right? The way that we talk about sex and gender as like the same thing isn't serving us the same utility that it did in the past. So it's fine that language can change, and then you can explain why it's better. And that is usually a harder thing for them to defend, because saying that the utility of making less people want to kill themselves is bad is a really hard point to defend. What do you think about that?
Sorry, what was the? Can you explain the last part further?
Yeah. So say you're saying 1 second. I'm just gonna pause my game
That's fine.
so I can actually concentrate. So let's say you're going about it and you're saying, okay, so language can change. Back in the olden days, if we read a Shakespeare's play, the language is very different, but it's still English. We can still recognize it. But if we go further back, it's still the same language, but it's like ye old English because it's changed to a point that it's not recognizable to us now.
Sure.
So words are malleable and they can change if we find more utility in them. That's what language is. It's a social construction. When we want to find the marginal utility of something like the word of gender, right? Colloquially, we conflate gender and sex. But now that we are having a better understanding of the differences between gender and sex as a society, it makes sense to separate these things so that people are we're bringing more happiness into our society, right?
Yeah, I feel like I touched on that quite a bit during the conversation, but maybe like the structure of it could have been laid out a little better. It is definitely super hard to actually talk about these things when you can't even agree that, like, I mean, he literally was just like, oh, I don't care if trans people are suffering, where it's just like, okay, I mean, thanks for going mask off, but it's hard to have a serious conversation with somebody like that. Yeah, for sure.
No, I 100% agree. I think that when going into that sort of line of thinking and someone says, I don't care, well, then it's an easy optical win if you can get someone to say, like, yeah, I don't care if people kill themselves. Okay, well, if you don't think that,
so that's good.
Yeah. If you can get someone to argue against the fact that making society a better place or trying to explain why it wouldn't be a better it wouldn't gain any utility making less people kill themselves. He would have to explain why keeping those two words inherently linked would be a good thing. I think that would have been a really easy way to win that point.
I did try to get him to go on about that, but he just refused to engage. When I asked him, like, why he thinks that, when I asked him, like, even though the entire time he was arguing that basically that in his mind sex and gender are the same, when I asked him that, he said no. He just lied. So I'm like, okay, so then, I mean, you're arguing, and then I had to just go back and be like, well, your argument seems to equate the two. So that's a very hard thing to deal with. And I do agree with you. I think I could lay that out better. I'm going to have to be fair, I don't get to debate explicit fascist like this very frequently. So I'm going to have to figure out how to get them to not put in a position where if they just straight up lie, which they always do, then I'd have to figure out a way to, what's the word, to get him to not leave that vulnerability open where it just could make things unclear.
Yeah. And a lot of times in the moment it's hard to shift gears and really hammer down on a point. If you're really trying to focus on another one, try and pinpoint exactly the best way to go about it. So also, what happened to did all the fascists just like leave the internet, or did they all just get banned off of Twitch? I haven't talked to a fascist in a long time.
Oh no, they're just terrified. They're terrified. Basically, they've seen a couple of their stupider counterparts get blown the fuck out, and now they quake in fear. They come into my chat all the time. They raid me. I've been all over the fucking Chan boards lately. We got raided last night with a giant bot raid on YouTube, and of people spamming, have you ever been raped? Well, you should be. Yeah, super nice stuff, right? And like, yeah, there's like there's been a couple of things. A lot of the big names have gotten themselves completely banned, so there's like they've had a morale crisis. Basically, like, Tyler's gone. Tyler can't do anything on any platform now. He's gotten himself banned off of every single one by doing legitimate direct harassment campaigns through these platforms that, like, literally Instagram banned him. Like, and as far as I know, they haven't reverted that. So that's pretty wild. If you get banned from Instagram, like, nobody gets banned from Instagram. It's really hard to get banned from Instagram. He got banned from Instagram.
Yeah.
So like, he's like, this happens a lot. Like, they'll get banned so they can't actually show up to anything without like tanking people's VODs. Like, you can't talk to Tyler Bluntman anymore because he's been banned off of Twitch, and Twitch will ban you if you have him on. Like, so yeah, Fuentes, same problem. All of the ones who are like, all of their demagogues and whatever have been have deplatformed themselves by just being incapable of following even the most basic rules. And And yeah, so it leaves us in a position where like their dregs will come around and cause noise and do little shitty bot raids and say slurs at you, but they won't actually debate because they're basically like I don't know, like that you know the Wojak that's got like the snot coming out of his nose and all that, you know that one, you know, really fucked up. That's basically every single one of these fascists. They're a bunch of, I mean, do you remember the rant that Nick Fuentes on talking about how he told his ugly followers to stay home? He's like, I know a lot of you are really fucking gross. Don't if you look like the Groiper, don't come out. Like, just stay home. We don't want you out here. Like, that's how bad they are to one another, and they know.
I didn't know that. I haven't seen that.
Oh, you should look that up. You should try and find that clip. It's on YouTube. It's him talking about. I think if you search like Nick Fuentes tells ugly fans to stay home. When he was going to do the insurrection, he was like, don't ugly Groipers, don't come out. We want the movement to look good. Literally just like, okay, you goblins and all of you like incels and stuff, stay home. We don't want you here. You serve us online and we don't respect your existence. It's really sad.
Yeah. So the second point, I guess the next 2 points that I have are kind of the same, but
okay.
But it stemmed from the same thing. So on the part where there was the disagreement on the definition of bi, so I don't think that you touched on this, but I might be forgetting. I had to go on some diatribes myself while watching the debate to explain to people like the difference between gender and sex and all that. So I might be forgetting. But when we're talking about like the definition of bisexual, and then you said that we can look at the definition of these things, and it's not the attraction to one sex, right? I think it would have been really good there to bring up the fact that, again, we're talking about like colloquial definitions, and when people are talking about sex, they're like often talking about gender, and sometimes when people are talking about gender, they're talking about sex. People just kind of use them interchangeably. So that definition was likely using that interchangeably.
Well, yeah.
This point, I think that he hammered the fuck out of you on, because he looked up the APA definition, right? Like the one of the ones that you brought up.
That was on homosexuality, yeah.
Oh yeah. And
I don't feel you felt like I got hammered on that. I really don't feel like I did. Maybe I just disagree with you on this.
Maybe I was just I
feel like he looked like an idiot
into that spot. Yeah. Maybe I was putting myself in your position, because I would have felt like, oh shit, I need to find some way to like get around this. Because if you tell someone to look something up and then it's the opposite of what you said.
But I didn't tell him to look just that up. I told him like.
Oh right, you said like a bunch
I
of different things.
He asked how we know, like how we come to a conclusion of what it means to be homosexual, and I said, well, there are organizations that publish their definitions of it for the purposes of one thing. We talked to the individuals who actually engage in these things. That's why I asked him. That's why I did that part where I asked him like, are you a homosexual? Like, why does this matter to you? Don't you think that homosexual people who actually like live their lives being identified as and identifying themselves as homosexual should probably have a say in what the word homosexual actually means?
What I would do, so I would say instead of like, I don't really ever look up a definition unless it's something that we're like never going to agree on. I would usually like question them something along the lines of like, if I presented you with a trans man, right? Super fucking bulky, right? He's got the fucking big ass fucking, his arms are as big around as your fucking neck, right?
I get you.
Yeah. And
thank you. I get you.
Yeah. Like, are you attracted to that person? Because you're saying that it's purely off of sex. I would like deconstruct it instead of talking about definitions, because you can just throw different definitions from different sources at each other all day and then never agree, right? You have to get him to admit that he's wrong on that thing. He won't.
He just won't. So what I did was I took that opportunity to explain how we actually come to meaningful definitions and why. And then when he brought up that like, oh, the APA has this definition, I said, good, then I would challenge the APA. And here's the reasons why I would challenge the APA. And it's interesting. Again, I also pointed out that he was making the fallacy he accused me of by appealing to authority and refusing to acknowledge that there is not one single authority on what the definition of homosexual is. And that's why I brought up the bisexual thing, where in the past, bisexual was basically non-binary. If you were bisexual in like the 80s or early 90s, that meant that you were a little bit female and a little bit male. That's what they viewed it as at the time. And that was even talked about even in psychological communities when they were talking about the bisexual community of the time. Over time, that meaning changed. And yeah, so these things change all the time. The people who use those terms and the people who those terms are relevant to is who it's relevant to, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess
think
I slightly disagree with your prescription here, but that's fine. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
nonetheless.
This I guess something that I've been trying to do is get better at critiquing myself and critiquing arguments so that I can get better at debates, because I've been getting into more of them. So
yeah, I've been noticing.
Some of them aren't super great, but let me see here.
Wait, which one wasn't super great?
Well, I mean, last night was got super spicy. I enjoyed it, but
what was last night? What happened last night?
Well, it was with BigPapaFascist's wife, and they implied that my moral system leads to pedophilia, and then I had to they said something about jerking off onto children would be okay in my system, and then I had to talk about why actually I want less cum on kids, and then it got into a big old fucking mess after that. So. But like
you had that conversation on Twitch. Show. That's a risky one.
Yeah.
Good luck with that VOD. I hope it doesn't get struck. Jesus.
No. But it kind of took a turn for the worse, because I guess BigPapaFascist and his wife raised their kids off of Nick Fuentes videos, and so Bastiat kind of went off on them after that.
Nice.
So
interesting. That's really fucked. Poor kids. I feel for them, literally, as somebody who grew up listening every day to Rush Limbaugh in the radio while my dad drove around to his businesses, and on days where in the summer or when I was or on weekends, I would sit in the car as my dad listened to Rush Limbaugh, being inundated with hate every day of my life. It doesn't make for a happy person. I can tell you that much.
Oh yeah, no. I was pretty lucky. I grew up in a family of I think closet socialists, because they're
nice.
pretty much on board with everything that I've brought up, so they don't disagree with it at all. So I'm pretty lucky in that regard. I didn't have to deal with much of it. I think that we've kind of like roundabout through talking about each of these points. I wrote them down individually, but we kind of touched on them through the other points. So I don't have anything else written down. But how do you I mean, obviously, you won the poll, you won the debate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as far as I can tell, by like a 95% margin. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah. No. I think that you did generally pretty well.
Okay. I think I fucking nailed it, but whatever. I'm a little riding the high right now, so.
Yeah. No. I mean, talking to BigPapaFascist and talking to his wife is like super fun, because it's a completely new territory. It's not talking to the same 3 Twitch conservatives over and over, so but you probably get to talk to a lot wider array of people than I do. There's not very many left on Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch is rough. I mean, I do get people from YouTube, but a lot of them also just run. Like, again, like there's this thing where like all of the fascists like to go argue with the guy. They like to go argue with Vosh or whatever. They want to get in and like make a name for themselves or whatever. And they're afraid of me. I'm not kidding you. Like, these people literally run and they piss themselves. They just won't talk to me. It's really funny. And so when I do get one, I tend to cherish it a little bit. I'm very tired of like having conversations with like people like Kekdying, Rob Knorr in chat. Yeah, Rob Knorr, I'm fucking tired of that guy. Just a complete waste.
I have to take a leave of absence from talking from Rob, because I talked to him 4 streams in a row in my audience. Please.
I would suggest a detox. It's dangerous there.
Yeah, we're playing video games now. We're taking a little bit of a breather from that, because
yeah, it's bad.
yeah, I guess that's all I really have. I enjoyed
Cool.
the debate. It was very entertaining to listen to. I don't feel like he was able to contend with any of your points all that well. I just was coming in with anything that might make the points even harder to address. But yeah, anything
Oh yeah.
that
No,
anything
super cool.
else?
I mean, I
or-
really, really appreciate you being willing to give me feedback, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your kind words and your criticisms. It helps me get even better. So,
Alrighty,
yeah,
well,
thanks a lot.
I'll
SondSol.
catch you later.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
Bye, and see you soon.
Bye bye.
Yay, that was fun. Hey, that was fun. Do you want to bring CharlMarx in? Looks like CharlMarx wants to talk. Let's talk. Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. I'm feeling generous. Let's talk to CharlMarx. Let's talk to CharlMarx. Always wanted to.
Hi.
Hello, CharlMarx.
Hey.
Welcome to the
Yes,
stream.
the man himself, I'm back from the dead.
Yay.
Hey up.
All right,
Yes.
real quick. Pronouns, real quick.
Mhm.
What are your pronouns?
He, him. He, him.
All right.
He.
Classics. All right. Sick.
The classics. Yes.
One moment. Oh my goodness, I got to
Bless you.
sneeze there. My goodness. Whew, sorry about that. Welcome to the
That's
show, CharlMarx. What can I do for you today?
I think you might have seen me chatting in the chat earlier.
I did. Yes.
Yes. I was talking about being I'm an ex-tanky, I'd say. Like I
Okay.
grew up watching Jason Unruh, unironic DPRK stuff, like pretty yikes stuff.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. My question, I have 3 questions, but
Sure.
separate categories.
Mhm.
My advice, what would be your advice if someone who is very deep into that, who wants to trying to lean out of that, what would be your advice for that? Because a lot of the time they're usually any like anarcho left circles, you kind of get laughed at and pointed out most of the time. What would be your advice?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. I mean, first of all, I think that like for what is useful, I've never been like a tanky, but I grew up in a highly indoctrinated background, as I'm pretty open about that I grew up in a cult, and it was very important for me to come to understand the base materials that this cult was built off of. And I think that a lot of, I think there's value in that as well. The Bible, when actually studied, does not do a very good job making a great case for Christianity. It is said that the best way, there's a joke among atheists that the best way to make an atheist out of a Christian is to make them read the Bible, because if you read the Bible like with a clear head and not for the purpose of like just for the sole purpose of reinforcing your faith or listening to sermons, you recognize you're able to identify and come to your own critiques of that text. And I think there might be some value in doing that for your own stuff. I know that there's a lot of, I mean, I know people who have read like the writings of Xi Jinping in order to, come to a critique of that position. I think there's a lot of value if you feel like there's problems, but you in your view system, or that there people have brought them up, but you haven't really gotten good answers. Some of the best ways to do that is to go and engage critically with a critical mind with the content that is used to to proselytize or to spread that idea. And you will probably, if you are capable of analyzing things critically and taking good notes, you will probably find a lot of these things, and that will help you come to terms with it. I mean, for me, coming to understand the Bible and having these contradictions that were in the Bible, these flaws, be in my mind, and then when I go to talk to people who are who are firm and adamant believers, I would recognize that, like, you're not addressing this. Like, are you ignoring this problem? Like, because sorry, this is a bit of a ramble, but let me give an example of this. There's I believe it's in 2 Kings. I've blanked on the
I'm a
chapter.
Hindu. I'm not a very good Christian.
Okay, well, don't you worry about that. So there's a book called there's a book in the Bible called 2 Kings. It's an Old Testament book. It's a very interesting book. It has a lot of lore stuff. It's got a lot of the magic and God stuff. So it's super cool. It's not one of the boring ones. And in 2 Kings, I can't remember the chapter. I think it's chapter 18 or 16, something along those lines. There is a part where it is stated in the Bible in no uncertain terms that God ordered devils to go out and lie on his behalf. And to me, that was a serious sticking point. I could never find an answer for that. And I asked theologians about it, and they couldn't come up with an, I mean, Christian, like devout, Christian teachers about it, and they couldn't come up with an answer. They would just say, oh, maybe it's a translation thing, or, God, it's part of God's plan. You don't have to think about it very much. But I was very troubled by the idea that God, and another example of this, perhaps you might be familiar with some Christian myth, but like the story of Moses. And in the Bible, it is said that God hardened the heart of the Pharaoh so that the Pharaoh wouldn't accept when Moses asked for him to let his people go. So that implies very strongly, and again, in no uncertain terms, this is repeated multiple times, that Pharaoh wanted to let the Israelites out of Egypt, but God intervened to make that not happen. And that led to the torture of like lots and lots of people by God's wrath. But God made it happen. He hardened, it's an active verb in even the original translations. He hardened their hearts. These things became major issues for me in recognizing that this is a flawed text, and that it broke that sort of ideological, emotional attachment by making me confront the imperfection of it. So there might be some applications there for some of the more extreme indoctrinating, like DPRK stuff,
Yeah. Also, another note, that same one mentions other gods, so it goes against whole monotheism as well. I would judge the gods of Egypt or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there's numerous points like that. I mean, there's numerous points in the Old Testament where, and this is actually a big controversy among Christian sects. Some of them are very fixated on the existence of other gods and believe that there are indeed other actual gods that are just lesser than. They're basically demons that are disguising themselves as gods. Whereas, other Christian sects just go like, no, this is poetics. Like it doesn't actually mean there's another God. It's just poetics, like he's talking about their teachings. And I tend to, obviously the second position is a little bit more rational than the first. But I mean, the church I grew up in literally believed that Moloch was an actual demon that had posed itself as a god and that needed to be fought against. Yeah. So.
Yeah, done. That's a pretty good quick answer. My second one involves this. The third one is a bit semi-related, but it all close together. What would be, in terms of usefulness of olive trees, what would be your advice in someone trying to do it? Because there's obviously, if someone was to kind of try and build a ground where those people can connect, where do you draw the line in ensuring tankies, don't infiltrate, or that kind of rhetoric is best explored? Because it's kind of people kind of point to the alt-right being very good at dog whistling, but I think tankies are very good at dog whistling when they want to be as well.
I think some of them are, and some of them really aren't.
Some of them are dumbasses.
I mean, I can think of so many Twitter tankies who are just really bad at it. And
True.
I do think there is that. The thing is, I think that most of the time, tankies aren't super interested in dog whistling. They're just a little evasive when you press them on certain issues. A great example of this is, of course, my own critiques of Mel. Yes, where Mel just you can just prove her wrong by pointing out that you literally said this on Twitter and then you deleted it, and now you're telling me something different, and you never apologized for it, and you refuse to meet on the head, and then she'll freak out and won't answer your questions. And that sort of thing is but I don't know. I don't really know that I've always said this, but the best way to defeat infiltration is genuine community. If you start to know the people around you and you recognize respect for the space that you're having a conversation in, that's a pretty good way to show who's not able to follow by those basic rules and engage fairly. The thing is, I do think that there's some value in olive branches. Again, I don't think that all ML types are bad, or all authoritarian leaning types are bad. I've had a lot of conversations. I've been frustrated because a lot of the conversations I feel end up becoming a little bit it reminds me of talking to a Christian sometimes, because you will say well, how do we actually how do we prevent a centrally organized organization from being, and we've seen this again and again, but how do we prevent an organization like that from being basically co-opted by the exact same people who already currently have power? So, you know, like a white cis straight guy rises to the power of some revolutionary org and then, you know, imposes his privilege and his views on that. And sometimes the answer you get is ideology, and it's like, and then sometimes the other answer you get is, well, diversity. And it's like, well, if it's just diversity, then isn't that just kind of like liberalism? Don't you? Is that like the argument is? So yeah, I do think that's a problem. But again, most of the people who see themselves as like MLs are interested in the organizational capability and not necessarily in like being 100% adhered to anything. It's just the orgs. The orgs have a problem with becoming personality cults.
Like I think ML UK is pretty transphobic.
Oh, it's really bad. Yeah, they're really bad. And like, I mean, there's a whole bunch of issues with like, I mean, Black Hammer is another one. I don't think they're a revolutionary Marxist org. They're like post-Marxist or something.
They use Maoist stuff.
Yeah, they're Maoist. But I mean, same rules apply there, where they're just like, they're like an obvious, like, I don't know. There's just a lot of like, the main figures are obviously benefiting from from enforcing a sort of constant virtue signal of like, yes, we're the Maoists, oh, please bend down. And then it's like, oh, there's like 4 people at the top who are just skimming money the entire time. And I really don't like stuff like that. So yeah, I hope that answered the question.
That's pretty well. It's obviously it's a vaguer question. It's more of an extension to the first.
Yeah.
My third one's a bit separate of a tangent, but it's something I did ask Vosh about this, but obviously Vosh is busy. It is I kind of named it really awkwardly in my little terminal note here. That is I called it the Anglo question, but my question would be
oh no.
So no, I realized afterwards I named it that. So you know, like how Vosh had the stance against Mayo-side jokes, like how they're dumb and they damage leftist movements. Would you say that obviously like the whole being an Anglo, as you can tell by my dreaded accent, I'm an Anglo. It like it's kind of like there's memes about it, but there's kind of like sometimes it's really hard to tell if you're on like the bottom end of Twitter or sometimes Vosh's chat. Not to attack Vosh, I love him bits, but
are you talking about the Anglophobia?
Yeah, like that's literally unironically saying nuke Britain and disregard all. Yeah, like it's getting pretty bad sometimes. Like unironically, I feel a bit bad after like anyone talks about Anglos. Like I feel ashamed of being like my ethnicity sometimes.
Oh my goodness. Well, look, I think it's mostly like it's like the Italian thing. It is ironic until it's not ironic, and we should try and remind people to like keep their pants on with regard to these types of things. There is a lot of people who like make fun of British people, and I genuinely try not to engage in that unless it's like me and Chud, you know what I mean? Like me and Chud Logic, who's British, like we will go back and forth, like we'll do British versus American all the time. Yeah. Like, I mean, I think probably you might have even seen it. I had a tweet on his where he was talking about the disgusting standards for breakfast in America, which is true, by the way. We have really bad breakfast standards. But I was just like, it was that peanut butter and jelly, like the lady cuts the top off the peanut butter and then like smears it all over the place. That like TikTok that went viral. It was like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, Chud, just because you're just mad because I climb out of my bed every morning into a corn syrup tube, slather myself against the flavor wall, and then get to eating my breakfast. And I'm just like, you know, that sort of thing is like, we'll goof around ironically, but again, like irony is not ironic once it becomes unironic, so people should be fucking careful about that. I also feel that way about the Italian stuff. Like people forget that like there's a legitimate chunk of history where Italians were legitimately discriminated against, like extensively. So we probably shouldn't overdo it. Like if you make an Elon Musk "I send the pizza into space" kind of meme, you're probably fine. Just like there's nothing really wrong with like throwing out a joke here about like Mayo-side or whatever. Like I've made jokes about my whiteness and whatever. I don't identify at all with being white. Like I have no history. I'm a wanderer. That's my culture. My culture is that I wander. But but like but you know, there's limits to all these things, and people should be encouraged to think twice before they make jokes about killing people.
Yeah, it's because it's like it's not just like British food bad.
Yeah,
it is. Sometimes people...
like the teeth thing. That thing is one that I actually get mad at. Like, people do the British teeth thing. First of all, that's like a dated stereotype. Americans objectively have worse dental health than a British people and have for like 2 decades. But it's really super offensive. I find it to be super offensive, and I know multiple British people who actually have been bothered by that stereotype because they engage in a lot of American spaces and they just literally feel anxious about their mouth. And I'm like, oh, that's stupid. That's terrible.
Yeah, I think it's like, I mean, I get IRA memes, but a lot of them are literally unironically joking about IRA bombing Anglos, and then like I asked, and I did the same logic and posted. I think it was a UVF meme, which is the loyalist. They're both cringe, and then I got banned for it, and it was like, you know, it's kind of like some people see the harm, with the obvious and genuine harm in like loyalist groups, but not the IRA sometimes. Like, you know, it's at the end of the day, it wasn't even that long ago. It was like 2 years before I was born. People were still dying from that shit. So, you know,
I mean, I think there's like, I don't know. Sometimes there's, I mean, look, I love me a good "come out you black and tans" meme from time to time. Okay, look, I'm not even a nationalist. I'm like an anti-nationalist, but I appreciate a few James Connolly jokes from time to time. But like, people gotta. You just have to remember, like, this is the rule for jokes in general. Fucking read the room, for God's sake. Read the fucking room. And if you have a chat of like kids that every time like a British person comes on to your call in, they're all just like, "Oi, bruv." It's like it's so fucking stupid, and you look like idiots. You look like the dumbest. You look like an American stereotype. And so people should just be fucking just chill out with it a little bit, for fuck's sake. I agree. I mean, I don't think it's like, obviously I don't think that this is on par with other types of like rampant hate, but like it does, it is fucking cringy, and it can be genuinely uncomfortable.
I just wanted to talk about that because it's kind of like very frustrating sometimes.
No problem at all. That's a totally valid frustration. I mean, I think Chud's talked about that too. Like, I agree. I think it goes across the line of like, I don't think it goes across the line of like really like causing like psychological harm to people, but in my opinion it is uncomfortable. It becomes like cringy and uncomfortable
in large groups. I think it eventually can. That's
absolutely could. Yeah, it absolutely could spin out of control. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's been all my questions really. It's quite late for me here in England, so Well, so you have a lovely day.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. And wow, this was a wonderful conversation, CharlMarx. I really appreciate
I'm returning back to the grave now. So
yeah, back to the grave to dream dreams of Capital Volume 4 or whatever.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for coming on. Seriously.
No problem. Have a lovely day. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
What a cool convo. All right. That was a cool ass conversation. That was super cool. Wow, what a nice conversation. Wow, that was so cool. Okay, everybody. What time is it? How long have we been streaming? Wow, 4-hour bonus stream. Damn. How long until the debate thing? We already did the debate. Babinski, you missed the debate. The debate is over. We did the debate already. We already did it. Michael mistaken. What's this? What's this link? Oh no, what's this? Who is this? Oh, is it me? Oh, that's from last night. Okay. Yeah. Mama, I'm fond of you. Oh, thank you, wrong opinion haver. Well, you have that correct opinion, so that's good. You're making progress. I feel like our IRA memes are more about Thatcher than all England. Not always. Are these new glasses? No, these are old glasses. I actually do need to get new glasses soon. I actually do have to get new glasses soon. Yeah, I actually do. Can we get one doo-doo fart for today? I don't remember which button doo-doo fart is on. It's not working. It's not working. I haven't been able to set the soundboard back up. I did, but they're not even working. It's not pulling them. I need to rework the soundboard. It's just, I just need to. Oh, Socialist Potato. If you want me to change your name, just DM me on Discord and I'll change it to whatever you want. Yeah. But if you're a sub, you can change it once per month. Have you found the doo-doo fart intro? Yes, I have. Last night, Val9000, last night, Fawn plugged it in and it went doo-doo fart. And she was like, what the fuck? And started laughing. She didn't know about it. I knew there was something funny in there, but Fawn was the one who found it. So she plugged it in to go play it and it was like doo-doo fart. And she was like, ah! Wait, for real? Vosh was debating the chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute? That's fun. For real, great job keeping your cool even after being told you were pretending. Great work. Zordon, you know it. Listen, I am more confident in my gender than any of these people realize. Wait, is it Leonard Peikoff? Is that Leonard Peikoff? Wait, for real? I gotta see that. Oh, I had so many problems with Leonard Peikoff back in the day. Oh my God. Leonard Peikoff, my anger at Leonard Peikoff led me to deconverting a friend from objectivism. Oh my God. Leonard Peikoff. I don't think it's him though. I think he's too old. There's no way that boomer was able to debate Vosh. There's no fucking way. Different guy? Oh, that's unfortunate. Dude, fucking Leonard Peikoff, seriously. Yeah, actually a fungus. I do get my glasses from Zenny. That's where I got them from. Oh, okay. Where does he want... Wait. What does he want his name changed to? Gay, what do you want your name changed to? If you want some MacBlat versions of those business cards, I'll do it at cost for you. Laser time is free for me. Val9000, 100%. 100%. Absolutely. Let's talk about that. I'll DM you about that. I would really like to have them. I will go hand them out and do cool stuff. That'd be super cool. Holy shit, that'd be so cool. Yes, I've seen that. Wolfgar, I have. I love that. I love that speech. It's super good. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure that's in the public domain, isn't it? Hold on. Let's see if it is. Is it in the public domain? This work is in the public domain. We can watch it. Let's watch it. Oh, let's watch it. It's so good. We're watching it. We're watching it. It's in the public domain. Okay, I'll check that in just a second, Alora. Hold on. We're going to do this. It's going to be great. This is so good. I love this. I'll show you. For real? Wait, is that for real, Gayfesh? All right, I can do that. Hold on, let's do this. Here we go. Let's watch this. This is super good. This is a speech by Charlie Chaplin. Charlie Chaplin, who was a socialist, by the way, in the film The Great Dictator, and it's amazing. So listen, you're learning some film history here. Okay.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To
Why
those
does
who
it
can
have
hear
that?
me, I say, the misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed. The
I don't know why it's
bitterness
playing
of
that
men
one.
who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. I can't listen to this with the Inception music. That's going to make me cringe.
I'm sorry.
This is the official
I
one.
don't want to be
Here, we'll jump ahead.
That's not my good. For the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children. Victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed. The bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines. You are not cattle. You are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
I fucking love Charlie Chaplin, by the way. I fucking love Charlie Chaplin. Yeah, obviously the mustache is fake. Like in the movie. Yeah, in the movie it is. Yeah, super based. Super based. All right, everybody. You want to know what we're going to do? I got another bonus for you. Your wonderful DemonMama, am going to give you even more bonus, because not only is it enough for me to slay a fascist for you all, however, I will also give you some CookingMama. CookingMama! It's time for CookingMama! So if you want to see fucking CookingMama, guess what? I'm gonna need you to make sure that you've liked the stream, that you've subscribed, and if you're feeling generous, to toss a coin to your lovely DemonMama, because we're going to do some motherfucking CookingMama. And boy, oh boy, do I got a treat for you. I've been keeping this one. Ooh, this is gonna be a good one. I'm telling you right now, there's a good one. We got a new Dave's Cooking. We got a new one, and it is really fucking wild. Look at this. Are you ready? There's multiple that we haven't even got to see yet. Are you prepared? Oh, Michael Mistaken with the 100 bits. Thank you so very much. Deeply appreciate it. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Hey, you got a 3-month cheer? Hey, thank you so much, Venus. Did I miss it? I'm so sorry if I missed it. I've been very distractible today. I apologize. I apologize deeply for missing that. Are you prepared? Thank you very much, Venus, for the tier 1 3-month sub. Really appreciate that. Watch this. Are you ready? I notice you. I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's the wrong button. Look at this. We've got, this one is out tomorrow, right? No, 2 days from now, we've got the sexy, horny honey salad. However, we have the Cheddar BLT Dave's Cooking Show. We have the old world mac and cheese. We have the San Fran burger. Oh, this one's going to be offensive. Look, the lamestream media is trying to walk it back. What are they trying to walk back? Ah, lamestream. Lame streamers. Hey, Death Before Decaf with the 50 bits. I so appreciate your streams. I learn so much every time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And Windleby with the tier 1 sub, and Reza Sutra with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Means the world to me. Let us begin. Shall we begin with this disgusting looking salmon? Yes, we shall. So we will begin. I know, that's great, Val. That's how I want it.
Okay, today's on Dave's Cooking Show. We have a recipe that I literally came up with while I was in the goddamn grocery store.
Hey, thank you very much for the Twitch sub. Thank you so much,
Zordon.
Zordon.
Lemon walnut salmon. So as you can see, got a nice little piece of salmon there. And the seasoning is just kosher.
Something you should notice right away, he's already burnt the garlic. So before we even started, you can look in this pot right here and you can see that he's already overcooked the garlic. Perky Gal 90 or Punky Gal 90, thank you so very much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Yeah, he's already burnt the garlic. It's overcooked already, and it's gonna get further overcooked. Zaffram with the tier 1 sub, finally able to get a sub. Love your content, and thanks again for helping me start to make content. You're very welcome. It is you. I was only the catalyst.
Salt and lemon pepper. That's it. Now, with salmon, I cook it about 95.
Before we go any further, let me remind you, something that you should buy, okay? Watch this, okay? I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you out. Something that you will thank yourself for. Watch this, okay? I'm going to show you something. It's very important that you pay attention to this, okay? You can get this at any store for very cheap. Very, very cheap, okay? Look, hold on. Here we go. This is what it looks like. Right here. Do you see this? This is a oil splash guard. It will fit over any pan and it will catch oil droplets that fly out. You will have a cleaner house, you will have healthier lungs, and you won't get popped with hot oil. Okay? These are literally $1 at any Walmart. They're like $1 or $2. Get yourself one. If you have to throw it away, you can just buy another one. They're made with the most cheapest recycled metal you can imagine. Amelia with the $5, thank you so much. I really like my name, Amelia. It means to strive to equal in Latin. Basically, I'm saying if you look down on me now, just wait, I'll get to you eventually. You're probably already there. You like being popped by hot oil? Well, listen. That's fine. No kink shame. But if you're cooking, you might not want to, okay? Look. Salmon needs to cook a lot longer than the garlic can. Yeah, in general, that is true, but I am not a pan fish cooker master.
Percent on the skin. Last 2 minutes, I flip it over, sear the top side, get it out, and then let it rest for about a minute. Yes. And for salmon, I don't really go well done. I go closer to medium well. So let's move on. Okay, let's make up the sauce for this here salmon. I got about a half a stick of butter in this here pot over medium heat. Make sure to forget to take the goddamn sticker off the fucking lemon. So you gotta...
He grinded the sticker in! Oh my god! Yes! Sticker zest! Oh my god, this fucking clown! Of course!
Fish it out on your cooking show like a jackass.
Why would he leave this in? I love it! Oh, I love it!
And then you want the zest of at least 1 lemon, maybe 2 if you
We've
like.
all done that, but not all of us put it in their instructional cooking video. Just take another shot. He literally does the other shot here. Oh my
a little
god.
more lemony. Just want to run it over the zester here. Also, make sure you rinse this off the second you're done using it. Otherwise, this shit will dry out, it'll harden, and it'll be a great big...
You want to sub to this channel? Listen, save yourself. Don't. Just watch when I watch. I promise you, Dave is not a fun person to follow. I'm just saying.
Pain in the ass. By the way, if you have any little cuts you didn't know on your hands, this will let you know exactly where those motherfuckers are. Then add the...
Does he make intentionally bad stuff like those... No, he's just stupid. Dave is... Zordon 603 with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much, Zordon. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. This is my first time watching one of these. Does he make intentionally bad stuff? No. Lord of Patriarchy, aka Dave from Dave's Cooking Show, is just very, very arrogant and very confident in his ability to make crap food. He doesn't give a shit. He just doesn't care. He's very lazy. If you've ever seen his other content, he's like a raging homophobe. He's a racist. It's really fucking funny. This guy's been around since the anti-SJW days. In fact, he used to be known as War Corpse 666, and he was most famous for having a rant where he screamed at like a 9-year-old girl, like at the top of his lungs, just screaming at a 9-year-old girl about atheism or some shit. It was he's a very strange fellow. Also, he went on Chud's show and he called Chud the F slur so many times that Chud had to take the VOD down. He got drunk like during the debate. Is he the guy from the meme? He's the guy from the meme with the clocks. Yep, it's Clock Guy. That's him.
Juice of 1 lemon. The reason you didn't see me run it through my hands is this lemon actually didn't have any seeds in it. Alrighty, then add the walnuts. About a 1/4 cup of
for sure, Pathologic, yes.
chopped / crushed walnuts. I toasted them up a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Windleby, he had a lot of beers.
Salt and pepper.
Yep.
And just keep this on a low heat until your salmon's done. Okay, and about a minute before you're going to pull this off, I almost forgot. You want to add some freshly chopped...
Yeah, Jake and LOP have had a throwdown. I've been covering Dave's Cooking Show for a while. It was Chud who turned me on to Dave's Cooking Show. And then I know that he has beef with Papa Bird Jake, which is really funny.
Chives to this sauce. Okie dokie. Look at that. Salmon's done. Cooking Show magic is wonderful. I paired this with a dry white wine.
He just splattered oil. Look, this is a thing he does. First of all, is this like cockroach shit over here? What the fuck is this? And then he's just got oil splattered all over the plate. God, it's so gross. It would take 2 seconds for him to just wipe this oil up and it wouldn't look disgusting. Like, he could just wipe it. 1 second it would take.
Wine. I think it was a Chardonnay. And then just pour the sauce over the salmon. Before you serve it, give it about 30 seconds for the butter.
Okay, that looks disgusting. The sauce looks filthy.
Sauce to incorporate.
It looks like maggot sauce.
And that's it. Lemon walnut salmon. Done.
Okay. All right. Well, we're on to the next one. Are we ready? Let's watch another one. Let's see how offensive the Dave's... I want to do the old world mac and cheese. I don't really care about this one. Let's do the old world mac and cheese. I want to see what old world mac and cheese means for Dave. Shall we? Hold on real quick. Before we start this, I need a drink. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a drink and then we're going to continue. guess what? Oh, triple cola. I haven't had triple cola in forever. Oh, triple cola. I'm so excited for triple cola. Hold on, give me a second. The Pussy Burger. No, there was the Pussy Burger, and then there was the Kate Middleton Burger, aka the misogynist special. It was so bad. All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's do this. Ziggles. I've been a proud imp for half a year now. I'm finally able to give back to my favorite streamer, trans rights and trans thrivings. Thank you so very much, Ziggles. I'm happy you've been able to enjoy, and thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Seriously. Yeah, they do have it in can form. Axetti says, oh, they have Baja Blast in can form. Yes, they do. Only at Walmart. If I remember correctly, they only sell it at Walmart. Posadas John says, Old World? What's this? Fallout New Vegas? Is Ulysses going to start asking about that bull and the bear? Maybe. Let's find out. Let's find out what it means.
Sometimes I get nostalgic for the old things, like growing up on a farm, using a horse to get around, slapping the shit out of idiots like this till they get back in the...
Okay, well, we're having another misogynist special. Yep.
Kitchen, beating the shit out of these guys for, well, being soy boys. But mostly I miss the macaroni.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second, everybody. Hold on a second, everybody. Do we want to remember what Lord of Patriarchy looks like?
Do you like to see angry neckbeards comment on news stories of...
Let's just remember here for a second. Let's just take a second and bask. For some reason, I don't think this guy has ever beaten up anybody, let alone been near enough to a woman to even reach her. But if he says so, just remember the perfection, the Lord of Patriarchy, truly the patriarch we've all been waiting for.
Macaroni and cheese. And that's what we're going to
Dude, that's an insult to Shrek. Jessica Metal, that's an insult to Shrek. Shrek actually has a good personality. Also, yeah, apparently you can just see, he does this all the time. And he goes into his kitchen.
Beating the shit out of these guys for, well, being soy boys. But mostly
there you go. Hey, look, there you go. There he's got his Peppa Pig. It looks like he's got Peppa Pig undies.
It's the macaroni and cheese. And that's what we're going to make here today on Dave's Cooking Show, Old World Mac and Cheese. And you want to start with about 4 cups of milk on a medium heat. Now, you don't want this to boil. Just basically get hot, kind of get a film on it, and then...
His hair's gotten longer. His one hair got like, he's not married. There's no way this guy's married. There's no way that he's married. Those are PJs. I know, Vermin. Vermin, you came back just in time for us to enjoy Cooking Mama. Perfect timing. There's no way this guy's married. There's no fucking way. There's absolutely no way. I don't think so.
That aside, and we're going to be moving on to our other ingredients. Okay, while the milk is finishing up, you want to make a roux. And how we make it for this one is we add an entire stick of butter and a half a cup of flour.
Okay.
And no, this ain't a healthy fucking dish.
Well, obviously, dude.
So basically, butter's melted, in goes the flour. Do not stop whisking. I thought
to make a roux I thought that a roux was I thought you had to gradually, very slowly stir it in. I thought that was the whole point. I thought that the entire point of a roux is that you needed to dump it in slowly so it's perfectly blended. It's chunky. You can see the chunks. A roux isn't just flour and butter, though. It's about the texture, right? If it's cold milk, the lumps will go away though? Huh. Interesting. I don't know enough about making roux. Yeah, see, okay, good. Danny is like an ace cook. So like, yeah. It creates the creamy texture. Exactly. That's what I thought.
A little bit of cayenne pepper there. A little bit of Dijon and salt and pepper to taste.
It literally looks like fucking, this looks like applesauce. It looks like fucking applesauce. He put Pissmans in there.
You basically want to add the milk and stir this till it's all well and incorporated. Okay, after a couple of minutes, the roux and milk mix is formed and gotten all incorporated together. Everybody's happy. Now it's time to add the cheese. And for this one, we're going to go with 12 ounces of sharp cheddar cheese. And again, don't use the bag stuff.
Ah! It's quivering! It's throbbing! It's quivering! Ah!
If you got a food processor, it'll take a couple of seconds to shred the blocks. If you got to do it by hand, just take the extra couple of minutes. And then you just want to incorporate this till it's melted. Oh, and by the way, start your oven and get it up to 350 degrees. Okay, cheese sauce is ready. Time to add 1 pound of elbow macaroni. If you don't want to use elbow macaroni, you can certainly use a rigatoni, penne shells. But for this one, I decided, because it's old world, I went with the original elbow macaroni. Then you just want to give this a couple of good stirs. Make sure everything gets all well and incorporated. And because my induction burner gets this pan hotter than the halls of hell, I have to hold on with a goddamn dishcloth. And then I just pop this pot into the oven for about 10 minutes. What you don't see is that I add some panko breadcrumbs to the top, and then of course
this is just a mac and cheese bake. There's nothing old world about this. It's just mac and cheese with panko on top. There's nothing special. He didn't even do any of the food science shit to make it nice and creamy. It's gonna be chunky and sticky. It's not even gonna be good.
Just dusting of freshly ground black pepper. So, give this 10 to 15 minutes in the oven, and we'll be back for the finished product.
I guess the old world was just in the misogyny,
and
right?
Look at that. Old world
Dude, okay. What the fuck? That looks like a fucking... What is that? It didn't even... The panko didn't even get crispy. The bread isn't even toasted. What the fuck is this? Dude, this is worse than usual. It's super uneven. The panko is just not cooked. This is just raw breadcrumbs. This is like what you would feed a duck. This is like you would feed a duck.
Mac and cheese done the old-fashioned way on an old-fashioned day. Well, that wraps up this one. Old world mac
Zordon,
and
thank
cheese.
you so much
Done.
for the gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much, Zordon. You're being so generous. I really appreciate it. Well, hey, he did say done at the end. He did say done at the end. I can't argue with that. He said done. Hey. Oh boy, are we ready for more offensiveness? Are we fucking ready? Here we go. It's the San Fran burger. I'm warning you, this one is going to be, well, let's just find out, okay? Let's find out. Here we go. Get ready. Brace yourselves. I haven't seen this one. No, I almost always react to these fresh. The RGR music.
Ah, San Francisco. The sights, the sounds, smells, whatever the hell this is. And it's also home to a burger. The San Fran burger was made by this guy. and I beat him without mercy until he gave me the recipe. So here it is. All right, let's make the San Fran sauce. You want to take 2 tablespoons of ketchup and then add a tablespoon of...
Okay, already, why? 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 He literally can't do a video without spilling shit. It can't be that hard. I know you can't see. Hold on. Look, I have to move the chat for this. I'm gonna have to move the chat. Look, he fucking spilled. He didn't even. Oh, it's just he could have wiped it up. He didn't even do it during the shot. He just put an overflowed spilling bullshit over there. I swear, he does it to annoy us. It's a psyop. No, I know he's too stupid to do that. I know he really is.
Of relish, a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, a teaspoon of sriracha.
What? Sriracha and Worcester? What? Dude, what? Tappy love, of course. Chill. Get comfy. If you want to come to the site chat, DemonMama.com/live. Like and subscribe, everybody.
Maybe a little more. A 1/4 cup of French dressing, and then a...
This is disgusting. This is going to be the slop burger. What the fuck? French dressing, sriracha, Worcester sauce, dill pickles. This is going to be the sloppiest, wettest, most disgusting thing. Eating this is going to feel like having a it's gonna, oh my god, it's gonna be terrible. Eating this is gonna be like fucking biting into an unemptied cow stomach. Or yeah, like drinking a garbage can sludge.
1/2 cup of Thousand Island dressing.
What? Oh, French and Thousand Island? This is so stupid. This is so stupid. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, this is a joke. This can't be real. Why would you... That you won't even be able to taste the sauces. And Thousand Island is basically... Isn't Thousand Island basically just ketchup and mayo anyway? Yes, that Thousand Island is sweet pickle relish, which he already has in there, lemon juice, ketchup, mayonnaise. It's literally, he's putting more of the dressing he's already made into here. This is recursive Thousand Island dressing.
Making goddamn sure to make a mess. Then start to combine. Decide you want to clean up the mess right now. Idiotically decide to use a paper towel before getting a proper towel. Now that it's clean.
It's not! I can see down in the corner there's still muck there. Jesus Christ.
Stir this up and let sit in the fridge for at least 2 hours.
Do you see how this sauce is the infinite regression? True.
Okay.
What? He just waddles over and just pisses onto it. It looks like he's pissing onto it. I'm not kidding you. Watch. Wait, hold on. I have to move my camera so you can see this. Oh my god.
Okay. And then over a wood fire. Time to add the patties.
This is
These
too
are
good.
pound,
I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. The flesh grill, the pissing onto the grill, the waddling. It's too much. Oh my god. Look. I mean, I just gotta watch this again. This is so perfect. How can you beat this? Nothing is better.
Okay. And then over a wood fire. Time to add the patties. These are third pound.
He's his piss has turned into dust because he's dehydrated himself for so long. That's why.
20 patties, and I'm seasoning them up with my all-purpose seasoning blend. And that's really it. They'll take, it really depends with wood, I'd say about 4 or 5 minutes aside. And through the magic of cooking show editing, these burgers are
This one
done.
fell apart.
Got to a nice 160 internal. All right. First cheese we're going to put on these burgers is a nice Colby Jack cheese. But if you think we're done there, we're not. It took a lot of punches for him to spill the other cheese. And the other cheese is Gouda. And
okay. This burger will taste like nothing. I'm telling you right now, this burger will taste like nothing. There will be no flavor to this. First of all, the sauce is just Thousand Island mixed with French dressing, mixed with more Thousand Island, mixed with more mayo, mixed with more pickles, and then there's two completely bland cheeses. Colby Jack, okay, Gouda is a smoky cheese, but he's putting it on a burger that's already going to be drowned in sauce. You won't be able to taste the Gouda. You won't be able to taste the burger. You won't be able to taste the fucking Colby Jack.
After you're done putting the cheese on.
And the grill, yes. And as always, the grill is filthy. Scrape the grill. I say this every time. Yo, welcome. All right, let's welcome everyone in. Yo, holy shit. Everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. Lovely Vosh crew, welcome. We are currently enjoying a regular session that we call Cooking Mama. Pokey raid. Nice. Happy to have you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is DemonMama. We have a live chat on a website just like VGG. It's called demonmama.com/live. You can log in with your Twitch. It's super cool, and we have amazing emotes. So please come join us on site chat if you're feeling up to it. Happy, very, very happy to have you. And we're doing Cooking Mama right now, where we watch some of the most atrocious and offensive cooking shows that you can ever imagine. Right now, many of you may not know this, but Lord of Patriarchy, aka Warcorp 666, aka Dave, a guy who you've probably seen before. I'll show you what he looks like real quick. Here we go. Let me just get a picture up here of him. Here we go. Ah, yes, indeed. Here we go. This is our boy. Hey. That's not what I wanted. Let's bring this up here. Here we go. This is our boy Dave. You may know him. You may have seen him before. He's a very strange fellow. He really doesn't like gay people or women very much. And he has a cooking show. And it's pathetic. It is horrifically sad. So please, come get comfy. Please make sure to follow me on YouTube and on Twitch and hang out on my website and whatever. We would love to have you. As we enjoy a journey into culinary apocalypse or genocide. It's not going to be pretty. It's never pretty. Right now, we are watching the San Francisco burger, which of course started the video off with some very offensive stereotypes about the types of people that live in San Francisco, as you can surely imagine. Argo, thank you so very much. Also, hi Progressive, good to see you. Yeah, so get comfy. Happy to have you here. Welcome to all of the Vosh crew. As you know, I'm an old school Vosh chatter. Don't get around to chat as frequently these days, but much love to Vosh and to all of the Voshsters. All right. How'd the debate with BigPapaFascist go? Amazing. You all should watch it. It's in this VOD. When I'm done, it's really good. I absolutely crunched him, and it was hilarious. I was so pleased. He completely failed. So I think you'll have some fun. You're happy to bring some bad from the Voosh chat? Oh no, you're bringing the goods. Don't you worry. Don't you fucking worry. Yeah, we had a really good time. Yeah, it was fun. All right, everybody, let's get back to the content, shall we? Shall we? Let's do it.
Pop the lid back on, let the cheese melt, and in a couple of minutes they'll be ready to be brought in. Another thing we're gonna do is we're even gonna make
tier
the
1
bun
sub. Really
special
appreciate
for
it.
this burger. Now, of course, you can see I've buttered the bun. Pretty standard.
Okay.
Here's what I'm also doing. I'm sprinkling Parmesan cheese over the bun. This gives it a real good flavor.
You won't be able to taste it under all of the sauce. Like, okay, so those of you who are just arriving, you didn't see the sauce that was made. The sauce that was made in the beginning is putrid. You will see it. This is a triple cheeseburger with a sauce that, I kid you not, is Thousand Island mixed with French, mixed with Worcestershire, mixed with sriracha, pickles, and onions. That's the sauce. You will never be able to taste any of this. Just absurd.
Next time you make burgers, try this. Okay, at this point, I was absolutely salivating for this burger. Nice crust because of the Parmesan. All right, little dollop of that San Fran sauce we made. Of course, make sure to get some on the counter.
That's it. That's the French and Thousand Island and mayo and French sauce. Hey, at least he toasted the bun this time. That's good. He toasted the bun. Normally he just doesn't toast the bun.
Nice patty. I think I forgot the lettuce on this burger, but who cares? Like I said,
again, there we go again. Who cares? He just doesn't give a shit. He's making he makes a show to teach you to cook, and he fucks it up every time. Almost every single episode. Pour some smegma on the burger.
I was really hungry. Freshly diced white onions. I think I even forgot the pickles, too. Some tomato slices, and that's it.
Dude, those are sad. Those are such sad tomato slices. What the fuck?
I forgot the pickles, too. Some tomato slices.
That is the saddest tomato slices I've ever seen. Oh, Dave, my God.
And that's it. San Fran burger. Done. I didn't even wait to get
He's getting wet and messy with it right on camera. No.
a shot of it.
Oh. All right, we got another one. Into the next one we go. We got to do another one. We're not done yet. Shut up. Shut up. We got to do the cheddar BLT burger. Let's find out. Oh yeah, he puts porn. He puts porn images as his images all the time. Oh, the Kate Middleton burger is so bad. Hold on, we got to watch the Kate Middleton burger. Chat, site chat. Can I do the Kate Middleton burger for the newcomers? Can I do this one? Can we? Let's do a vote. Okay, everybody says yes. Let's do it. Okay, we've done this one a million times, but I want you all to see this. I really want you guys to see this. It's so fucking funny. Okay, this is basically one of the best. This is one of the best examples of Dave just being a disgusting fuckhead.
Okay, today on Dave's Cooking Show, we're going to make the Kate Middleton burger. And, you know, she's kind of hot, but not like...
Kind of hot. Here we go. Let's just remind everyone. Let's just remind everybody real quick. Here we go. Just remember. This, kind of hot, just kind of fucking hot. There we go. That's what you're doing. Let's see. Let's match them up, shall we? Shall we match them up? Here we go. Who do we think? You know, kind of hot or I don't know. You decide. Chat, you decide. You're the ones who get to decide on this one, all right? Listen. Still no pickles. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Got scorcher or anything, but it's kind of hot. Anyway, let's get into this. Okay, the spice mix for this here burger is really quite simple. You need a tablespoon of paprika, then 1.5 teaspoons of garlic powder, 1 teaspoon of onion powder, 1 teaspoon of salt, a teaspoon of cayenne, and a teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper. Mix everything together, and then form whatever burger patties you might like.
Hey,
I just
give it the
decided
chillin'
to go
up.
with quarter-pound patties. That's just me. And then let's go out to the grill and we'll have the next step.
Okay, so right now, I want you to take notice of this grill. You will hear me if you watch Cooking Mama. I do Cooking Mama very frequently. I love Cooking Mama. It's a fun segment. That is a new mechanical keyboard you hear. Yes, it is. Green switches. Mwah, beautiful. But if you look here, it appears that a bird has literally shit in his grill. Dave has never cleaned this grill. I mean, like, really, just never has cleaned this grill. And it gets worse every time. We've watched, over the course of videos, we've watched the quality of his grill get worse and worse. This is very unhealthy. For those of you who aren't grillers, okay? For those of you who aren't grillers, scrape your grill for the love of fucking God. No, the fire does not sanitize it. No, it doesn't. No, Hasselglass. No, it doesn't. Oh my God, no. Please. Just scrape it. It's so easy. Oh, thank God. Oh, I was worried for a second. It doesn't, the fire does not. What you have on here, and I say this every time, I know some of you will be tired of me hearing this, but you have putrefied carcinogens. This is like rotten, congealed fat dripping all over here, and apparently bird shit as well. Also, in another one of his videos, there's just bird shit all over the top of the grill that he just doesn't wipe off. In the video, he's just like, I'm gonna teach you how to fucking cook. And there's just bird shit all over his grill. So bad. Yasarian with the 400 bits. Thank you so much. I promise you, Yasarian, there is no possible way that I am platforming Dave. Dave's show literally gets like 20 views, and every week, one of them is mine. He gets nothing. There is no platforming here. Dave is so repulsive, nobody would watch his content, and I don't recommend it either. It's fun to laugh and point at. By the way, if you think I'm being cruel to Dave, Dave is a screaming homophobe and racist. He's actually a horrible person. This, my friends, is ethically sourced lol cows, okay? Ethically sourced. You don't got to worry about it at all. Let's continue.
Okay, as you can see here, they're already seasoned on one side, and they're kind of going on the grill. And then you want to generously season. Don't worry about over-seasoning your burgers because you lose about half the seasoning when you go to flip them. And then because, of course, you're making a Kate Middleton burger, your grill has to run out of gas.
And this is his second grill, which appears to have a dead worm on it over here.
Halfway through.
Thank you for the 128 bits. Thank you so much.
Fire up a batch of charcoal. So you want to cook these till they're 165 internally.
Yeah, it could be a dead lizard.
Which over lump charcoal will be less than 5 minutes, most likely. Okay, and through the magic of
Zordon,
cooking
thank
show
you so
editing,
much.
the burgers are done, and it's time to add a slice of American cheese. Because, one, if a burger doesn't have cheese on it, it's fucking garbage. And two...
burnt. Already burnt. He's already burning them.
It's a Kate Middleton burger. Do you think I'm going to waste any decent cheese on that fucking bitch?
What did I tell you? Just random... What would he do? What did Kate Middleton ever do to him? What the fuck did Kate Middleton ever do to him? I guess he just hates her because she's a woman. That's why. He does this all the time. He does it all the time.
Fuck that British bitch. And then you just serve them with whatever condiments you want. Toast up a couple of buns. You'll be fine. And that's the Kate Middleton burger. Done.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the classic. Oh my God. And we've got more though. We're not done. We got to see the cheddar BLT burgers. Yeah, as you can see, he does a lot of burgers. They're very lazy. So yeah, let's do this one. Let's do the cheddar BLT burger. Oh, this one got a whopping 57 views. The B in BLT stands for bacon, right? Where's the bacon? Oh, this is going to be a good one. His two commenters, one of them's roasting the shit out of him. Let's find out.
At Fat Dave's Fat Burgers, we value the old ways. That's why we make shit the old-fashioned way. And that's...
Okay. I don't know why he always does this. This is the like third or fourth time that he's done the bit about making things the old-fashioned way. And what he means by old-fashioned way is apparently using a food processor and pre-bought ingredients from Walmart. Like, I don't know why he does this. I don't even get it. It's not funny. It doesn't make any sense. Usually he just uses it to say something misogynistic. Let's find out.
What makes our cheddar BLT burger so special? Now that stands for beef, lettuce, and a tarragon dressing that I'm making for you now.
What? What? What are you doing? Dude, you sound insane.
We make this fresh, every day, fresh, in the old-fashioned way. That's a half a cup of mayo, a third of a cup of ketchup, a tablespoon of grated onion we'll be adding, a tablespoon of red wine, a tablespoon of chopped parsley, a tablespoon of roughly chopped tarragon, a teaspoon, just a teaspoon of that Worcestershire sauce. Why? Well, one, nobody can pronounce it, but two, fuck the Brits. And then we stir this around.
Okay, we just had a caller talk about Anglophobia, and here we have it again. Dave's got a problem. Dave's got a problem with the Brits, I see.
Leave it in the fridge for at least 12 hours. Now, when you come into Dave's Burgers.
The Vosh chat shows up, and all of a sudden the Anglophobia shows up in chat. Who saw that coming? Oh, the Voshites, they're like, oh, we hate British people. You know what? You don't side with Dave. Don't do it. You know, this man would feed you a putrefied burger, and you're going to side with him against the Brits? The Brits are your friends here, I promise you. Oh, I promise you that right here, the Brits are your friends. You don't want to be on the side of Dave, okay? So let's embrace our Anglophilia for a little bit, okay? For a little bit. Because I can tell you, by the end of this, you're going to wish that you'd sided with the British, okay? You're going to wish. You're going to wish. I'm just telling you.
Don't worry. Our trained waitstaff of dominatrixes will make your daughter feel things she didn't think she... she could before. And then we patty what we assume is 100% pure ground beef into quarter-pound patties, and we season it with a Montreal steak seasoning.
No! Not the Montreal steak seasoning. I'm gonna lose my mind. Every video, the Montreal steak seasoning. Every single video, the Montreal steak seasoning. Again, it's been like 16 videos with the Montreal steak seasoning. I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Every video. It's just like Pitzman's. This one has like a fucking dick print with no seasoning on it.
Got at our local grocery store. What? We go grocery shopping too.
Oh, good. He covered up the dick mark.
Then after a couple of minutes, we get.
Yeah, I'm about to put on the fucking. It just takes one little push. You put Montreal steak seasoning on a burger 16 times in a row, and everyone loses their mind.
Little old flip, the old-fashioned way, using a spatula. And once these burgers have reached about 160 internally, it's time to add the cheese. This is a cheddar jack cheese we procured special for this burger. Basically, we beat up a dairy farmer. Anyway,
Zordon with the gifted 5 subs. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Deeply appreciate it.
Okay, and while the burgers are resting to become juicier than the high school.
Ooh, he's grilling it. He's toasting the buns again. Okay, this is 2 burger episodes that he's toasted the bun. Oh, shit. Maybe Dave is picking up on the toasted buns. There's been like 4 episodes where he just doesn't toast the bun. He just eats the thing. He talks about making this big burger and then he doesn't toast the bun.
Prom queen of this year that has 6 restraining orders on old Dave of Dave's Burgers. It's time.
Sorry, can we hear that again? I'm sorry, can we hear that again?
Become juicier than the high school prom queen of this year that has 6 restraining orders on old.
Dude, what? You're like 45. And high school prom queens are minors. Yeah, we got a fucking self-report.
Old Dave of Dave's Burgers. It's time to toast up some buttered buns. So basically how you do this, you butter some buns and you put them on the griddle. It's not that hard.
Okay.
So right around the time your special little girl is learning her special place in Dave's restaurant, it's time to start.
Dude, this is one of the worst ones ever. This is actually one of the worst ones ever. Holy shit, that makes me want to vomit. He's never gone this far. This is extra far. This is fucked.
Assembling the burger. We start with that dressing we made earlier. Move on to some iceberg lettuce on the bottom bun.
Iceberg. Oh. Look, I can't really follow up anything more fucked than what he's saying, but why iceberg lettuce? Guys, iceberg lettuce sucks. Iceberg lettuce sucks. Iceberg sucks. It's water. You're putting water on there. It's not. Just get romaine. No, romaine is healthier. It has a better crunch and has better flavor. Iceberg blows. No, iceberg is not tasty. It tastes like ice. Wrong. 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 Incorrect. You can get the exact same crunch from romaine. Spinach also is good and way healthier. You fools.
Place the patty on top, add some onions, and that about wraps it up.
That's it?
Consider BLT burger.
That's fucking it? That's all?
Done.
Well, he said done. Okay. Oh, boy. All right, let's pick another one. We never saw his cookies. Do you want to see if he fails cookies? We never watched this one. Oh, yeah, he does drink episodes sometimes. Stuffed cucumbers? Oh, let's see the stuffed cucumbers. Ooh, good question. I'll check.
Okie dokie. This is a really simple,
Iceburgers, get out.
easy little recipe. If you're trying to eat a little healthier, and it's super simple if you just want a quick appetizer for friends and family. These are my stuffed cucumbers. The stuffing is incredibly simple. Basically, it is just a standard package of Philadelphia cream cheese.
Iceberg lettuce can be useful for scooping and holding other food. Why not just use romaine? It's better. You know we disagree on this, Gynotype. You know we do.
A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and approximately a tablespoon to a tablespoon and a half of freshly chopped mint. And you,
Mint. Just struggling there with that word.
just mix all that up in your standard kitchen mixer or by hand, whichever. Allow the flavors to get incorporated for a little bit, and then you'll want to take this mix and either put it into a piping bag or make one yourself by putting the mix into a plastic, like Ziploc bag and cutting.
Sorry, what did he put in here again? What did he say was in here? I didn't see him put it in. What did he say was in here?
It's a really simple, easy little recipe. If you're trying to eat a little healthier, and it's super simple if you just want a quick appetizer for friends and family. These are my stuffed cucumbers. The
come and crabgrass. Mint and glue.
Incredibly
correct.
simple. Basically, it is just a standard package of Philadelphia cream cheese.
Okay. Philadelphia cream cheese.
A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and approximately a tablespoon to a tablespoon and a half of freshly chopped mint. And you just mix all that up in your standard kitchen mixer or by hand, whichever.
Title Punk Roller Girl with the tier 2 sub. There's a green sub tier. This is officially the best chat in the world. Thank you for being a cool trans creator. You're very welcome. Trans rights and trans thriving. Happy to have you. Welcome to the Green Name Club. Pretty cool, huh?
Allow the flavors to get incorporated for a little bit, and then you'll want to take this mix and either put it into a piping bag or make one yourself by putting the mix into a plastic, like Ziploc bag, and cutting one of the corners off.
Yeah, Helljammer.
Okay, now we got to seed some seedless cucumbers, or these are also known English cucumbers. Why, I don't know. Basically, you want to take a vegetable peeler and lightly skin them, leaving some of the streaks in there for effect.
I thought.
And then you just want to take.
Wait, but isn't like a lot of the nutrition in a cucumber in the skin and the seeds? Isn't that where like most of the stuff? And he just lost the other cucumber, just kind of rolled away. Also, again, just stuff splattered all over the counter. Looks like we got some rat shit. Looks like we got some cum drippings.
Take an apple core and core out the seeds. That's it. You will need to cut the cucumber.
Nutrition? That's fucking gay!
Into pieces.
Fucking skin? I don't want no vitamins. Vitamins are gay.
I kind of went with, 3 to 4 inch pieces. Nothing too terrible. Okay, now it's time to pipe in the filling to our cored cucumbers. And a note here. Do not put this cheese mix in the fridge. If it gets cold, it will get hard, and it will be dog shit.
This is so bad! This is so fucking bad! Cumcumbers, yeah, exactly.
As a filling. So you just want to fill.
It's just smeared all over his hands. There's more goop over here. There's more garbage over here. One of them rolled away. This is so sad.
Fill these up. And then
Gynotype, no, he's not a performance artist. This is War Corpse. This is Dave. This is Lord of Patriarchy. There's nothing performance about anything he does. He's just a pathetic misogynist drunk, and we get to laugh at him.
Put them on a plate or in a bag, and then leave them in the fridge to firm up. This is when you want the cheese to firm up.
Dude!
So into the fridge for at least 1 hour.
He's like fucking, oh, God. Sorry, I need to do a dramatic replay. Just watch his fingers here.
This is when you want the cheese to firm up.
Pussy havers in chat are going to have a heart attack.
Into the fridge for at least 1 hour.
Yeah, I'm fat as fuck. There's nothing wrong with being fat, but there is something wrong with being Dave, so.
All right, our cucumbers have chilled out for a little bit. And now it's time to slice them. I went with about a 1/2 inch to 1/4 inch pieces.
What is this?
You can go as big as you want, or you can just serve them like they are. Okay, and then just...
They look like they're screaming. They look like they're screaming. They don't want to be this. They thought they were going to get eaten like a normal cucumber or perhaps get used as a toy, but instead they became this.
Put them on a plate, and they're almost ready to serve. This is optional, but I add a little bit of salt and pepper to the top.
Of course you do, Dave. Of course you do.
And those are my stuffed cucumbers. Done. Isn't it odd they almost remind me of Ned Flanders nachos? Or is that just me?
What? I didn't get that reference. I don't remember the nachos. All right, we're going to do one more Dave. We're going to do one more Dave. We're going to go for a classic. All right, we're going to go for a fucking classic. All right, let's go for a classic one that we haven't seen yet. An old school Dave. Because we've seen all the new ones. White wine mac and cheese. Spicy sausage spaghetti. Triple bacon cheeseburger. He did another BLT sandwich. Cheesy spaghetti. Oh God, there's so much to choose from. Apple chips? That seems too simple. Surely he can't fuck that up. Oh, deep fried ravioli? Pizza crackers? Pizza crackers? Oh, we gotta do the pizza crackers. Please, let's do the Christmas pizza crackers. Oh, we're doing this one.
Okay, these are a real quick, easy snack that can be done minutes before your guests arrive.
Listen, you don't got to put any effort in. You can literally slap these things on a plate and shove it down their throats just seconds before they arrive.
First thing you want to grab is your favorite crackers. I'd go with, a Triscuit or a Ritz or something with, a little thick.
This is neither a Triscuit or a Ritz. But okay.
Place them on a baking sheet that has been lined with some parchment paper and preheat an oven to 400 degrees.
All right, I'll do Krabby Patty next. We'll do Krabby Patty next.
Okay, and the next thing you want to do is add a little dollop of pizza sauce to the crackers. Now, this can be your homemade sauce.
Is he really just going to put a drop of pizza sauce, cheese, and a pepperoni slice and then pop them in the oven? Come on,
sauce, or one you bought at the store in a jar. It doesn't really matter.
Of course, that's what he's always going to do.
Then next, you want to add just a little bit of fresh mozzarella. Now, you can go with the shredded kind, but because there's so few ingredients in this, I would recommend splurging on the fresh mozzarella. It tastes a fuck ton of a lot better. This is optional if you do want to do it. You can also add a little piece of pepperoni to either the top of the mozzarella or in between the sauce and the cheese. And then pop it in the oven.
This is going to be a mess.
I don't know, till the cheese melts. I think mine were in for about 5 minutes.
Thanks, dude. Oh, he doesn't even put pepperoni on them.
Okay, and that's it. After about 5 minutes, you should have a plate that resembles something like this. And that's it. Those are my pizza party crackers. And they're so good that can't even stay on the goddamn plate till I'm done with this shot. All right, so that wraps up this one. Like I said, really good dish. If you got people coming over and
he's literally eating it on camera while recording the audio. You can hear him eating it.
Something in a hurry. This is a great crowd pleaser. It's also great if you have kids. This is simple enough. They can do it pretty much on their own with the exception of the oven.
By the way, this is going to slop off. You can tell it all slopped off when he tried to pick it up. This will just slop off the crackers.
So it gets them feeling like they help. All right. That wraps up this one.
He didn't say done. He didn't say done again. He did it again. He didn't say done on us. All right, we got to do the Krabby Patty. Where's the Krabby Patty? I want to see the Krabby Patty. Let's do Krabby Patty, and then I got another treat for you. We got more cooking to do. We've got special. We got Kay's cooking. We're going to go visit our old friend Kay. Where the fuck is the Krabby Patty? How to make Krabby Patties. All right, let's find out. Let's find out. He's going to tell us how to make Krabby Patties in 3 minutes. Oh, you know I do. Listen, I said today was going to be a bonus stream. I'm feeling very generous. So, of course, if any of you are generous and want to give my YouTube channel a subscription where all of my old Cooking Mama episodes and all of my other episodes are up on the YouTube channel, just click through to the YouTube channel and press subscribe. I would love to have you as an imp. And, of course, if you want to donate, always appreciate it. Of course. My show will always be free and always viewer supported. So if you can bing, flick a little coin over to me, it'd mean the world to me. Let's continue.
I can't make with the work. I can't put a patty on a bun with lettuce, cheese, onions, tomatoes, ketchup, mustard, pickles, and top bun together in that order.
Well, the yellow motherfucker that lives in a pineapple under the sea might have a few issues with getting a Krabby Patty made, but I shouldn't have any issues teaching you how to make one of your very own. All right, what we're starting off with here is a third-pound patty of 80-20.
Okay.
If you want a little less fat, you can certainly go to 85-15, but I wouldn't go much above that just because.
Thank you, Q-Stick. Appreciate that.
Burger.
Thank you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Sprinkle a liberal amount of my all-purpose.
Well, yeah, I agree, Danny. I agree. He should really season. Okay, the way that I do burgers, when I do burgers, I massage the seasoning into the burger. So I take the meat, I put all the seasoning in, and I squish it all up and make sure that it gets nice and throughout the burger. That way, you don't just like bite into like a burst of salt. It's instead diffused throughout the burger. That's the way I usually do it. But Dave just kind of dumps shit onto it. He doesn't. He just dumps it on. Also, to Athena Samurai, you get to find out. If you don't know who K is, you get to find out. We love K. We love K. You'll see. You'll see soon.
Seasoning on it. And these are third-pound patties, so they will take a little bit to cook, about 4 to 5 minutes aside. Okay, time to give these burgers a flip.
He didn't burn it. He didn't burn it this time. Oh, now this is an old video. He didn't burn it this time. That's interesting.
At the crust you just made. Oh, by the way, I set this griddle for about 400. Remember, it's beef, so you want a high, hot, fast heat.
Okay.
Okay, there is one change I am going
Okay, another thing. Look at how much oil has splattered everywhere. Again, now in this case, he's cooking it on a griddle, so the splatter guard is not going to help. But I'm pretty sure that there are lids for griddles so that this doesn't happen. This is disgusting. This is so much oil.
Make. Now, in the cartoon, SpongeBob just puts cheese on a, I guess, either pre-cooked patty or a cold patty. I'm not doing that. I'm melting the fucking cheese. Sorry, you little yellow bastard. I want my cheese melted.
Okay.
This wasn't specified one way or the other, but I'm gonna toast up the goddamn buns.
Hey.
Okay, let's start
weak toasting job. Weak toast. Weak toast.
First, we shall have
FASH
our
toast
patties on our bottom buns. Once we got that, let us grab some lettuce.
Is that romaine? Oh my god, he's gotten worse over time. He toasts the buns here, and he's using romaine. He's gotten worse over time. Oh my god.
Believe it or not, I actually used romaine lettuce for this, and it turned out pretty good.
Never mind. He just ran out of iceberg. Never mind. Never mind. I take it back.
Certainly add iceberg.
I take it back.
Whatever. But
hey,
this
Lid,
one
good to see you. I'm doing great.
For the color or whatever, I went with a nice little romaine.
Athena Samurai, that's the genetic fallacy. That's the genetic fallacy. Shut up.
Then we want to add a nice little tomato slice.
Okay. Those are much better tomato slices.
These are beefsteak tomatoes, but you can certainly use your favorite type of tomato.
It's
then
possible.
a little slice of onion ring on each burger. Finally, we'll add some pickles, because as I've stated several times on this program, a burger without pickles is absolute fucking garbage.
So he is bubble bass.
Then we're gonna drizzle on some mustard.
Bass.
This
Bubble
is
bass.
No frills, no fancy ass mustard, just regular yellow mustard.
Okay.
And then we will add the ketchup and then the top patty. And I guess we'll check in and see how close I got to SpongeBob's.
And put a patty on a bun with lettuce, cheese, onions, tomatoes, ketchup, mustard, pickles, and top bun together in that order.
Fuck it, my order's better.
Hey, thank you very much, Renegade Coffee. Deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much.
From Dave's
Seriously.
Cooking Show.
It's viewers like you that make this possible. Well, that was underwhelming. Yeah, that was a little underwhelming. Yeah, he literally could have just... But honestly, these burgers looked fine. These burgers looked absolutely fine. Yeah. All right, we got to do Kay's, though. We got to do Kay's cooking next. What would be a Cooking Mama segment without Kay's? Huh? What would it be? It wouldn't. It wouldn't. That's the answer. The answer is it wouldn't be one. We got to go. Let's find out. I know Kay has uploaded some new stuff. Oh, yeah, we got the ribs. Yeah, Kay did ribs. And she did baking again. So we got to do the ribs. Let's start with the ribs. Look at this. So for those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't know, this is Kay. We love Kay. We always give love. Literally, no joke, every time I comment on Kay's videos, I get a response. The imps and Kay's community are like this. We love Kay. Now, Kay, we've had critiques, many critiques of Kay's cooking style, but we love that Kay is devoted and also amazing. Also, here's a secret, okay? Don't ask Kay about the t-shirts, okay? I promise you, don't ask about the t-shirts. She gets really mad. No, she does not like Iron Maiden. She's never listened to Iron Maiden. If you ask her about it, she will get mad at you. She just likes the shirt. That's it. She doesn't like the band. She just likes the shirt. She has tons of Iron Maiden shirts, but she doesn't like Iron Maiden. Same thing goes for Legacy of Kain. She has a Legacy of Kain shirt, but she doesn't like Legacy of Kain. She didn't even know Legacy of Kain was a video game. So don't ask her, okay? I'm just saying. We know. We attended her Q&A, and we found out firsthand. All right, everybody. All right, imps. Imps and Vosh and Vimps, the Vosh imps, who are now here. All of you who are following, by the way, please make sure that you follow my YouTube as well. My YouTube, the link, which is right here. All of you who are over on Twitch, make sure you click through and press sub. Oh, no, the YouTube command didn't work. Okay. Here, I'll do it again. Bam. Bam. Please make sure you subscribe on YouTube. All of my VODs go up on YouTube. I promise you, you won't regret it. There's a lot of good stuff over there. Seriously. All right, let's continue.
Hi, people, and I'm back cooking. And today, I'm going to be making a battered rib.
A battered rib. All right, let's see, Kay.
Right, you can see I've got flour, some salt,
Okay.
and some pepper.
Pepper? I love it.
I'm going to mix them in together before I add the water. If you're wondering what flour this is, it's self-raising. It says it's best to use for batter.
Okay.
So I don't have don't
Okay,
measure.
when you listen, when you put a liquid into flour, always mix it in gradually. Don't dump it in, or else you will end up with large clumps. This is a learning section, okay? Okay? Listen, I promise you, you'll love Kay. Kay is really good. We love Kay here. Okay? I'm serious. You the Vimps, I promise you. But again, when you're dumping a liquid into flour, stir it in gradually, okay? Even if there's pepper in there.
The ingredients out. I just put in what I think is right.
See, look, you can see the big lumps. Okay. Gotta be careful about that.
And then make it up from there. So all I'm going to do is just keep adding some water until it all comes together. Well, not comes together, but all starts looking watery. So I can then it'll be batter. Right, I've put the rib in. I know it's supposed to be a king rib, but the thing is, I've been to 3 different shops, and this is the only
Thank you so
size
much
rib
for the tier
I
1
could
sub,
get.
gifted tier 1 sub, Zordon. Again, thank you so very
that's
much.
into the chip
You make this
pan.
possible. Thank you.
The chip pan is quite hot, so it's bubbling away, and let's see how it comes out. As you can see, it's done, and it's well.
Real talk. Does slowly pouring oil or water into the flour help it get incorporated? Yes. You will not get clumps if you move it very slowly, if you whip it in slowly. That looks horrible. That looks absolutely atrocious. That is burnt, and that is not good oil. Oh my goodness. What the hell happened? What did I miss? I love the little mum down here. Mum. No, Mum, no. No, Mum, no. Let's try again. What happened? Is this old oil? I mean, this pan looks really grungy, but I don't know. That might just be the texture of the pan. Look at this. Why is it so... Kay, are you using old oil? Oh, no.
It's bubbling away. And let's see how it comes out. As you can see, it's done. And it's well done. And here's the taste test. I'm not keen on battered stuff. I hate the actual thought of it, but I'm going to do it.
That is not a good sound. That is not the sound that you want to hear when you bite into any type of meat. It should not sound like you're crushing a crystal. Yeah, that ain't good. She's gonna say it's perfect. I know she is. Oh, come on, Kay. Kay, come on. Don't lie to us. Don't lie to us. You don't like it. You don't like it. If you say 10 out of 10, I'm going to scream.
Actually, it's quite nice.
No, Kay. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Come on, Kay. Don't. You can't. Don't lie to me, Kay. Come on.
Give myself 10 out of 10 thumbs up.
No! You can't! 10 out of 10 for that? You can't! No, Kay! You're trying to piss me off! 10 out of 10! Oh! Come on! Oh my god.
There's going to be a link in the description to my merchandise. If you like what you see, please keep viewing me. If you want to give me a thumbs up, please feel free.
Of course we will, Kay.
If you want
almost there
to leave me a comment, please do. The more the merrier.
Yes!
And if you haven't subscribed or you know someone who hasn't subscribed, get subscribing.
That's you, imps. If you're not subscribed to Kay's Cooking, you motherfuckers better get the fuck right over there, okay? I want you all. I want every imp and every vimp. I want everyone, all of you, to go and subscribe to Kay's Cooking. We love Kay's Cooking. Go! Even if she lies to us about how good it was. Even if we know. Oh, you should absolutely encourage her, Jade Monkey, because guess what? Even if Kay isn't the best cook in the world, Kay is a devoted cook. Kay cooks, and she said this in her Q&A. She cooks because she loves cooking. That's awesome. That is pure. I am always behind that. That's why we support Kay. Anyway, let's continue. We got more Kay to watch.
And subscribing. Get the whole world subscribing. Thank you. Bye.
We love Kay. Oh my god. Okay, so we won't comment on this one because we'll comment on the other. Let's see the scones. Let's see the scones.
Happy.
All right, want to see how the scones work out.
People, I'm back cooking again, and today I'm going to be making some plain scones. I've got the self-raising flour in. I've got a tablespoon of baking powder in. And, here we are with the
sugar. Okay.
Sugar. Get all that in. And I'm going to mix all them together so they have a good time to mix. Then I'm going to put
sugar.
A bit of, I think it's butter, but apparently a lot of people are saying it's marge. So a bit of butter. A little bit
Athena
more.
Samurai, I will be. Right now, in my current place, I don't have a place to set up the camera, but in the future, real, like, Cooking Mama is going to be a thing. It is. It is. The real Cooking Mama.
Mix it in.
Oh yeah, Kay's got 120K subs. She has a YouTube button. Kay is awesome. I told you, Kay is literally, like, Kay actually puts in the work. You might not think that, like, I don't think that all of Kay's recipes turn out, but Kay undeniably loves cooking, and it's super cool. Sugar, a egg, a onion.
And I think I put it all in now. It doesn't seem to be.
Ooh, that's gonna be a chunky one.
Oops, do you mind? Thank you. So I'll mix that in. Hopefully it shouldn't be
intermediate
too...
for me, yeah.
then it says
No, it's
milk.
not. No,
You
no,
have
Jade
to
Monkey,
add-
no, Jade Monkey, no joke. The comments are super positive. Like, people love Kay. People really love Kay. She's not a look. Kay is not a lol cow. We determined this. That she's not. Like, Kay, people unironically like Kay. You can't hate Kay. Come on, you can't.
This bit it said on, well, it said you have to add it a bit at a time. So I'm adding it, well, a bit at a time.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Make it all get together. So I'm going to keep mixing this until it's all done.
Okay. It's a little lumpy again. Okay. Oh, hey.
As
All
you
right.
can see,
okay,
I'm
hey, this is decent. This turned out okay.
rolling it out. I don't want to put too much pressure on it because
Okay.
oh, nearly ended up using all cutter. Right, so
Okay.
that'll be one scone. And that'll be 2 scones. Right, I'm just mixing a egg.
A egg.
I'm going to put
A egg.
egg glaze on. I've just been looking it up, and apparently Paul Hollywood, he egg glazes his, so I'm thinking, well, why don't I do mine the same?
Wait, what?
I've just been looking it up, and apparently Paul
Thank you, Lorebog. Thank you so
Hollywood,
much.
he egg glazes his, so I'm thinking, well, why don't I do mine the same?
Okay.
So I'm going to glaze all these, then I'm going to put them in the oven for about, well, I'm going to check after 10 minutes and see how we go on from there.
Interesting. I think these might actually turn out good.
As you can
Okay,
see,
like, these don't look like scones to me. These don't look like scones at all. They look like biscuits, but they look good. Like, this actually looks good. I'm actually really impressed. Like, this looks good, right? Like, they look like biscuits, not scones, but they look pretty good.
they've come out of the oven and they've had 10 minutes like I promised, and they are now
They have
done.
sugar, too.
And here's one I cut in half. Now the taste test, I can't pick it up.
A little dry.
It tastes just like a scone.
It tastes just like a scone. Thank you. I love that's. She said that in the video where she made the fluffy eggs, the cloudy eggs. She said it tasted like an egg. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Kay.
There's going to be a link in the description to my merchandise. If you like what you see, please keep viewing me. If you want to give me a thumbs up, please do. If you want to leave a comment, please feel free, the more the merrier. And if you haven't subscribed, or you haven't subscribed, get subscribed. Look, if I mess it up, I've got a bad memory and I do forget. So, sorry. Bye.
Oh my God, we love Kay so much. Kay is so good. Hold on, I have to put here. I'm gonna like and comment. Oh my God, these scones were the most beautiful scones, or the most beautiful baking you've ever done. Me and the imps loved seeing you cook them. And as always, we send our love. Boink. There we go. I always get a heart. I always get a heart, and I always get a response. It's super cool. Look, I'm also a member. I'm a member. So cool. All right, we got one more K. We got one more K video. Look at this. We got to do the mincemeat pie. Let's do it. Yeah, Arrow, shoot me a video. We'll watch it after,
I'm
baby.
back cooking again, and today I'm going to be making a mincemeat pie. Right, as you can see, I've got the mincemeat in. Yeah, I know I didn't put it in a hot pan, but the pan's on now, and the oil is Well, he's going to cook it. So I'm going to leave it for about 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, keep checking on it, and it should be done.
DemonMama, what's your biggest fear? Not politics related, but like snakes or falling into a hole. Probably getting trapped like head first in a cave. I think that's probably the worst thing that I can think of. Pretty horrifying. Anyway, let's continue.
You can see the mincemeat is browning nicely, and I was given a recipe, but I was...
Oh, no! Oh, goodness. Ooh, no. Ugh. Oh, I don't like that. What the?
Given an idea by a person.
No, it's beef.
And she said it was 2...
It's not pork. It's beef. I think she said it was beef.
Tablespoons. I know these are only desserts, so you can need more. Of ketchup. So
why is the ketchup so dark? It was pork. Oh, it was pork. Okay. Wait, was it? I thought she said it was minced. Hold on. Was it pork? I don't know.
Another one, and just need a little bit more because these are only dessert spoons. So that is the red sauce in. Get off my spoon.
Wait a second. Look, this is a new pan. She has another new pan. Yes! She's finally gotten new stuff. Oh, it makes me happy.
And I'm going to mix this in.
Oh, it's pork. Oh, okay.
She says it's lovely. So there's always, you always try.
What was that?
So I'm going to mix that in.
Or a dog? She has a dog, right?
And then I'm going to add some brown sauce. So that's gone in. That's it. Chunks there. Get them out. So I'm going to try the brown sauce. I'm going to put red in again.
Brown sauce?
Oh, I think I'll take down on cooker. It's starting to spit a bit nastily. That's one of brown. Well, another one, and a little bit more because, like I said...
What is brown sauce made of? What is brown sauce made of? What is this? Let's see. Let's find out. Oh, HP brown sauce. Tomatoes, molasses, dates, apples, tamarind, spices, vinegar, and sometimes raisins. Interesting. Is it similar? That sounds very similar to barbecue sauce. It is apparently very different. Interesting. It is most popular with Canadians. Interesting. Didn't know that. Oh, it's A1. It's very similar to A1. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, it's A1. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, it's A1 steak sauce. Okay, that makes sense.
These are dessert spoons, which are not tablespoons.
It does. It does a little bit in our quarter.
And then add down a little bit more. Drop some off cooker for that empty. Mix all that in. Now I'm going to put what I always put in. A little bit of parsley. I like putting parsley in things. Mix that round. Ow, don't spit. It's rude to spit.
Kay, you need to take my advice. Okay, I'm gonna leave a note and I'm gonna tell her to get one of the oil things, the oil screen. I need to tell her to get an oil screen. So important.
I'm gonna give that a little bit more time.
Everybody, if you cook ever with any oil, buy a fucking oil screen. They're like $2. I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her in the comments.
And then I'm gonna put it in its dish. and
Peggy.
well, obviously put it in the oven. As you can see, the mincemeat's nice. Nice colour. I like that colour. Nice colour. So let's see how it goes from there.
It's not that hard.
As you can see, I've got some butter. Marge. And I've got some salt in there. I'm going to add...
I did. Wait, where's the link? There's no link there. There's no link arrow.
Little bit of flour, because I'm not making a big pie. Whatever it's called. Use a bit of water.
Pie.
Oh, sounding like my Yorkshire roots, don't I?
Okay.
Now, as you know, I've not put... well, as you know, I've not put any... I've not weighed any ingredients out. So I'm going to probably have to...
Yeah, that's because of us, friend. That's because of us. I kept posting on all of her videos to please stop using metal on Teflon. And then finally she did, after commenting. I unironically think it was us. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. I think it was us. We comment. I was so annoying about it. I kept commenting. There we go.
Re-add stuff like some more flour. Well,
okay,
some
it's
more
totally
flour.
Kay's already
Right, as
radical.
you can see, I've done it's only a little one, like me, small like me. I'm going to roll it out.
Okay.
My trusty rolling pin. It's only a little one.
Okay.
So, yes,
That's
it can fit
complicated,
my
Glooby.
dish. Yes, so I'm going to put some more flour on the rolling pin, so I can guarantee
It's a lot of
it
flour.
will stick
It's a lot
like
of flour.
mad. Never mind.
Oh,
And-
Wake and Jake, yes, it is an old person thing. It's because they're used to having cast iron pots which won't scratch as much from metal, but Teflon will flake off and make you sick.
I'm not putting hardly any weight on this.
Don't use metal ever on Teflon. Don't do it. Don't. Yeah, get those oil screens. They're good as fuck.
Because with it being small, it's liable to break up. So that is going to be a lid.
I mean, yes, but but most people buy cheap pans that are made out of Teflon.
As you know, I don't like pastry, so that is the lid for, yes, new dish.
I agree.
For,
I
to
agree,
fit
Valentine
on
Val. Yes.
my mince meat pie. Right, I'm pouring some. I say I'm pouring. I'm not. I'm scooping the mince meat into the dishy thing, whatever you call it. I might need a little bit.
Oh, she's scooping.
Touchy more.
She's scooping.
More. I think no, just a little bit more. I want to make it look as though it's make it look as though it's got something inside it, don't we? We don't want the lid to go nah. There we are, that's it, that's done. So now and the lid.
Wait a minute, is Kay a cat? Is Kay a cat girl? Yeah. Cat girl Kay. Cat
Get
girl
off.
Kay.
I'm getting there. Didn't even pick it up. Right, now this is the bit I'm dreading. I am dreading it all completely.
Thank you, Punky Gal. Thank you so much. No, oh no, it got wrecked.
One more go.
Oh.
Yeah, awesome.
See? The joy. You can hear the joy in her voice. That's how you know Kay is a true cook. Loves it. Wait, did she say bra moment?
Get off. One more go.
No, she said brum something. I don't know. That's got to be a British thing. There's no way. There's no way she said bra moment. She almost said bra moment. One more time. You want to listen? We're doing audio analysis on Kay's cooking. Bramogus. Oh my God.
One more go.
Bromogus.
Yeah, awesome. Now, as you can see, I've lost my brush, my pastry brush. It's, well,
Ooh, that looks a
it's
little
in the
nasty.
house. I mean, no, it's in the house, so I'm just glazing the egg. No, I'm glazing it with an egg. Oh, sorry, said that wrong. It's a egg, isn't it? So, there we are. And that's going in the oven. It's only to set the pastry, it's only to cook the pastry. So it's only should only take 5-10 minutes. I'm going to check it after 5 minutes. As you can see, it's all done nice and...
Wait a minute. That looks great. What? Okay, I mean, it's a little uneven, but it looks well cooked and everything. What the hell?
Crispy brown, well, brown, and I'm going to do... What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it and put some on this plate, if you can see this plate, and then I'm going to do, well, I'm going to let the taste test happen. Right, as you can see, I put some on a plate, so it's going to now be the taste test.
I'm doing another video first, Nibiru, and we'll see. We'll see. Oh, she likes this one. Oh, she likes it. This one's an 11 out of 10. Wow.
The mincemeat with that sauce on. Awesome. I'm going to try a bit of pastry now. As you all know,
She
I
hates
do not
pastry.
like pastry, but I will
She
try
hates
a little
pastry.
bit.
We know, Kay. We know. We know you hate pastry. Don't
It
worry.
tastes just like pastry, but then again, what would it taste like? Right, there's going to be a link in the description to my merchandise. Got that bit right.
In the description.
And if you like what you see, please keep viewing me. If you want to give me a big thumbs up, please feel free. If you want to leave a comment, please do. The more the merrier. If you haven't subscribed, or you know someone who hasn't subscribed, get subscribing.
She did it!
And thank
She
you.
nailed it! Yes! Yes! She nailed it! Oh! Finally! Finally, she nailed it!
Bye!
Oh my god! There we go. There we go. All right, now I've been sent another video to watch. I think this is a cooking video. Let's double check. Let's see. Let me see what this video is, and maybe we'll watch it. Let's take a look. Oh my god, we love Kay so much. Oh my god, I love Kay so much. What's this? I don't think I can watch this one. Oh, I don't think I can watch this. This is a blue check. Oh, I can't watch this one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can't watch this one. Yeah, I can't watch this one. This is from a blue check. They always strike their stuff. They always strike their stuff. I'm sorry. But guess what? Don't worry. Don't fucking worry. I have a treat, okay? You all want some motherfucking drama? You all want some motherfucking drama? That's right. You thought that this was just going to be a bonus motherfucking stream. But guess what? I'm going to do some drama. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm doing drama. Because guess what? None of you are even going to leave. I got to go to the bathroom. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to talk about destiny. And I know everybody's tired of hearing about Destiny, and I don't really like talking about Destiny. But I gotta say, we'll do the bathroom song, don't you worry. But I gotta say something about Destiny, okay? And I know a lot of you don't like Destiny either, but I gotta say something about this because this has been pissing me off literally all day, and I don't want to wait on it. So I'm gonna make a little statement. So prepare yourselves. I'm sure we'll get all of the fucking bullshit from DGG. I'm sure they'll come in and over the weekend, they're going to be posting about how I'm a tanky and a pedophile and a genocider and a murderer and a rapist and a cat kidnapper and all over the stupid other bullshit that they invent about me. But I'm a little pissed, okay? I'm a little pissed. And you'll find out why in a second. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play the bathroom song. And while I'm gone, I would like all of you to click through to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/C/DemonMama, press the subscribe, press the bell, press the like, and join my goddamn Discord. Did you know that our Discord is fucking incredible? Like, no joke, our Discord is amazing. We have constantly active chats. People play games every single night, and we have super active creative channels. So if you have an art that you want to learn more about, you can join our creative channels, and there's always people talking about it, okay? Join the Discord, join the YouTube channel, and I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Let me get the song going. 1 second, I'll get the song. I know you'll like the song, too. The song is great. This is by FASH. It's super good. Where's the bathroom song? Here we go. Let's make sure it's running. Music playing? There we go. Be right back. It's going.
Hey chat, DemonMama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the DemonMama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since DemonMama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Look who I have. Look who I have. Yeah, look who it is. Hi, baby. Here, let's pause the song. It's almost done. Yeah, you want to sing with the song? Let's sing. You want to sing? Sing? Yoda, you want to sing? You want to sing? You want to sing? Yo! Yo! Yeah, let's sing! Oh, yeah, let's sing! We love singing for the imps.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, DemonMama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over. Stop. Somebody help her out.
Yay! I know. I'm treating you all so much today. I'm treating you all so goddamn much today, aren't I? Oh. All right. Yeah, wasn't that song good? Gayfesh made that. Gayfesh is an amazing musician, has done incredible music for this channel, has made everything awesome. No, I'm seriously clipping that. That was actually in time with the music. Please do. Please. Guess what? We're going to have a new Yoda emote soon. Can I show you the new Yoda emote before we do the drama? I want to show you the new Yoda emote. Oh, 1 second. Let me show you. Yeah, hell yeah, Anthony. Guess what? Did you know that our Discord has that emote? It has multiple, our Discord has multiple Yoda emotes. And if you have Nitro, you can use them on any server. Any server. Fucking awesome. Are you ready to see it? Are you ready to see the new Yoda emote? Look! This is gonna be on the website soon. Look at that. It's gonna be on the website soon. I know. And guess what? When it's small, when it's an emote, it looks so great. Yes. Thank you, Jazz Dog. Thank you, Jazz Dog, for making this amazing emote. Don't worry. You will be put into the credits document. I have to wait till the website gets updated. We have to be updated to the new version of the website. Okay, so I've been told, by the way, I've been told there's something special. It's going to be called Bark. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Getting himself into trouble again. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I know we have a lot of new, oh, absolutely, Elac. Yeah, but you can also just do this. There you go. Bam. Yoda is my dog. Yes. And for those of you who don't know, earlier today, I was asked, probably by a Destiny fan, on a panel that I was on, whether I thought that Destiny was a transphobe. Okay? No, this is not fake. Let's see if we can find it, actually. Let's see if we can find this right now. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's do it. Let's do our double checking, because I was sent this, and let's find out. Let's find out if it's true. He might have deleted it already. Let's find out. It's real? Is it real? Oh, do we got it here? Uh-oh! Stinky! Huh, hello, I use neo-adjectives now. If you're talking about me, please describe me as fatelligent, feinsome, feared-working, etc. This is literally the one joke. It's the one joke. It literally is the one joke. Wow, it's the one joke. My God, the one joke. Yeah, caught in 4K. Damn. Something that you should do with people like Destiny is you should always get screenshots and archives. It's always a good thing because they will lie to your face in the future. And I hate it when people lie like that. Oh, I fucking hate that shit. Don't you? Don't you just hate it when people lie all the time? Well, guess what? I got a problem. Oh, I'm sorry, Vermin. I gotta yell about this. I know, but I gotta yell about this because, you know me. I'm pretty fucking tired of Destiny in basically every way that you can imagine. However, there's something I'm particularly tired about with Destiny. And one of those things is, let me see if I can lay this out, okay? All right, give me a second here. Let me just see if I can lay this out for you. And you know what? Fuck it. Today is one of those days. We're gonna have a smoke while we do this, okay? Because I gotta talk about some stuff, all right? So, for those of you who don't know, oh, cool. Okay, let's check. Let's take a look. Nice. Nice, Destiny. Okay. Let's talk about this, okay? Yeah, the fucking hug. Good to see you, Vermin, by the way. Sorry you got to come back to this. Did anyone see his debate with Lance from the Serfs? That's what we're going to talk about, okay? That is indeed what we are going to talk about, okay? Now, many of you may have mixed opinions about the Serfs. Personally, I think Lance is great. Lance has been very kind to me. I don't think he's like some kind of perfect person, but Lance is a person who is involved in a lot of charity efforts. Now, you may not know this, but there has been a lot of drama between myself and Destiny in the past. Okay? And when I say there's been drama, what I mean is that Destiny has gone on numerous unhinged rants about how he wants to, and I quote you, he wants me to die and disappear off the internet. He wishes my career would disappear into the dust. He believes that I am a danger to trans movements and to women's rights and to every progressive policy out there. So let's just say that my history with Destiny has been particularly unpleasant, okay? I have never had a good experience with Destiny, ever. I mean, I had fun in our first debate. I certainly did. I had fun bantering with him, but that was before he went on numerous unhinged rants. And guess what, everybody? Do you want to know who got name dropped in his debate with Lance? Do you want to know who? Any guesses, anyone? Who got name dropped in the debate with Lance? Huh? Yes, it was me. It was me. He used me as an example of somebody who he thinks should not have a career. Nice meme. Oh, nice meme. So, let's just say, I wouldn't say that there's been drama between me and Destiny. More like there's been a basically one-way road of Destiny constantly saying the worst things possible about me and his insane fan base constantly lying about me. Constantly. This is a flavored cigar. This is a Jarum special. Just so you know. I haven't perfected my own mix, but we'll continue. So yeah, I wouldn't really say there's been drama, more like a mostly one-way campaign of constant rudeness. And some of you will recall, that earlier today, oh, that's not 100% accurate yet, Jessica Metal. I don't want people to misunderstand. I am aiming to smoke herbal cigs, but I haven't got the mix yet. But anyway, none of this matters. None of that matters. I'm distracted again. Okay? Listen. Okay. Let's start over again. I would not say that there's been a sort of drama. There's been this sort of mostly one way. And I've critiqued Destiny, but I've never gone on some like unbelievable rant about like how he's the worst person on the planet or should be deplatformed. In fact, I've been very adamant in saying that I don't think that he should be deplatformed. I don't really think that he should. I don't think that's good. However, what I will say is that I think that we are at the point in time where we can say that Destiny is doing measurable harm to a lot of genuinely good causes out of his own ego and spite, okay? And I'm rather tired of it, okay? I'm really rather tired of it. And, you know, how do I sum this all up? Because of Destiny, I mean, fuck, like, I could just show you DGG. If I look up my name on DGG, the shit that these people say about me, you know that they have all been called, what their newest thing is to call me a pedophile? They call me a pedophile, and they lie, by the way. I've done this a couple times just as an exercise in a sanity check of going and reading what they say. They say, literally, they just make up things that I said. And when they're challenged on it, they downvote bomb anybody that disagrees with them, even if that person is posting the actual truth. They never look at the source. They never find out if I actually said the things that these fucking people say about me. And it is very annoying. And now, I've gotten to a point where I don't really think at almost ever about like the opinion of DGG. I've recognized, it took me a long time to realize this because I don't know, I tried to behave like a healthy person. But DGG is so unhinged and uncharitable to every single person that they talk about that Destiny doesn't happen to like, that it really does borderline on some like almost like slavish, absurd fandom. And sometimes, you know, I would argue that calling a trans woman, telling a trans woman and their audience, telling your audience that a trans woman hasn't thought about gender enough to transition, which he did about me, for those of you who don't know, would be enough. You'd think that him literally going online and saying I faked a Nazi raid on my 10K celebration stream, which resulted in us getting bombarded with an unfathomable amount of hate and having to lock down our Discord, you would think that that would be pretty bad. I think that's pretty bad. But you want to know what's even worse? When you tell, is YouTube chat getting rated right now? Of course it is. Oh, of course it is. How interesting. Oh, thanks. They're saying ugly, and I quote, ugly troon. Oh, cool. All right. Let's put, hey, everybody, it's time to go back to members only mode. Fun thing. If you want to be in the chat, come to the website. It's much better. All right, there we go. Getting rated again. Wow. Imagine how that works out. Woohoo. Wow, that's a lot of people saying that. By the way, I know how hot I am. I have more girlfriends than you will ever have. I have more girlfriends than you will ever see girls in your life. So fuck right off. This is what we would call, DemonMama derangement syndrome, unironically. And you know, the things that were against me are one thing, you know? That's one thing. I have a reason to be mad about those. You might consider me biased or whatever, okay? However, there are some things that I think cross the line. And I want to show you one of those things, okay? I want to show you one of those things. There we go. Let's let it load, shall we? Love you too, Fawn. Directly funding. Now, he deleted this, which is interesting. Destiny constantly deletes his things on Twitter, and the reason why he deletes them is so that he can lie about them, so he can pretend that they didn't happen. What I am trying to show you here is that Destiny is actively not just malicious, but also disgustingly dishonest. Okay? Directly funding terrorism. Yikes. Now, for those of you who didn't watch the Serfs debate with Destiny, I highly recommend it. It was an interesting watch, okay? But for those of you who don't know, or for those of you who haven't seen it, I highly recommend watching it. And for those of you who did, I think you'll be able to tell me if I'm giving an accurate report of what happened in the debate, the recent debate between Lance and Destiny. What happened was that Lance entered the conversation very frustrated about the fact that he has been publicly accused by a very high-profile streamer of directly funding terrorism. As it turns out, for those of you who don't know the context, the Serfs have had a lot of issues, a lot of very unfair issues. Did you know that the Serfs lost an entire channel due to false reports, due to YouTube false report trolling? As in, they permanently lost a channel and had to rebuild it. Okay? And, oh, he called him a dishonest piece of shit. Oh, what an insult. In addition, the Serfs have dealt with on their current channel a number of strikes, community strikes that are fraudulent. That's pretty bad, okay? the serfs have dealt with a lot of unjust bullshit, okay? Whatever you think about Lance, whatever you think about anybody's debate things, this is a problem, okay? And if you are a streamer and you're a public figure and somebody accuses you, which Destiny did do, Destiny did accuse them of directly funding terrorism, that's a pretty major accusation. And again, we've had our fights, we've had our disagreements, but I feel like this goes beyond the pale, doesn't it? Do you really think that I'm wrong to say that this goes beyond the pale? Because I don't know if you know this, but being accused of funding terrorism can seriously damage your career. It can seriously damage your credibility. And what's even worse is that the entire reason he was doing this was not because of any genuine concern, but because he wanted to stop money from going to a charity. Because it was the serfs, who he doesn't like, who was doing it. And I don't know about you, but that, to me, seems like an unbelievably harmful level of pettiness that actually harms good things. I would hope that we could agree that raising money for a charity that is going to ultimately help children is a good thing, regardless of who's doing it. And we probably shouldn't make attempts to sabotage those types of things. And yet, once again, I show you, here we have Destiny accusing the serfs of directly funding terrorism. Now, I happen to know a couple of facts about this situation, okay? And I've written some of it down because I thought it would be interesting to do a little quick segment on this, okay? Destiny's argument in the debate with Lance, and you can go check and see if I'm inaccurate in this, but I typed this out while I was listening to the actual debate. His argument is that Lance donated to a charity which is known as Islamic Relief Canada. This group pays licensing fees to another group which is called Islamic Relief IRW. God, I forgot the term right now off the top of my head. I wrote it down as IRW. Let me double check. Sorry, Islamic Relief Worldwide. And Islamic Relief Worldwide has had some level of critique, largely, interestingly, by far-right, pro-Israel groups. And one of those far-right, pro-Israel groups said that Islamic Relief Worldwide at one point may have donated money to members of Hamas. And this was the justification by which Destiny defended, saying that Lance was donating to Hamas, to terrorism. He accused someone of donating and funding terrorism worldwide. That is a very serious accusation. That is not a funny meme. That is not hyperbole. That is a very serious allegation. And Lance did a lot of research to ensure that this was not the case. As it turns out, Islamic Relief Canada is a separate organization than Islamic Relief Worldwide. However, they pay a very small amount of money in licensing fees for the name because it's a recognizable name. Now, that to me seems like a very big stretch in logic, like a really big stretch in logic. But Destiny was willing to jump right to this and continue doubling down. And so Lance went a step further. And you will be able to see this if you go watch the stream yourself. But Lance actually wrote to both of the organizations and received letters stating that none of the donated money would end up going to Islamic Relief Worldwide, to be sure that none of his money for the frivolous accusation of him funding terrorists would end up going to the group that had had any issues. Now that is a lot of extra work that somebody is putting into clearing their name. In fact, I would argue that that is a phenomenal level of trying to clear one's name. And let me remind you, they are trying to clear, that the serfs are trying to clear their name of a frivolous accusation that was based on, at best, circumstantial evidence. But let's be real. We know why Destiny said that, don't we? We can never truly know someone's intentions. You can never read someone's mind. But when somebody constantly makes frivolous, hyperbolic statements about others and actively engages in attempting to take down or damage their charity effort, I think that we've gotten to the point where somebody is going above and beyond just engaging in drama mongering. This, in my opinion, is defamatory. Maybe that's not the right legal term, but it seems like, but I think you understand the concept. Yeah, libel is written, slander is spoken. So yeah, it would be libelous or at the very least defamatory. And what he will always say is, oh, it's just hyperbole. Yes, there's also videos of Justin Trudeau, an explicit liberal, doing a promotion with IRC. They are about as safe of a charity as you could possibly go for. Oh, I know, people argued that. I don't think Destiny argued that himself, but I tore a new one out of Mike. And Destiny's gone further than Mike has. Mike just called Vosh a liberal and said that the charity effort was stupid. Destiny is actively spreading misinformation on a spurious and defamatory claim about another public figure, a colleague, who's trying to do charity. And what I've seen is an unbelievable amount of defense for Destiny. Just people bending over backwards to say, nah, he's grounded his morals. Oh, he's so morally consistent. No, he's not. Fuck you. And fuck that. Are we seriously at the point where we're just gonna stand by while this fucking just toxic asshole spends time actually doing damage? Like Lance, look, like even if you don't like Lance, you can go and watch that and see how much effort he put into clearing his name, and Destiny still won't walk it back. And his fans don't care. They will continue spreading this misinformation. They will continue memeing about the serfs. About the serfs donating to terrorism. And I think that's fucking terrible. And I have to wonder, why the fuck do people support somebody who does this? Why the fuck does anybody make excuses for this? That's fucking terrible. Because of spite, because of his ego, he's trying to damage a charity thing. He could have chosen anything to cause drama with the serfs over. He does it all the time. But he chose to try and interrupt their charity effort. Come on. And it's funny because he spends a lot of time accusing people. He spends a lot of time accusing other people of doing damage to leftist causes. I mean, after all, he literally accused me of being harmful to progressive causes because I'm a bad trans. Because in his mind, my optics are so bad that I'm actually dangerous to progressive causes. He's accused me of that. But let me ask you something. Have I ever shut down a charity? Have I ever shut down a charity using arguably slanderous accusations of contributing to terrorism, something that can truly damage someone's career? Have I whipped up my fan base into a misinformation, disinformation, delusional frenzy trying to destroy a fellow content creator's career? No. The answer is no. Destiny, the arbiter of all things progressive, who is currently making attack helicopter tier jokes on Twitter and then deleting them so that his fan base never finds out and they can keep living in a sweet delusion that he's the smartest and nicest and most grounded, morally grounded fella on the internet who's totally consistent and is never wrong and always argues perfectly. Come on. This is ridiculous. And it's unfortunate because, again, you know, and once again, I will state again, just earlier, yeah, sure, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Just a bit earlier, I was on a panel with Politically Provocative, and one of the super chatters asked me if I thought that Destiny was right wing and a transphobe, and I said, no, not really. But I don't know. I don't really know anymore. I mean, I don't know. When you start making attack helicopter jokes on Twitter, I mean, that's pretty definitionally, like, that's what we would identify. Anybody would identify that as transphobic, right? I don't know. I really try to be careful about those types of accusations. I usually reserve them for people like BigPapaFascist, who is an obvious transphobe. But, like, guys, this is something else. And with regard to right wing, I mean, we've got going hard in defense of Israel just to spite the lefties. We've got his anti-left arc where he just really hates lefties. We've got him now making attack helicopter jokes online. He defended the trans panic defense. Wouldn't that be essentializing? I don't think so. I think that it's not really essentializing once you get to a certain point of evidence. And I feel like, I don't know. Don't we feel like there's enough evidence at this point? If not for the transphobia, at least that he's actively contributing to right-wing narratives just to spite lefties? Anyway, the reason why I wanted to shout about this is because I'm really tired. I'm really tired of just fundamentally, not even selfish people, fundamentally toxic people. Destiny tears other people down. He burns bridges. He tries to ruin careers. He jockeys power. He's like Lord Farquaad. He like desperately wants to hold on to power and push other people out of his space because he wants to be the only one there. And it's unfortunate because it's gotten to the point where he's literally willing to attack charity efforts. He's literally willing to call someone a terrorist supporter just to try and prove a point. And again, this isn't some little dude. Destiny isn't some little channel. He's one of the biggest channels in politics. And The Serfs is one of the other ones. And he's accusing them, based on nothing, of funding terrorism. No, Nibiru, I don't think so. Anyway, that's about all I have to say on this one. I just really hope that people, I really hope that people can get out of that whatever slavish nonsense gets them to continue pretending that Destiny is a serious political person. He wants to be the only debater left. He thinks it's like the Highlander. Well, he's losing. He's losing. He's losing that fight. Other people are doing better things. They're doing better, more creative, more productive things. All that he's doing is tearing other people down. Other people that maybe he doesn't like, maybe they're not perfect people, but he's going after their charity efforts. For what? For what? To fuck over some kids in the West Bank? Come on, that's so sad. What a sad period of time we found ourselves in. And frankly, I find it disgusting. Let's be real. I find that fucking gross. I just do. I find that level of dishonesty and willingness to slander another content creator fucking sad. So yeah. Can he be ignored and left behind, you think? I don't know, actually. Destiny is so obnoxious. You know, like, again, Destiny name drops me almost every single day. I know of people who watch his shows that message me every single time he brings me up on stream. The dude constantly brings me up. Now, I don't know. He might burn himself out of... He might piss off enough people that he just can't build any bridges whatsoever. But this guy's obsessed. This guy drives hate. And again, thankfully, most of DGG is impotent and pathetic and sad. However, he has a lot of followers. He has a lot of slavish followers who will agree with anything that he says. Do I remember his dumb fuck criticism of Abigail Thorne? Yes, it was dumb fuck. Yeah, he's a me review channel. Every time I'm doing something, he does it. He's covering it. Yeah, I don't know why it flickered there. That was a little weird. I gotta figure out what the fuck is going on with that. I think I know what the issue is. Do I think Destiny will eventually turn on RGR? Destiny doesn't care about RGR. Like, I don't know what RGR was thinking. Destiny doesn't give a fuck about RGR. Destiny's never given a fuck about RGR. Hey, can you tell me the last time they talked when it wasn't about me? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody know the last time they talked when it wasn't about me? I'd love to see it. It's not there. Destiny hates me more than he likes RGR. And yes, he only used RGR to get at me. And we all know it. Everybody knows it. What a sad, strange turn of events. Yeah, he does. Destiny will always use weird parasocial shit like that. They went to Kenosha together? No. They went to Kenosha at the same time. They didn't go together. They went at the same time, and they took one picture together. That's like getting a picture with Bill Murray and being like, Bill Murray is my best friend. Oh, I know I am Destiny's most hated person on the left. He literally screamed at me, I hate your fucking guts so goddamn much, when we actually agreed on our ASMR takes. Fucker, I gave him an olive branch. He didn't even take it. Dude's fucking sad. Yeah, see, Gayfesh and I are friends. We go out to lunch together every month. We got to plan that for this month anyway, Gayfesh. Maybe Tuesday. I love ASMR, by the way. Now, I wanted to answer a question. We're done with the Destiny segment. Let's talk about something else. Lady Raincloud brought up a question a bit ago, which said, "I genuinely don't understand why you talk to people like you did today." I think if I'm quoting correctly, let me make sure I got that right. I don't want to misquote you. Lady Raincloud says, "I just for the life of me don't understand why you talk to the people you talk to today. I just don't get it." Let me explain, okay? I will explain why I sometimes engage in conversations with rampant, disrespectful, gross, it was wild, transphobes. Okay. The reason why I do this is because I think that there is meaningful value in showing people how clownish and clumsy the arguments of fascists and far-righters are. I believe that there is value in that. Like a lot of value in that. Now, I don't think that it's perfect, but with somebody like BigPapaFascist, I don't think that there is any risk of this guy ever having a career. BigPapaFascist is so dumb and so short-sighted that if he manages to build any sort of following, the only people who could possibly be following him are lost causes. Oh yeah. Oh sorry. Sorry. I apologize, Sasha. Maybe we'll talk about it later. I just gotta follow my mind right now. Sorry. The reason why I do that is because it's an opportunity to educate a lot of people, to show people very viscerally how clownish, hateful, and empty these people's ideologies are. And I think there's value in that. Does it mean that I have to tank a lot of abuse? Yes. But their audience will see that they won and beat you and nothing will change, right? This is the only contention I've had with you lately that I wanted to talk about. You know I love and respect you bunches. Yes, I appreciate that. But at the same time, I don't care if his meaningless, insubstantial audience thinks that they won. They already think that. They think I'm not a human. What I care about is everyone else. And according to the vote on that channel, 96% of people thought that I won that debate. That is an overwhelming victory. All he has is cope. And everyone else saw what a stupid clown he is. And they also got the opportunity to become educated on a better understanding of gender. I think that's valuable. I really do. I would never go in with the intention of trying to convert some insane fascist audience. That would be a foolish endeavor, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm hoping to educate lots and lots of people on two things. One, the validity of trans people and the arguments that we make for trans thriving and trans liberation. And two, to illustrate how clownishly stupid fascists are and that we can defeat them if we put our minds to it. That we beat them by being smarter than them, by being more emotionally evolved than them. That's where the value comes. And also because they are so stupid, they're so fucking stupid that they will do things like what happened today, which is during the Q&A segment, they super chatted a whole bunch of transphobia at me. Right after I got super chatted a whole bunch of transphobia right after this motherfucker tried to make the argument that trans people aren't targeted and oppressed. And that, to anyone who isn't already a fascist, is a real bad look. If you have a right-winger go up and say, nah, trans people aren't oppressed, and then literally 5 seconds later, a whole bunch of disgustingly, obviously transphobic and hateful comments come through, they look like an idiot. And what I do is I tank the hate. I tank the hate to show the rest of the fucking world what I'm talking about. I don't know if people will be won over to the left. However, I think they will become more informed, and that is powerful. I've talked about this many times, okay? Ready? I'm gonna give you the argument again. I know all of my regular viewers are gonna roll their eyes because they've heard me say this a million times. The internet is not about de-radicalizing, at least not in its current form, okay? It really isn't. It's very hard to reach people who are super, super radicalized to the right online. What you can do is you can inoculate people to the far right's ideas. You can prevent them from getting sucked into the pipe by teaching them. You see, the right-wing talking points, require you to be ignorant. They require you to have a false understanding of the world. They require you to be small-minded. You know, I hate to bring up 1984, but this is a big part of 1984, is it not? The idea that the way that fascists gain control is by restricting our vocabulary, restricting our education with indoctrination. And the best way to prevent indoctrination is to ensure that people have the seeds of the truth that they need to self-enlighten. They will be resistant, and I believe this very deeply. I believe this very deeply, that people who already know truth about trans people are not going to become rabid transphobes. It is very hard for those rules or those hooks to sink in if they're educated on it, and that's what I'm aiming for. That's what I'm doing. That's why I do those things, okay? Seriously. Watcher of Bees says, I used to be far right, almost a fascist, but I started to get pulled more and more towards the middle, and it was people like DemonMama, Dylan Burns, and Vosh who pulled me farther left. I know there aren't many cases like me, but we exist because people like DM show fascies up. I mean, it does happen. I am very happy that that happens. I am very, very, very happy to be able to help with that. I know there were content creators who helped me get out of the right-wing situation that I was in, having grown up in a cult. But I recognize that the main purpose is education. The main purpose is showing people how clownish fascists are, making them look like fools, like absolute fools, to everyone as much as possible, while teaching people the actual truth of the situation. And those people will become comfortable in the truth. They will become comfortable in their knowledge, and they will be less likely to give into fear-mongering and hate. We all talk about this. We all talk about this. We talk about how frequently the right uses fear-mongering and hate. But people can't fear that which isn't scary. And if I'm able to go in and show them that trans people aren't scary, well, this trans person is scary. But that's because I'm a badass. Then you'll find out, I think, they won't be as vulnerable to those sorts of things. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's worth a risk to me. Yep. They don't think hateful comments is oppression, which is ironic because they act about people throwing hate their way. And while they may not care about facts, but people like me who said I was a leftist had views that were biased against trans people, but good rhetoric from people like Mama helped me show how wrong I was. Well, it's not just rhetoric. It's education. It's giving you the facts so that you can build your own opinion. I talk about this all the time, how important it is that people I don't know if the word is self-liberate, but self-educate. That I give you little tidbits and tips and pointers on, hey, look at this cool thing. And then you go and observe it and your brain grows. Like, imagine like we're like a class, right? Imagine we're like a class walking through the woods, and I point out, look at the moss growing on this tree. Do you see the color, the blah, blah, blah? And then I teach you about the moss, and you go over and you look at it, and you find all the little details about the moss. And if you're really interested in the moss, maybe you become a moss specialist someday. But my job is to show you lots of cool things, to give you the seeds of knowledge so that you can do it yourself. Rain Cloud says, we'll keep doing it because I've got nothing left in this fight. That's fine. We have different fights. We have different struggles, okay? If you're feeling bad about it, Lady Rain Cloud, you are not obligated to keep doing that part of the fight, okay? You don't have to. You really don't. You're not obligated. Yeah. So there you go. Just be safe. I worry that if you had a fan meetup that something bad would happen. I also worry immensely about your mental health. Better come concealed carrying to any fan meetups. Oh, listen, I'm a very safe person, okay? That's a big question, Big Homo TM. The first step is to start streaming. I'm serious. I know that sounds very silly, but the first step is you will learn from doing, and even if you have small streams where that nobody watches, you're going to learn a fuckload. The military mindset, if I don't do it, it won't get done. It's nice to get proven wrong in that regard. That's why we're together. That's solidarity, isn't it, Rain Cloud? Isn't it? That's solidarity. We don't all have to carry the burdens by ourselves, okay? I might do a fan meetup someday, but yeah. I'm a very safe person, okay? Don't you worry. And also, with regard to my mental health, look, I really do try to take good care of my mental health. That doesn't mean that I don't struggle at times, but I have a good support network. I have a lot of loving people in my life. And right now, my mental health is doing quite well. Really is. I had a hard week too. I had a really hard week. I didn't even tell you. I found out that basically my entire family back home has been exposed to COVID because my family has gone anti-mask. It's very unfortunate. That really bothered me. But thanks to the supportive people in my life, I was able to get through that. I know. I'm sorry to drop that out of nowhere, but it was something that I was struggling with earlier this week. I know, it's really bad. It's really fucking bad. I don't know how bad it's going to be, but it's really stressed me out. I had a whole fight with my mom and everything. It's really sad. Are they okay? I don't know. We don't know yet. One of my literal toddler nieces is sick with COVID, like positive, tested positive. So there's a good chance that most of my family has been in contact with it and might get sick. None of them are vaccinated. That's when I found out my family wasn't vaccinating. I was like, Mom, are none of you vaccinated? And she was like, you know how I stand on vaccinations. I'm like, you were never an anti-vaxxer. When did you become an anti-vaxxer? And she's like, well, we have very different views about this. I'm like, since when? Since fucking when? I knew you were like getting on Trump stuff, but I didn't know you were an anti-vaxxer. And we had a huge fight over it. Made me really sad. Yeah, I know I am. I'm doing my best. Oh no. I'm sorry, Soberfloat. Yeah, but remember, again, like, do you want to know what happened? I had my partners. I had some very good friends from the streaming world. I had my cousin, and I talked to all of them, and I said, guys, I'm feeling horrible. I literally sat down and was like, to each of them, I'm like, I'm really sorry, I'm struggling with this. And they talked me through it, and I felt better. I felt a lot better. There's a lot of strength that can be had in a strong support network. And you want to know what else happened? Do you want to know what else happened? I'm dead serious. I'm very serious about this. And I apologize if this is a little parasocial, but I was excited to stream on Friday again. And I streamed on Friday, just yesterday. And I was so pleased to see all the imps laughing and having a fucking good time. Makes it all worth it. Seriously. I fucking love being a streamer. I love having a community, and it means the world to me. And it was a great stream. Made some good ass content. So, yeah, no parasocial. I don't want to, I don't know everybody individually, but I do appreciate the fact that you all watch my stuff, and I appreciate that you talk with each other, and I appreciate that you make memes with each other, and I appreciate that you make memes of me more than any, like, by the way, the gifts that I've received in fan mail have been like heart-wrenchingly amazing. Thank you, Vermin. And I know you have always been very supportive to me, and I will never forget that, ever. I always, and the reason why I bring up that Vermin has been super, and White Nervosa, and Mythaldu, and Doe, and Merrick, and Eris, and Chud Logic. God, you all know how much Chud Logic has been supportive of me. Almost guaranteed, Nibiru. Yeah. How long have I been streaming today? I've been streaming for 6 hours and 19 minutes. Oh, I'm really sorry. Oh, no, that's really hard, Jessica. I'm so sorry. Hey, happy to hear that, big homo TM. You'll fit in here. We're very gay here. Very, very gay here. Yeah. I do long streams, but I try to keep people entertained. I know that a lot of people watch my streams while they're working on things. A lot of people either work from home or listen to me while they're at work, and that makes me happy. And that's why I like to do long streams, even when I do a bonus stream. I think not, Nibiru, but if you wanna recommend it to me, send it to the Discord. Oh, you meant overall, like, when did I start streaming? I only found out about you a few months ago, but you seem super popular. Well, I only became super popular, like, at the beginning of this year. A lot of people didn't know about my stuff. I've been streaming since February of 2020. So I've been doing it for a while. Oh, I like to do long streams. Ice Beans, I like doing long streams. Once I get into a groove, it takes me a while to get into the groove of content creation. It's hard stuff. Being funny for a long period of time is hard, but you have to work up to it. When you first start, it's like, oh, okay, I'm waking up, blah, blah, blah. Hell yeah. See, I love to hear that, Antifa Alex. I love to hear that. You're legendary. We only got 20 minutes left, but this turns into 2 more hours. Gave me life during the semester. Super happy. Super happy. Does my voice get tired? Actually, not really. Sometimes it does. If I do a super long stream, my voice might get tired, but I'm actually very careful about how I use my voice. And I keep hydrated. And when I'm off stream, even though I smoke a lot, you'd think that would destroy my voice. I don't smoke a lot of tobacco. I mean, I guess I have this last few weeks because I've been stressed out a bit, but I usually just smoke weed. Even though I smoke that, I constantly hydrate. I take good care of my body to the best of my ability, and I rest a lot on my days off. When I'm off, I tend not to talk very much. On my days off, I focus, I write, I don't use my voice very much. So yeah, I stay very hydrated. Yeah. How do you stream on days you're not doing great? I've been really struggling and end up taking a month-long hiatus. I write a lot of things. A lot of it is prep for this show right now, but I also have been working on some stories. I used to be a professional writer, yeah. How do you stream on days when you're not doing great? I've really been struggling and have ended up taking a month-long hiatus. Listen, Ink Blue, here's a little hint. It's better to take a day off where you're not feeling well and then stream the next day or stream the next stream date than it is to make yourself panic into taking a whole month off. I promise, I've taken long periods off. I've taken short periods off. If you need a week break, take a week break and you'll come back refreshed. Seriously, take time off. I took a micro vacation this week so that I could work on some Pride preparation stuff. It was so worth it. So fucking worth it. Seeing how seriously you take streaming is actually really inspiring, not gonna lie. Thank you. I'm happy to be able to inspire. I am excited about streaming. I want to succeed. I want to make streaming history. And I want to make you all laugh. And let me be completely honest. Listen, we're getting to the late hours of this stream, of this bonus stream, but I want to tell you what I really want to do. I want to make this stream successful enough that I can take care of all of my partners and give us a good life. Because I have not lived a very good life. It's just true. Not that I haven't done good things or that I haven't had wonderful memories, but I've been poor for most of my life. And I've struggled for a lot of my life. And I really, really want to make this show succeed so that I can continue to deliver you awesome and hilarious and inspiring and educational content, and so that I can make sure that myself and my partners are living a good life. Seriously. Absolutely, Ink Blue. Don't worry. Take the time you need. It's never over. It is the best part of having money. Having had a stable income for a couple of months now, thanks to this stream, it has made our life, it has reduced our household stress so much. You all have no idea how nice it is. I mean, maybe you do. You probably do. You probably know. I'm sure some of you have nice jobs and whatever. But I can't tell you what it's like to just be able to buy food when I need to. If my partner is like feeling stressed, if I'm feeling stressed, we can just get food. We can just eat and we don't have to stress about it. That seems like a small thing, but it's amazing. If I have a friend who's hungry, I can feed them. That's amazing, Val9000, and I wish you the best. Socialist Cat Girl, I'm trying to make a support system, but I stop reaching out after the first day of knowing someone. Do you have any suggestions? Slow and steady, Socialist Cat Girl, and I highly recommend, if you can, talk to a therapist. I mean it. I know that sounds dismissive, but I'm serious. A compassionate therapist will teach you how to do that. I'm serious. I'm very serious about that. Okay? It did for me. I'm very serious. This is something that I say from experience. Also, I'm very excited. I can't say anything about it, but we're going to have another song for the channel lineup soon. We're going to have a new song for the channel lineup. And I'm just saying right now, you all are going to pog out of control. The song is so good that I danced across my kitchen when I heard it. Oh, you guys are going to lose it when it's done. You all are going to fucking lose it. No details. You might know. Gayfesh might know. Somebody in chat knows. Somebody in chat knows. You ever heard Vosh Rad? Shh, 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 shh. I'm telling you. Oh, Q-Stick, you. Oh, Q-Stick. You're going to lose your mind. I lost my mind. I was screaming. I was literally screaming. Also, listen, I do this a lot, but, oh, that's so pog! Vermin, that's so pog! Oh, it's not, it's better than DemonMama Rat. Oh, you'll see. Just, you'll see. Show snippet? I can't yet. Maybe Ink Blue. Maybe. I worry that I may have to distance myself from my family whenever I transition. That might happen. I hope that's not the case. You might be surprised. But unfortunately, some people are like that. I'm really sorry about that. It's just an unfortunate reality of our very hateful world. No way did I get CharlMarx to produce a song? Yep, from the grave. Raised him up. Is it time for more Destiny blood? Nah, Posadas John, I don't want to push it. I don't want to overdo it, but thank you. I'm sorry. From the grave. It's so cool. It's going to be great. I promise you it's going to be great. Also, listen, everybody, GayFesh, you all should appreciate GayFesh, okay? Because GayFesh has given us so many banger tunes, and GayFesh is an absolutely unbelievably talented musician. If you want to support GayFesh, please, you should go support GayFesh on Bandcamp, because seriously, like, I spent a lot of time thinking about how much I love the music that you've made. You've given my channel a sound, and that's amazing. That's so amazing. When do you think we'll rewatch Utopians on Doodoo Fart? We'll get there. We'll rewatch Utopians on Doodoo Fart. You know what? Maybe we'll do it next stream. A slip? What did I say? What did I say wrong? You want to watch it now? Wait a minute. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, we'll do a poll and then we'll watch it. Maybe we'll watch it, maybe we won't. Hold on a second. Hold on, maybe. Oh, wait, we got to do a poll. All right, vote. Oh, shit. Oh, not enough. No! Oh! It's on sale! Go buy Pathologic 2 and play it. It's my favorite game of all time. You will not regret it. It is a masterwork of art. It is a masterwork. One of the greatest games ever made. All right, not yet then. I'm sorry, Elac. We have to wait. We have to wait until more imps have played Pathologic 2 for us to replay that meme. It's very spooky, but I promise you, you will make it through and you will grow from it. It's a great game. I did the Pathologic review. A lot of people will regret playing Pathologic. No, they won't. No, you do not need to play the first one. Pathologic 2 is Pathologic version 2. Pathologic version 2 is what you should understand it. And you should play Pathologic 2. Pathologic 1 is very dated and aged. It's still a great game, but Pathologic 2 is a better version of it. Ooh, Little Nightmares. Oh, I watched Fawn play that game. Have I played Disco Elysium? Fuck yeah, I played the shit out of Disco Elysium. I got high for a week and played Disco Elysium just nonstop. That game is amazing. 2 is amazing. 2 is the true version of Pathologic, in my opinion. It's not a jumpy type game. Type game. Little Nightmares is super cool. Okay, yes, I know you lack Caval, but I think that Pathologic 2 is the true version of Pathologic. And also, it's the version that most people will enjoy playing, okay? Pathologic 2 is not a jump scare game. It is a scary game, but it is a scary in like a passive existential dread type way. Enjoy. Okay, listen. This replaces tomorrow's stream? Nope. Nope, we're doing games tomorrow. That's fucking right. We're doing fucking games tomorrow still. I'm not fucking... Nope. I'm doing games tomorrow. I'm tired of not doing games tomorrow. So we're doing games tomorrow. We have to play... We have to beat Resident Evil. We have to. That's right. I'm giving you lots this week. Now, it might not be as long of a stream because I'm probably going to get tired, but we are going to play games. We are going to make progress. Wait, I think Pathologic 2 has good gunplay. Oh, I want to play Going Under on stream at some point. Fawn played the shit out of Going Under, and I haven't played it myself, but I watched Fawn play Going Under a lot. Because it's still awesome, like Cafe. Am I going to live stream E3? I never thought about doing that. Maybe I should. I don't know if you can. Can you do that? I should do Mass Effect. No, I have a whole bunch of the next game. Oh, by the way, after we finish Resident Evil, we're going to do Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. SMT Nocturne is the next one we're going to play. So it's going to go Resident Evil, then SMT Nocturne, and then we'll decide after that. So, yeah. I've heard... everyone's been telling me to play SMT Nocturne. So... Oh, I really like Outer Wilds, but, yeah, I've played a bunch of Outer Wilds. I just like to zone in that game. The music is good. Someday, here's what I will do. Someday, I will play Pathologic 2, and I will do the voice stuff. But that'll be a ways later. Have you ever played Salt and Sanctuary? Yes, I have. I like Salt and Sanctuary. I played a lot of Salt and Sanctuary. It's a good game. What about Destroy All Humans? Ooh, that would be a fun one. I do like that. I decided it didn't work. Yeah, it might not work. No, Angel Dust. No, please. Find a way to play it. That is a very bad reason to write off Pathologic 2. I'm telling you, Pathologic 2 is one of the most important games ever made. It is literally, it is a great work of games. When we think like the Sistine Chapel ceiling, that's Pathologic 2. I'm not kidding you. Pathologic 2 will go down in, I promise you, Pathologic 2 is going to go down in history as one of the greatest games that you have ever, that has ever been made. It is that good. There's a reason why I fucking push it so much. I don't know. I don't know anything about Linux crap. All right. Oh my God, I can't wait. Vermin is going to be so good. You get to be such an asshole when you play as Daniil. Oh, God, it's going to be so good. No, come on. Nah, I disagree, Elac. Okay, first of all, Elac, you just fucking love The Bachelor. Look, I'm a horror specs baby, okay? Well, I'm Mark Immortel. We all know that I'm Mark Immortel. If we got a character, you know it's me. You know I'm hanging out in the theater. You fucking know. But I love the horror specs. I love, oh my God, I love Artemy. I know, yes, it's fucking Transmasks, and Daniil Dankovsky is just concentrated Transmask energy. I'm not kidding you. Like, it's just like, Artemy the Nazi cat? No, the character that Artemy the Nazi cat was named after. Artemy Burach. Don't die. Like ever. Like ever, ever. God, I fucking love that game. Oh my God. Actually, the Don't Die is... Okay, the Don't Die is from both Pathologic and... The Don't Die is both from Pathologic and Full Metal Alchemist. I merged them together and made them into my own version, which is Mama's #1 order. Don't fucking die. I don't expect you to live forever, imps. However, I do expect you to fight death to the very end. Yeah. You just came back. What did you miss? A lot. That makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me, Elakaval. That makes a lot of sense to me. Murky, look, it just makes sense. Pride shrimps? Pride shrimps? Oh my god, they're adorable! What the? Pride shrimps? I love them! They're super cute! They have a trans pride shrimp. I love them. That's so cute. Oh my god. They're right up there. The linky's right up here. Here's the linky. The linky? Here's the linky. The linky. Pride shrimp. Pride shrimp. Yeah, I gotta put a heart on here. I gotta go find this item again. Oh, fuck. I'm not signed in. Fuck. I'll do it later. Do you doubt your immediate murder professionals? I don't know. The pan one? That would be great. That would be fantastic. I wonder what kind of people like playing Changeling. Oh, by the way, have you noticed that I'm better at responding to YouTube chat these days? It's because with my new setup, I have a bigger. I'm able to see all the chats at once. Wait a minute. No. Nah, I can't do this. Uh-oh. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? What the hell is Xanderhal doing? Xan, what the fuck is Xan doing? What the fuck is Xan doing?
Alright, so this will probably be going up as either a YouTube short or on Twitter, maybe both. But when I was younger, I went to the store and I got myself a husked coconut from the grocery store, and I ended up managing to germinate it to grow an actual coconut palm tree, whatever. And there's a way that you do it. I've done a little bit of research. I found out the climate that I live in, if you can supply the coconut with enough water, can actually grow, unlike the part of Florida that I grew up in, where my coconut died. So I'm going to be growing a coconut in honor of the Coconut Island meme, even, and just updating you guys generally on how it goes. And the first step, once you buy your coconut, you've got one of decent quality. I'm not sure about this one. I got it from a Filipino farmer's market, and two of the holes are like kind of not there, or maybe they're covered up, I don't know. And it's a weird color, like usually they're a darker brown, so it could just die and not work. Maybe it was left out for too long. We'll see what happens. So all you're gonna do is, if you come a little bit closer, and go ahead and give them a look inside the bucket.
I can't turn it up anymore.
You're gonna take your coconut, you're gonna put it into some lukewarm water in a bucket or something. This is about, I don't know, I can't ballpark temperature. And this rock I found, I'm gonna gently lay it on top of the coconut, balance it so that it is submerged inside of the bucket.
This is fascinating.
You're gonna keep it there for roughly 3, maybe 4 days, and that should be long enough for the coconut to germinate. And you wanna make sure you don't damage your coconut, crack it, or anything like that, but that's it for now, and I'll update you guys each day. We'll say each day.
Whoa! Cool! That's actually awesome! Wow, good luck. Good luck, little coconut. The imps are giving you the energy. Good luck, Xanderhal's little coconut. Watch here, I'll live tweet. Ready? We're live tweeting. The imps are giving Lil Coco all the growing energy. Yep, that's right. The coconut's named Lil Coco. Done. We named it. Baby Nut? Nah, Baby Nut sucks. Baby Nut is a bourgeois corporate piece of shit, yo. No way. Lil Coco is way better than fucking Baby Nut. Fuck Baby Nut. Fuck Baby Nut. We stand Lil Coco. Oh my god. Wait. Vermin, oh my god. Wait, I think Vermin has seen Utopians on Doodoo Fart. I'm pretty sure. This is the only valid Baby Nut. Oh, I saw that tweet. Gayfesh, I already know that tweet. All right? I know that tweet already. Oh my god. Should we just watch Doodoo Fart? All right, fuck it. We're doing it. We're doing it. It's late in stream. You all can deal with it. None of this will make sense to you, but you can sit back and fucking enjoy it. Okay? Sit back. That's right. It's fucking time. Let me tell you. This is a community meme that most of you will not understand, but I promise you, you will come to understand this in time. Okay? It's a community meme. Okay? Play Pathologic 2, motherfuckers. And here's why. Let's go. We're doing it. This is for you, Elac. I'm doing this one for you. Dab. This one's for Elac. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right. Ziltoid, hit me with your fucking hot take already then.
Okay, just let me pick up my PC so I can laptop mic. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. It's all right. Thankfully.
All right, so my hot take is Doodoo Fart is not funny.
Doodoo Fart is funny, and you're wrong about that.
No, I don't care. I wanted to bring Glooby on because we've been having a very hard disagreement about this for several weeks now.
Thank you, more
I want to debate Glooby on Doodoo Fart. Yes.
All right, Glooby, get the fuck in here. I'm gonna sit back and let you two duke it out on this one. All right, Glooby. Glooby's here.
You suck.
Glooby!
You suck. You just got shit on. Oh.
I'm sorry, Glooby, but it's just a fact. Doodoo Fart's a forced meme.
The reason you think it's forced is because you didn't think of it first. I would be mad too, honestly, if I didn't think of such a funny ass name.
The characters are perfect.
Honestly. The difference is I'm not mad because I didn't think of it. I'm mad because it's not funny, and it's
not funny because you have a terrible sense of humor. Why? Shit on. Absolutely shit on.
I am the person who brought this chat. Pago. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but who asked? Who asked? Who? I don't see any askers in chat. I'm not gonna lie.
Any askers in chat? Any askers?
Who?
Pago in chat. Did you ask?
Pago in chat. Pago in chat.
Never asked.
But hold on. Let me test this. Ready? Hold on. Doodoo Fart. Oh shit! I'm getting
seeing
pogoed.
a lot of pagos in chat.
Oh, but I see it. Oh shit! Look at that! Oh, that's even more than the pogos. Yeah, we got it even. We only got one weird champ too, and that was nuts. Let's get to see the laughing. We got some criers in chat. Oh, hi Yoda. Hi Yoda.
Listen,
Yoda, come on.
Ziltoid. I understand that you're just not funny, and you want to hate.
The most Mark thing I've done here is get distracted with Yoda. Oh, Yoda! Just go off.
Hit on other things that make people laugh, and you know what? I can't get mad at you for it. It just happens, you know?
No, you know what happens, Glooby? What happens is that you're a representative of the imps, okay?
Yeah,
and if you perpetuate unfunny, forced memes, you put a bad image.
So here's the thing.
DRTK60 says, I'm new here, so what the absolute fuck am I listening to? This is a bunch of my lovely, lovely mods fighting over whether whether doo-doo fart is a forced meme or not. This happened on a 10-hour stream that we did a long time ago, and Elak Kaval put us to the correct characters in Pathologic 2, and it is just spot on. Every character is directly spot on.
Diltoid. You know why I'm whatever the fuck you just said, I wasn't paying attention.
Because you're an irresponsible
maybe we'll
public
see if we
figure.
can make you a mod.
I'm a public figure of this community because of doo-doo fart and the memes I have cultivated in this stream. And you're just mauled. It's just mauled. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. I would be mad too. But I'm not.
Well, you have yet to prove that doo-doo fart isn't a forced meme. I don't know. Seems like I'm winning this debate.
You're the only human being that has ever said it was a forced meme. Chat seems to agree with that.
Doo-doo fart meme is a forced meme. I agree with Lil Coco.
You know what, Gina? I'm sick of you.
Hey everybody, sorry. Hold on, I have to interrupt you to tell you all an incredible story. So Yoda really wanted to come into my room, and Izzy didn't know why, and so she opened the door, and Yoda came in. Well, she wanted the duck that I had that was set on a little thing over here. She tried to get the duck, and Izzy grabbed the plate and walked away, and Yoda was so excited that she was going to get duck that she peed on the floor. She got so excited about duck, and she didn't get any duck. But she did pee on the floor, which never happens. She never gets that excited, ever. I don't think I can remember the last time something like that happened. But she smelled the duck. She got her nose so close to it that she was so excited that she was going to get duck that she peed on the floor. So, anyway, did you all figure out whether doo-doo fart is funny or not?
It is funny. DemonMama, you said it yourself. You said it was funny.
I mean, I do agree.
I have to agree with the streamer here.
Well, I'm sorry, but the head mod agreed with me.
Yeah, but if you look at chat here, the consensus is you're just wrong, and you'll always be wrong in this regard. It sucks, doesn't it? Take the L.
You know what sucks? The doo-doo fart meme.
Yeah,
I'm out.
I don't think it does. Okay.
I'm out. Mike, drop. Glooby, you have lost this debate. You are intellectually dishonest. And,
no, I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Here, this is what I think.
Bad faith Glooby versus...
You're just mad.
Versus base Pago Ziltoid.
You're just mad.
Exactly.
You're just mad.
Hot take, doo-doo fart is only really funny with the bass boost.
50-50.
Oh, we have a perfect 50-50. It appears you both have lost. Congratulations.
I'd like to call upon a special person to break the tie.
Oh my God.
Pan Nesmain, please. Please, can Pan
All
Nesmain...
right, bring
You know what?
Pan in. Bring Pan in. This is the
I
party
need your
stream.
support.
Oh my God, here we go. Oh boy, here we go.
Pan Nesmain, get in here.
Pan.
You
know what to say.
Pronouns. Wait. Pronouns.
He, him.
Okay. All right, Pan. Hit us with your hot take. Is doo-doo fart funny or not?
Come on, Pan. Everything is writing on this.
I would say Ziltoid did make really good arguments. Ziltoid presented the case really well. And also, I do think Glooby's defense was kind of weak, but on the other hand, while it is, I will say, to a point, it is kind of forced, but meme overall is funny. So I would side with Glooby in this case.
Thank you, Pen. Shit on.
All right, I'm gonna take this L, but Glooby, I will have my rematch. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We will have a rematch. I will find a new topic, and we will have a rematch.
I will say Ziltoid did present the case better.
And with the fucking steel chair, Elak Kaval has entered the fight with the steel chair. Oh my God, Elak.
I shit my pants.
Elak, welcome.
Man, I actually want to talk about something.
Alright, doo-doo fart is incredibly funny. It's like naturally funny.
Let's go.
Just, like literally because like children laugh at it. They don't know what memes are. Like when I was a child, I didn't know what memes were. I was 8 years old. Doo-doo fart, hilarious.
Oh shit! Betrayal.
Counterpoint. Okay. Since when do we base our opinions of comedy on 3-year-olds? I thought we were...
Well, ever since you joined the call, essentially. Jesus.
Okay, I gotta say I got owned.
That was a pretty damn. That was a blast from orbit.
No.
Bad faith. Bad faith. All right. Well, it was wonderful witnessing this bloodbath, and I'm glad to be vilified in the fact that my doo-doo fart memes are very funny. And
your doo-doo fart
extremely
memes. What are you on about?
I've made many doo-doo fart memes.
These are Glooby's memes. I'm sorry, DemonMama. It's Glooby. Glooby made the meme.
Wait, Glooby didn't make doo-doo fart.
Yes,
no,
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You weren't even born
Yes,
when the first
I
doo-doo fart
did.
video was
I'm
uploaded.
sorry, doo-doo fart is a primordial meme.
True.
Oh, Glooby, look at that. Elac has the fucking steel chair. So.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. When did I ask? That's just it. Just
Any askers? Any askers in chat? Poggo askers?
Any askers? I'm looking. I don't see any.
Poggo
End of the day.
askers?
End of the day.
All right.
That's
End
not
of the day. I carry DemonMama and Apex, and that's all that matters. You know.
All right.
And that's the point where I couldn't even play with DemonMama because the rank was so low. It's just.
That's because I was doing productive. That's because I was doing productive things instead of like.
I actually want to talk to DemonMama.
All right, Candy.
Mic drop. I'm out.
All right. Bye, everyone. Oh my God. God, that meme still makes me laugh. It's so good. I've watched it like 7 times and I still laugh every single fucking time. Holy shit. What a legendary meme. You know, I have that saved in the fucking Hall of Fame, right? Like that was the first Hall of Fame meme. What a god tier meme. Compliment bot. This is a community meme with a bunch of my mods argued about doo-doo fart, and Elac Kaval, who is an amazing memer. He's incredible. He made a video where he put our voices to all of the Pathologic characters. There's one waiting there. There's another one. Fawn. Oh, you want me to wrap up? It's okay. I do need to wrap up. All right, everybody. My Fawn wants me to go hang out, and I should not stay on for too long because I'm gonna be back tomorrow anyway. I don't want you to get overboard. So let's do this. Let's fucking pick somebody to raid into. Oh, I know who we're raiding into. We're raiding into Conyer. We're raiding into Conyer. So I hope you enjoyed that feverish, absurd meme. Oh, Jin, make sure you send that to GayFest. That'll be funny. /raid Conyer CC. Bam! The raid is going out. If you want to go see Conyer and have a really good time because Conyer's streams are chill as fuck and funny as fuck, you can click right here. Thank you all for your love and support today, and I promise you I will bring you more fun content very soon. There's the link if you want to go check it out. Thank you all for being here, and much non-parasocial love to all of you. Remember, hang out with each other, talk with each other. Even though I am the founder and the keeper of this community, you all are the community, okay? Remember that, all right? I will see you all very, very soon. Good night.